Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Bingo, correct. Doflamingo smiled faintly. Miss Bakin trembled, her face twisted in panic and despair. No, you can't kill me, brat. I'm Whitebeard's woman, Whitebeard. A pirate on the same level as Golden Lion, Roger, and Redfield. Even Kaido can't compare to him. If you kill me, he won't. Boring. Whether she was lying or telling the truth no longer mattered. Doflamingo already knew the inside story, and even if Whitebeard truly stood behind her, so what? At his current level of power and influence, the name alone meant nothing. He curled his finger. Puff. A thin silk thread pierced straight through Bakin's forehead. Her eyes went dull instantly. She collapsed, alive but vacant. What a shame, Doflamingo muttered. If you'd had a little backbone, this might have been entertaining. He flicked his fingers again. Clothes identical to Bakin's fluttered through the air. Clo. Let's make this interesting. As you wish, Master Doflamingo. Elsewhere, surrounded by indulgence and false warmth, Edward Weevil suddenly grew restless. A deep, instinctive unease clawed at his chest. Mom! I want my mom. No one answered immediately. The dancers exchanged glances before moving closer. Don't worry, Master Weevil. Miss Bakin is very happy right now. Yes, you don't want to interrupt her again like last time, do you? It's fine, sweetheart. They tried to soothe him as they always did, but this time was different. The anxiety didn't fade. It worsened. I want my mom. Weevil's massive body jerked upright. The dancers were thrown aside as he reached for the enormous blade resting nearby. Before he could move, the door opened. In sharp contrast to Weevil's agitation, a relaxed, amused voice drifted in. Phew, such a devoted son. Missing your mother already? Doflamingo stepped inside, smiling. Weevil froze. Every instinct screamed danger. The man in front of him felt wrong, like a predator wearing a human face. Who are you? Weevil snarled. Get out of my way. I'm going to find my mom. My son, a familiar voice said sternly, mind your manners. Weevil stiffened. Only then did he notice her, his mother, standing quietly beside the man. The knife slipped from his hand and hit the floor with a clang. He rushed forward, burying his face against her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, I was so scared. Weibel, Clo said gently, stroking his head. Mommy missed you too. His shaking gradually eased. She patted his shoulder. Put me down. I have something important to tell you. Okay, Mom. He set her down obediently, standing behind her like a chastised child. That's good, she said warmly. Come, let's talk while we walk. They moved toward the port. Son, you eat far too much, she continued. Mommy struggles every day because of it. Weevil clutched his stomach, head lowered. That's why Mom searches for treasure. It's all for you. She patted Doflamingo's thigh affectionately, then turned back to Weevil. Lord Doflamingo has kindly taken pity on us. Doflamingo returned the gesture with a gentle smile. So Mommy is going to travel the world now, Clo said lightly. She boarded a prepared merchant ship. Weevil followed instinctively. Thunk, the cane struck his head. You're not coming. His face crumpled instantly. Mom, what do I do? She raised a den mushy and pressed it against his ear. Mom will call you. Then she smiled. From now on, Lord Doflamingo is your godfather. You must listen to him. The words hit Weevil like a hammer. Godfather. Mom. The ship began to pull away. Watching it fade into the distance, Weevil screamed. Mom, I can't live without you. Mom. His body surged forward, cracking the ground beneath him. Phew, such a disobedient child. Silk threads burst from the ground like a web, wrapping around Weevil's enormous body and anchoring him in place. He thrashed, screaming. I want my mom. I want to go with her. Power exploded from his muscles. Whitebeard's bloodline revealed itself. Threads snapped, but freedom never came. Each broken strand was replaced instantly. The land itself unraveled into silk, binding him tighter. Doflamingo watched with interest. So there is a connection, he mused. Satisfying. But a child who clings to his mother will never grow. Weevil was hoisted into the air, limbs spread helplessly. Today, Godfather will teach you your first lesson. Seastone chains rattled around his arms and legs. Hunger, fear, and confusion overwhelmed him. A shadow shell clicked on nearby. No one answered. Days later, the dungeon was dark, cold. Weevil's body was gaunt, barely recognizable. He woke up crying. Godfather, I'm so hungry, a voice answered calmly. If you want to eat, you must listen to your Godfather. That means fear or obedience. A fist cut through the darkness. Crack. Weevil's body collapsed. His stomach growled loudly. He couldn't even scream before losing consciousness. Gululu. Clo stood silently. Moments later, another blow landed. His jaw caved inward. Mom, I'm hungry. If you want food, she said coldly, ask your Godfather. Weevil fell hard to the ground. A child who fears no one cannot be controlled, and control was the first lesson. G5 branch meeting room. Buddha Sengoku sweeps through Golden Lion territory. Shiki retreats, watching his subordinates fall. Big Mom. Beasts Alliance intercepts Marine expedition. Advance halted. The bold headlines lay scattered across the table. Below the rank of general, the remaining officers wore relaxed smiles. No matter how disastrous the expedition had been, as long as the admirals and vice-admirals returned alive, G5 would remain secure. Virgo raised his glass. Gentlemen, Admiral Sengoku and Vice-Admiral Junichiro are already on their way back. Congratulations on the expedition. Congratulations. Glasses clinked. Bang, bang. G5 branch kitchen, Mr. Virgo, Mr. Virgo. The last remaining cook lay flat on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. You saved me from the pirates with your own hands. You even said I was similar to you. I've always tried to follow your example, sir. Oh, Virgo replied calmly. He pushed up his glasses, gripping a bamboo pole coated in hardened black armament. You did imitate me well. Bang! The tofu pudding splattered across the floor. A moment later, Kriak. Virgo changed his clothes, removed his glasses, and stepped over the bodies. Without looking back, he slipped into the sea and swam toward the uninhabited island where his boat waited. See near G5 branch, Admiral Sengoku, Kaji asked, one of the few still uninjured. How did Kaido contact Big Mom in time to appear and let Charlotte escape? The Big Mom pirates were stationed near Golden Lion territory. Kaido was far away in Wano. It made no sense. The secret medicine, Sengoku replied. That's what stirred the seas. Kaido came for that. Thinking of the unrestrained Doflamingo at Sabyodi, Sengoku felt a dull ache beneath his bandages. How could a fallen celestial dragon force the world government into repeated compromises? He stopped thinking about it and issued orders. Vice Admiral Junichiro has fallen in action. Kake, you will temporarily take command of G5. Reinforcements will follow. Yes, Admiral. The warship adjusted course toward G5. Approaching G5 branch, Kaji's adjutant stared at the scavenger birds circling above the coast. Vice Admiral Chatton, something feels wrong. It's not a feeling, Chatton replied flatly. It already happened. His observation Haki had sensed it. No life, only corpses. By the time Kaji reported the situation, Virgo was already sailing toward Dressrosa. At sea, gurgle, gurgle. Virgo, Doflamingo's voice came through, amused. Did everything go smoothly? Perfectly, Dover. I'll see you in one day. Good. I've been looking forward to it. Click. Doflamingo rolled the artificial devil fruit in his hand, smiling. What kind of dragon would Virgo become? Since his mother-in-law was still alive, he would treat her well. And Kaido, it was time to make contact. Gurgle, gurgle, perfect timing. Doflamingo glanced at the den mushy, Perospero's face appearing on the shell. Doflamingo, Perospero said coldly, do you know what happens to those who betray the family? You think I'm a traitor, Doflamingo replied lightly. Then why not let Mama question me herself? I'm sure she'd get a clearer answer. Stop pretending. Prospero recalled Big Mom's reaction after hearing his analysis earlier and fell silent. Minutes earlier, Big Mom's singing ship informed Marine Polly of our movements. Will the Marines really allow that brat Doflamingo to sell secret medicine? Big Mom burst into laughter. She had never seen someone so blind. That boy valued his life. He was no fool. Prospero, don't bother me while I'm eating. Back to the call, how did you arrive at such a stupid conclusion? Doflamingo asked cheerfully. Stupid, Prospero snapped. You're the only one who knew our movements. The phantom pain in his burned hand flared again. You spread the news, cut off Dressrosa's outside support, and stole the country effortlessly, he continued angrily. Did it feel good, Piero? The more Prospero raged, the safer Doflamingo became. If Big Mom truly suspected him, she would have already arrived personally. Doflamingo smiled wider, already rewriting history. Calm yourself, he said. I paid for the entire Dressrosa and Protean's operation. I brought Enel, Moria, and others to help share marine pressure. You know their strength. Logtown proved that. I'm sincere to my partners. That has nothing to do with whether you tipped off the Marines, Prospero shouted, abandoning even his usual speech habits. If I were working with the Marines, Doflamingo replied calmly, why wouldn't I seize this chance to take Cake Island? You don't seriously believe Amand and the others could stop me? Prospero fell silent. That was true. Doubt crept in. I heard Kaido appeared on the battlefield, Doflamingo asked casually. Is it true Mama and Kaido once sailed on the same ship? He came for the secret medicine, Prospero answered. Phew, fufu, I hope our next meeting is pleasant, Prospero. Click. The call ended. Doflamingo frowned slightly. Kaido had come for his medicine. That meant it had taken nearly 2 years for news to reach Wano. Was that country really so isolated? Absurd. But it also confirmed one thing. Kaido and Big Mom's relationship was far weaker than the world believed. Looking at the pink figure waiting on the shore, Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses were filled with excitement. He jumped off the boat and spoke excitedly. Dover, long time no see. Looking at Virgo, who was so different from when he left in his memory, Doflamingo felt a little emotional. This is called loyalty. FFFFFFFFFFF. Thank you for your hard work, buddy. You have grown up. For your hegemony, it's all worth it, Dover. Without saying anything, he patted Virgo's much thicker shoulders and helped him tear off the octopus stuck on his cheek. Doflamingo took out a fruit from his body. He can now copy Katakuri's skills of hiding his weapon. Eat it, Virgo. I have prepared this gift for you for a long time. You will not be disappointed. Without any hesitation or question, Virgo threw it into his mouth. Someone quietly opened the video camera. As soon as he ate it, Virgo felt as if every cell in his body was cheering. The strange blood dissolved into the body, and the strength of the body increased at an incredible level. A new power was emerging, and Virgo instinctively roared. Ah! Virgo's body quickly stretched and extended, and black dragon scales grew on the surface of his skin. In an instant, he turned into a black dragon that covered the sky and the sun, hovering in the sky on a cloud of flames. As the giant dragon circled, strong winds blew, thunder surged, and flames flew. Everywhere Dressrosa looked, everyone could see the circling dragon. The war hasn't even ended yet, but it's about to start again. So cool! What has the young master come up with again? Isn't this Kaido's ability? Is Virgo back? Seeing the dragon's reassembled human form, Pika's eyes flashed with joy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. How does it feel? How does it feel, Virgo? Doflamingo asked, looking at Virgo, who was falling. Incredibly powerful. Dover, thank you for your gift. Seeing his muscles expanding again, as if flowing with endless power, even Virgo, who had a calm temperament, showed a hint of fanaticism. FFFFFFFFFF, all of this has your share of credit. Turning off the video, Doflamingo smiled. Without Virgo joining the Marines 7 years ago, he wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. The value of marine six styles still needs to be respected. Sizzle. Lightning flashed by, and Enel looked at the unfamiliar faces around Doflamingo with curiosity. Young master, is he the dragon from before? Yes, this is Virgo, who has followed my family for a long time. Virgo, this is Enel. Doflamingo introduced the two people who had never met. Bang! Moria landed on the beach, his huge weight raising a cloud of dust. This is Moria. Looking at everyone getting to know each other, Doflamingo spoke with a playful smile on his face. From now on you will all be members of the family fighting team, so why don't you have a melee? Virgo, Enel, Moria, Urush, Pica. After looking at each other, Enel's body flashed with lightning and he spoke eagerly. Master, I think it's okay. It seems no one has any objections. Let's get started, just don't let it kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Enel turned into a handful of lightning and disappeared. In a flash, he appeared behind Virgo. Welcome home. The lightning-like right leg hit Virgo. Boom. Virgo turned into a stream of light and took off. I'm also very interested in you, hee. Moria intercepted Virgo as he took off. The shiny black sword hit Virgo like a sledgehammer. Boom, the rising dust obscured everyone's vision. Feng Lan. The blue wind blade swept away the raised dust. Virgo walked out and tore off his tattered marine uniform, revealing the skin underneath, which is purple to black and black to shiny. Thunder and lightning don't seem to have much effect on me. Between the rites of Pangu City, the 5 elders are celebrating the success of the expedition. The results achieved this time can make Sihai a little more peaceful. It seems that the injuries suffered by Golden Lion, Garp and Sengoku are more serious than expected. It's a pity that we can't occupy the recovered territory either. It doesn't matter. New World is a perfect place for garbage to gather, as long as the situation in the 4 seas is not disturbed. Kaido and Big Mom, the remnants of rocks, have already taken shape and will be a new threat in the future. There's also Lone Red and Whitebeard, and Bullet, who attacks everywhere like a madman. Speaking of these dangerous elements, 5 elders suddenly felt a headache. Marine has a lot of complaints about the 7 warlords of the sea, Garp, Zephyr, and others. Master 5 elders. Spandam rushed in as he was about to leave for the 7 water city. Seeing this, the hooded 5 elders frowned and scolded. You are so flustered. How can you be so unbecoming? Marshal Kong said that the remaining troops of the G5 branch were completely wiped out, and the news that Dressrosa and the Kingdom of Proteans were attacked by a large number of pirates was blocked. What is the current situation between the 2 countries? Are the pirates gathering to attack? Yes, sir. The underground bounty order offering a reward of gold for the heads of soldiers from both countries has now been stopped. The Kingdom of Proteans is being held for the time being by War King Elizabelo II. Doflamingo saved Dressrosa from danger, but the Riku clan was destroyed. 5 elders you frowned when he heard you and dismissed Spandam. The bald 5 elders attack. The underground bounty order was nominally established by the Charlotte family, but the secret medicines are all circulated through Charlotte in the New World. Doflamingo has nothing to do with the underground bounty order. That's impossible. This time, Marine is only in name only. BIGMOM has seized some territory, and only Doflamingo has easily seized the land that his family once occupied. What exactly does he want? The long-bearded 5 elders frowned. You can block lightning, but can you block kinetic energy? Gungnir. Boom. This is the biggest roll of sunglasses. Doflamingo stared at the bursting lightning and flames, thinking to himself, gurgle, gurgle. Looking at the serious head on Denmushi, Doflamingo spoke in a frivolous tone. Moshimoshi, 5 elders, are you here to congratulate Donquixote on his return as the king of Dressrosa? You are trying to seize the world's allies. You want to be a pirate. No. I was just exploring the ancestral land of the Donquixote clan, and I happened to see the pirates besieging the country. I am a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see tragedy, so I saved this country in pirates. and then this country made me its king. This makes sense, doesn't it? We don't recognize it, and the world government doesn't recognize it. This is not Sky Island, Doflamingo. Oh, so what? You want to form an expeditionary force again to conquer me? I think Big Mom wouldn't mind fighting another war. Doflamingo was not at all flustered and sneered in his heart, and even did not intend to pay tribute to Tian Shangjin. If the Marine sends out an admiral, he can just fight. With his current strength, can't a mere admiral solve the problem? If two are sent out, the worst that can happen is that they can just run away. Anyway, the reward for occupying Dressrosa has already been collected. Those who suffer are still only the neglected people at the bottom of society. Are you threatening us? FFFFFFFFFF. I'm just stating the facts. In the quiet room of Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo, who parted ways unhappily with the 5 elders, sat cross-legged. His left arm split open like a petal, revealing the shiny silver thread of bone transformation in the center. This was the hardest part of his body. With a thought, the bone thread spiraled into a sharp thorn. The previously created thorns grew out of the palm of the right hand. Clang! When the two intersected, the wire created by the right hand broke with a sound. Hang on, you're the one who can do it. With a sigh, Doflamingo urges string fruit. The whole body transforms into a linear form. The muscle layers turned into silk threads that spread out under control. The distinctive silver threads outline the shape of a skeleton. This feeling made skeleton Doflamingo feel a little subtle. The internal organs have been transformed into a silky form, and the most important characteristics of life, breathing, metabolism, and all other functions no longer exist. Yet he did not feel the slightest stagnation of his life, and as long as his physical strength was inexhaustible, he was able to survive in this inhuman manner. A thought came to my mind. Silver threads began to multiply. The gaps between the ribs are filled to form a hole, wrapping the most important part, the heart. Then try to convert it to normal state. Brand new bony ribs appear. Looking at his new look in the mirror opposite, Doflamingo twitched his lips. FFFFFFFFFFF. It seems that the creation plus the superhuman body are much stronger than I thought. Step out of the quiet room. In the main hall, the soldiers continuously transporting in enough food to feed hundreds of people. The 5 people who finished the battle are starting the second battle. The mouths of Virgo, Enel, Moria, Uruj, and Pica were like bottomless abysses, and food was constantly swallowed in. Doflamingo took the red wine handed over by Scarlet and fell into deep thought as he looked at the 5 people with different injuries. It seems that Vegapunk's fruit contains not only the bloodline factor of the blue dragon fruit, but also the bloodline of Kaido's ghost clan. Adding the two together, Virgo now not only has amazing resistance to lightning and fire, but also greatly improves his physical strength. He has a promising future. Enel is still too limited by age. His physical strength is too weak, and his fruit is not developed enough. Moria shouldn't have eaten the shadow fruit. The shadow aggregate move is too restrictive, and it hinders the performance of his physical body. Pica and Uruj, now that this round of matters is over, we need to consider transformation. Ha, it's done. Frankie and Gladius asked as they gathered around Tom, staring at the drawings on the table. Mr. Tom, what is this? Tom said proudly, patting the heads of the 2 little kids. This is something that can make the 7 Water City prosper again. Mr. Tom, they drove us here because of Roger. Why should we save this place? Ha, it's not their fault, it's... Bang! The door of the confinement room was broken open. The Marines came in with guns drawn. Tom, your story has come to light. Did you build the Oro Jackson, the pirate ship of Roger Goldo? It was done by this old man. Come with us. Judicial ship. Escort Tom the Murloc to Enai's lobby. In the back, Frankie, Ace Bago, Zappo and Yokozuna had no idea that the team was missing someone. Garbage station. Gladius was knocking carefully on the roof. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Gladius placed his fingertips on the wrong spot. The thick wooden boards were blown apart layer by layer. The thick design drawing at the back was revealed. Gladius' face lit up with joy. He took it out and began to confirm its authenticity. The destructive power described above made Gladius even more cautious. Finally got it, young master. After the fishman was sentenced, the leaders of the 3 islands closest to the 7 Waters city, Santa Pobla, Pucky, and San Farad, gathered around. "Hello, Mr. Tom. We are very interested in the sea train you mentioned. Can we participate in it?" Tom, who survived the disaster, was in a good mood. "Ah, you can see the potential behind this loud train, right?" "Yes." After saying goodbye to the persons in charge of several nearby islands, Tom looked at his family. As expected of Mr. Tom, so awesome. Ace Bargu said with admiration, "Ha, they're all alive and well. Yokozuna, Iceberg, Frankie Giller, where's Gladius? Eh? New World Cake Island Waters. Mom, should we let Mr. Kaido continue to sleep? Let me call him Kaido." As Big Mom roars, the powerful conquerors is released indiscriminately, allowing every Charlotte to feel her mother's deep love. Young Charlotte, who came to greet them at the port, fell to the ground instantly. But not 11-year-old Smoothie, not including Kaido either. "It's so noisy, Linlin." The equally fierce conquerors surged out, and Kaido stood up, holding his head that was attacked by Sengoku. Well, come to my party, Kaido. Thank you so much for this time." Big Mom picked up the cake piled on the shore and stuffed it into her mouth. "Well, I'm really hungry. I want meat, not your cake. Tien. Kaido took a few sips of wine and walked towards the island. The overwhelming force forced the stupid Huo Misai to give way. Piado. "Toribol, what does the boss want me to do for you? I'm very busy." Guy was pulled out of the lab with an unhappy look on his face. The experiment is at a critical juncture. This involves countless money and treasures. If it is not the boss's business, Judge, don't even think of disturbing him. Hey, let me tell you, Dover specially showed you this." Handing over the shell that had received the secret image, Toropol thought about what to do next, with the same smile as Dover on his face. SHHHHHHHHHH. This can't be the boss's special praise for me. The boss really knows that I'm much stronger than the judge. With a blush on his cheeks, Guy began to act crazy. Guy asked, noticing the image of Torobol's other hand starting to record a video. "What are you planning to do, Toribol?" It's a piece of cake. Just watch the video first. It's so mysterious." It looks familiar. Isn't this the failed product we brought out from Punk Hazard before? Masaka, eat it. In the video, a black dragon rises into the sky. Nanny, it's true, Toribol. It's true that the boss can see the future. Geyser had a look of horror on his face as he grabbed Toribol and shook him back and forth, recalling the first time he met Doflamingo. He thought what Doflamingo said was a joke. It turns out that the boss already knew who was the joke. "This is why I am not allowed to develop Death Kingdom. It must be a work that is doomed to fail. Vegapunk, I will definitely surpass you." "Of course, Dover always does this, Guy. Show it to the judge, too." "Wait a minute, let the boss give me his blood." The city of 7 Waters. Tom touched the exploded wall and fell silent, not caring about his own life or death. This child is in trouble because he has to survive as a tool for others. "Mr. Tom, Gladius is gone. My Frankie number 25 is gone too." Frankie ran in, sweating and looking anxious. His pupils shrank when he saw the wall exploded beside Tom. As someone who had been with Gladius for a long time, he could naturally recognize the familiar explosion marks. Frankie shuddered, unable to believe this fact. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he spoke stutteringly. "Mr. Tom, Gladius betrayed us, right?" Touching Frankie's wet hair, Tom spoke soothingly. "I think he was fighting with pirates, got captured, and his ship was robbed. Really, we don't have any treasure worth protecting. It's true that the boss can see the future. I wonder how big the shadow was in Geiser's heart at that time." Watching the new video sent by Toropol, Doflamingo had a malicious smile on his face. Moria and Uruj looked surprised. What does it mean to see the future? Virgo and Pica were as expressionless as ever, so it was only natural for Dover to do anything surprising. Young master, what future do you see now? Enel asked quietly. I don't know anything about the future now. Of course, Doflamingo didn't say this, but answered casually. Of course we will smash this rotten world to pieces. Doflamingo stepped on the flamingo under his feet and looked at Virgo. Virgo, let's go and meet the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. Understood, Dover. Transforming into a black dragon, Virgo used a cloud of flames to carry the flamingo high into the sky. Oh, wow. Enel looked excited and came close to Doflamingo and spoke. Master, this Virgo is more stable and faster than Sky's path. Doflamingo's face darkened. Nonsense, Sky's path is being dragged by Laozi. I can fly faster. If I fly too fast, the flamingo will disintegrate. Can it be the same if it is wrapped in flame cloud? Magic Valley Town. Black 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Black 6. The gamblers stared at the spinning gambling tools. The speed of rotation became slower and slower, and the dice in the middle revealed its true appearance. White 1. Ha 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 ha, the money is all Laozi's. Lao Ji took all the chips into his arms with a fanatical look on his face and glanced at the red-haired woman beside him. It feels great to be a gambler, a banker, and a trader at the same time. There is no shame in cheating. Not far away, Jorah was doing exactly the same thing. Squeak! Feeling the corner of his clothes being pulled, Jorah looked aside. The first thing you see is the round sunglasses decorated with gears. I want to see the young master. Cake Island. Looking at my mother and Kaido, who were chatting happily. Prospero found the beef tongue, which he once loved the most, tasted like chewing wax. Katakuri, do you believe me? There must be something wrong with Doflamingo, Piero. Prospero, who had encountered many setbacks, looked to his second brother, hoping to get some support. Thinking of that smug face with a smile on his face, Katakuri fell silent. That was an uneasy guy. Suddenly, the scene flashed back before my eyes. Doflamingo and Kaido are facing each other, and the Cake Island is right below them. He's coming. The incoherent words made Prospero a little confused. Who? Doflamingo? Kaido tore off a piece of grilled meat and said to Big Mom, Linlin, let me use the guy who made the secret medicine. I'll give it back to you once Quinn has learned it. I've already said that he's not my man, but my son-in-law's man. He's already on his way here. Bigmom was still eating like crazy, and the injuries on his body surface were visibly returning to normal. And if you eat too much of this stuff and can't control yourself, you'll die quickly. You don't know when you'll die. Isn't that what pirates are all about? Thinking of the scene where all his subordinates carried a few secret pills on their backs and swallowed them in battle, Kaido showed a smile like an old farmer on his face. Well, I'd better grab it. Well, he's an interesting guy, and he's partly responsible for my survival this time. I'm going to protect him, Kaido. Big Mom raised her head, her eyes glowing red. Linlin, do you want to protect him? Kaido's eyes widened, and black and red lightning shot out. As cruel as I am, I also have a sense of justice. Big Mom's eyes turned into circles, and a fierce momentum collided with her. The wind was rising, and the sky was breaking apart. Charlotte and the others immediately fell into chaos. Mom, are they going to fight again? Damn it, evacuate Cake Island. Right now. A black dragon head poked out of the clouds. Doflamingo's playful voice sounded from the dragon head. FFFFFFFFFFF, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Charlotte and the others were stunned for a moment, their eyes moving back and forth between Black Dragon and Kaido. The second dragon. The momentum of the confrontation between Big Mom and the other two suddenly faded. Subconsciously ignoring her obedient son-in-law, Big Mom pointed at Hai Long and spoke stupidly. Kaido, is this your son? Idiot, how can the devil fruit be inherited? And there are no horns like my demon clan on my head. Kaido was furious. If it was, it would be fine, but it wasn't. Looking at the black dragon being stepped on, Kaido felt an inexplicable anger rising in his heart. He held the mace in his right hand and swung it out. King Kong Dysprosium. A column of energy flew out from the 8 precepts and shot towards the pink figure above the black dragon's head. What a warm welcome, Virgo. Destroy the wind and mist. The black dragon head inhaled. Blue wind blades kept slashing down in succession. Boom! The black dragon rushed through the center of the explosion, and the flamingo landed lightly. It turns out that Kaido is a head shorter than Big Mom. Doflamingo was secretly thinking this, but he didn't show it on his face. Pretending to be a gentleman, Otterheim's observation haki began to enhance her affinity and appeal. Ms. Linlin, congratulations on the Charlotte family's expansion of territory. It was my fault that the Marines did not split up, which led to Charlotte confronting the main force of the Marines. It's okay. This time it's all thanks to you, Doflamingo. Now Bigmom is looking at Doflamingo, and you finds him pleasing to the eye. His height is rare in the family, and he can sit at the entire table. He is strong enough to take a few moves from my hand, and he is still young. Height and strength can still be increased. The financial resources are even stronger. A reliable ally. On the contrary, his eyes moved between Doflamingo and Virgo, and Kaido looked at you angry. Pointing to Kaido next to him, Bigmom introduced him. This is Kaido. He used to be in the same boat with me. He's looking for you for the secret medicine. Kaido-sensei, stop talking nonsense, kid. What's wrong with that kid next to you? Pointing at Virgo behind Doflamingo, Kaido spoke in a bad tone. He has the same abilities and the same blood, but he is not his son. Isn't this also a kind of NTR? Feeling Kaido's gaze, Doflamingo smiled. This was what he loved the most. FFFFFFFFFF. This brings up the fact that Mr. Kaido was captured by Marine many times before. Arrogant. A cold light flashed in Kaido's eyes, and the mace in his hand flashed at a high speed. Gundali Longsheng Army. A few days ago, Wano Kuni, the city of flowers. 9 people, including Kinu, Denjiro, Kikinosuke, Reizo, Ashura Daoji, Kawamatsu, Inuyasha, Nekomamashi, and Saum Kanjuro gathered together, walked towards Beowulang's residence. The graceful female ninja fell far behind the crowd. What are Kinemon and the others going to do? Seeing Kazuki Oden's 9 retainers approaching, the originally undisciplined younger brother immediately stopped him and glared at everyone. Don't go near Boss Hyagoro's house. Your Highness, the Fool's people are not welcome here. The 9 people's originally confident faces darkened. The residents. Hearing the commotion at the door, Hanano Hyagoro, a man with flaming hair and a sturdy body, walked out. Look at everyone. Come in. Thank you, Lord Hyagoro. The 9 people bowed respectfully and walked into the house. Soon, 10 people were sitting cross-legged in the corridor. Hyagoro smoked his pipe, looked at everyone and asked, "How is Oden doing lately?" As the gangster boss of the Flower Kingdom, Kurozumi Orochi is extremely afraid of him, so he has been staying indoors. His Highness Oden is still doing his ridiculous dance. Jin Huang's face darkened, but he immediately perked up. Lord Hyagoro, Kaido has left. Only Kurozumi Orochi is here. The manpower in the country has been decreasing. If this continues, this country will be doomed. Please lead us in the resistance. Bang! *9. The heads of the 9 Jinhuang men fell to the ground. Please lead us in the resistance. Lord Oden has completely lost his will to fight. Otherwise, Wano Kuni will completely fall into the abyss created by Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido. That's not the case. The 10 people present looked towards the corner. Zyro Shinobu appeared and spoke anxiously. Lord Oden made an agreement with Orochi and Kaido to free the imprisoned people in this way. What? Your Highness has suffered such humiliation for us. How can we face him again? Masaka, why doesn't His Highness explain to us? Damn it, I actually lost faith in His Highness Oden. Kinemon and the other 9 were deeply moved. After a long while, Bingoro on the side gave a reply. That's it. Kinemon, go get ready. I'll go see Oden. Kazuki Oden's residence. Boom, boom. Kazuki was a little surprised who would come to visit them now. Mr. Hyagoro, please come in. As soon as Hyagoro stepped into the room, he saw Kazuki Oden sitting in the yard drinking. Little princess, I'm here to see you. Kazuki Oden looked at the person who came with his eyes wide open. Ah, it's Lord Hyagoro. Bang! It hurts. Kazuki Oden fell to the ground, covering his face. Pa, 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 not long after. Kazuki Oden and Hyagoro were drinking hangover tea. Kaido left. This might be our last chance. Oden remained silent. Of course, he saw Kaido leave, but he didn't dare to gamble what would happen to the imprisoned hostages. Thinking of this, Oden felt a headache. Hyagoro, I see. Hyagoro stared into Oden's evasive eyes. He watched Oden grow up. Watching Oden grow from a born villain to what he is today is really a bit too much. However, naivety is not the solution. Oden, will Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi keep their promise? You know it. Everyone knows. Oden gave a bitter smile. How could he not know the nature of both? He had once been the same. Oden, look at the Bell Queen and White Dancer now. Bing Wulang became more and more agitated. Those weapons factories are Kaido's real purpose. What comes out of them is not only wastewater, but also the blood and tears of the people of Wano Kuni. This country has embarked on the road to destruction. Although he sat at home, the warriors continued to pass on information from all over the country to him. Think about Shimatsuki Beef Ball. Think about Fugetsu Miem, Shimatsuki Yasui, Yugetsu Tempura. Where are they now? Kazuki Oden lowered his head, still indifferent, like a useless Kuchiki. Kazuki Oden. Seeing the indifferent Kazuki Oden, Hyagoro was furious and kicked him down. This was not as good as the reckless Oden before. At least at that time, he dared to fight even his father. Right now, I can still gather 5,000 samurai in the flower capital. There are at least 5,000 samurai willing to respond to the call from Kuri, Nozomi, Uzagi, Suzuho, and Hakumai. It's enough to deal with Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido's subordinates. Wait for Kaido to come back, and you take care of him. Wano Kuni will return to its former self, and the Kazuki family will be restored once again. Looking at the out-of-control Hyagoro, Oden clenched his fists. He wanted to resist, but what about the people who were captured in Orochi Castle? Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Looking at Kazuki Oden's appearance, Hananohigoro turned his back and walked out of the yard. Oden, I don't know what you learned off the island, but the people imprisoned by the snake are lives. Now the people dying every minute and every second in Wano Kuni are also lives. In 5 days, I will attack Orochi Castle. At that time, I will lead all the warriors of Wano Kuni, just like the samurai who sacrificed before, to overthrow the rule of Orochi and Kaido. The crusade against Kaido was not just the first or second time. Every once in a while, the samurai who were forced into a desperate situation would gather together and launch suicide attacks. And this time, it's finally his turn. In the night, sudden rain Kanjuro carefully avoided the eyes and ears of others and entered Orochi Castle. This person is none other than Kurozumi family's undercover agent, Kurozumi Kanjuro. Enjoying the wine, watching the dancing Kurozumi Orochi, and listening to Kanjuro's description, you was panicking. What did you say? Hyagoro plans to attack Orochi Castle. When? Still gathering our forces, Lord Orochi. Let's strike first. Don't panic, I'm here. Just wait for Kaido to come back. Kurozumi Semimaru said slowly. Thinking of the barrier fruit's thoughtful protection, Kurozumi Orochi calmed down and gave instructions to Kanjuro. Go, send someone to Onigashima to tell Quinn and Jaehin. Hey. Are the samurai going to attack Onigashima? After listening to the report from the real fighting members, Quinn's eyes bulged out and his tongue became wavy. I knew it, Boss Kaido shouldn't drink. Keep an eye on that idiot Kazuki Oden. The samurai will collapse at the first blow. Jaehin transformed into a pterosaur and flew towards the Bigmom territory. What was important now was the situation of Big Brother Kaido. Cake Island at this moment. Boom! Kaido! Napoleon and Beiji collided violently. Looking at the energy bursting everywhere, Prospero and Katakuri, who were watching the fight nearby, looked at each other and saw each other's relief. Fortunately, the family members were evacuated in advance, but Cake Island had to be rebuilt again. In the distance, a black flame birdman was approaching. Kaido. Looking at the sturdy and strong body of Bigmom standing in front of him, Doflamingo took back his defensive measures. This sense of security made him feel as if he saw his dead mother, but it was only for a moment. He signaled to the people behind him, who were on high alert to remain calm, walked towards the two people who are on the verge of a fight. Ms. Linlin, thank you very much for your help. There was a little more sincerity in his words. Doflamingo looked at Kaido, who was glaring at him, and spoke with his fake smile unchanged. During these several captures and executions, the world government discovered that Mr. Kaido's body had extraordinary strength, so they thought it would be a waste to kill him and wanted to learn this secret. Prospero and Katakuri, who were still in the center of the battlefield, pricked up their ears. They also wanted to listen to Kaido of the Beast's music. So Mr. Kaido was transporting to Punk Hazard and happened to encounter the Flame Disaster Djinn. Am I correct, Mr. Abel? Jaehin, who had just arrived in the sky, was staring at the wings behind Yuruj in a daze. Hearing his real name, Yanzai Jin was a little surprised. How did this guy know that? Judging from his age, when they were experimental subjects in Punk Hazard, this guy should have still been playing in the mud. Bang! Without answering Doflamingo's question, Jin stopped behind Kaido and whispered, "Brother, the warriors are moving. It doesn't matter how many people in Wano Kuni will follow this idiot Kazuki Oden now." Not paying attention to the idiot dancing in the flower capital, Kaido pointed at Virgo and stared at Doflamingo and asked, "So what's going on with this kid?" This brings us to Plague Quinn. Seeing that Doflamingo was still keeping the secret, Kaido's eyes became more and more hostile. If Linlin hadn't been watching him, he would have beaten the boy into a pulp with a stick. Seeing that no one responded, Doflamingo was not embarrassed and continued to tell the story. Quinn's former leader, Vegapunk, was recruited by the world government. He extracted your blood in Punk Hazard and created the first artificial devil fruit. But he felt that the color was wrong, so he declared it a failure to the world government. In fact, manufacturing, not really a problem. This time, not only Kaido, but also Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, and they fixed their burning gazes on Doflamingo, saying in unison, "So, you have mastered this technique now." Doflamingo chose to puncture this fantasy. "No, this technology is only possessed by Vegapunk. I just attacked Punk Hazard, but Vegapunk failed to catch it. Now I don't know where Vegapunk is." This time, not only Kaido, but even Big Mom felt that her good son-in-law deserved a beating. It turned out that he was just a kid who took advantage of the situation. You said nothing. Our advantage over the world government is that the world government does not know that Vegapunk is a mature technology, so I hope that next time the location of Vegapunk is leaked, we can work together to grab it. Tilda, Kaido sneered and looked at Doflamingo. Then why should I cooperate with you? Looking directly into Kaido's eyes, Doflamingo's mouth cracked. Because we are strong, powerful, then show Laozi how magnanimous you are. Kaido's eyes focused, and the violent conqueror's attack swept towards Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo felt like he was on a sailboat in the center of a storm, at risk of being swallowed by the waves at any time. Ignore the ugly appearance of Pika. Doflamingo stepped forward. "Ms. Linlin, I will bear the loss of Cake Island this time." After hearing these impressive words, Katakuri and Prospero suddenly found this boy much more pleasing to the eye. Among the strong conquerors he encountered in Doflamingo, Big Mom's conquerors was the most chaotic. When he was sober, he wanted to possess everything, but when he was fighting, he was so crazy that he didn't care about anyone. The conquerors of Golden Lion highlights the word arrogance. In this vast world, only Roger can see everything, while the others are nothing more than chickens and dogs. belongs to the twisted Roger Fan. Kaido's Conquerors is full of hegemony and madness, and he wants to destroy everything. No wonder his dream is to launch the world's top war. How consistent this is with his philosophy, and this is what he wants. Doflamingo felt that every cell in his body was trembling. This was not fear, but extreme excitement. FFFFFFFFFFF, Mr. Kaido, please teach me well. The twisted, crazy conquerors suddenly rushed out from Doflamingo, competing with Kaido's conquerors. He doesn't have the skills to dominate others, but he has always been magnanimous. Pika, who was behind, suddenly felt his body and mind lighten and touched his wet back. The two conquerors' auras were like two giant dragons fighting and roaring, and even caused changes in the celestial phenomena. Thunderclouds began to roll over the entire Cake Island, and lightning kept striking down. Boom! Phew, 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 Kaido. Let me see how strong you are. With a crazy smile, Doflamingo rushed towards Kaido. Teacher Kaido's approval must be obtained with fists. The light of Haki shines on him, like an iron man cast in steel. This is no ordinary Haki winding and hardening. This is the devil mode of the stolen bullet. It can not only increase the hardness of the body, but also make the muscles, including internal organs, stronger, greatly improving the body's functions and defense. Oh my goodness, boy, you are pretty good. Kaido laughed and went forward, not even holding the 8 precepts. Fists, of course, must be fought back with fists. Boom! FFFFFFFFF. It hurts. Doflamingo sank his legs into the ground and shook his swollen right hand. He finally realized the power of the internal destruction armament color. In just a brief collision, his haki was easily dispersed by Kaido, and then the haki seemed to drill into his bones. It is not a difference in quantity, but a difference in essential level. It was breached from within. He thought he had almost mastered the external control, but this was the first time he encountered internal destruction. So strong. Doflamingo laughed and continued to punch. If he wanted to learn, he had to feel it with his body first. His bones happened to be extremely hard. There was no such opportunity in the past. You're still far from it, kid. Seeing that he didn't dodge at all, Kaido also became interested. He likes this kind of opponent who can confront him head-on. Although the strength is okay, the skills are far from enough. Oh. There was no unnecessary dodging, and the fists of the two collided wildly. Cut, cut, cut. Amidst the astonishing roar, Doflamingo carefully experienced Kaido's haki. Seeing Doflamingo's bloody body and Kaido's tough body that didn't change at all, Pika looked at Virgo with nervous eyes. Dover, is it really okay like this? Dover doesn't need our weakness. Where have we got to now? Enel glanced at Moria next to him with ill intent. Moria, who was watching the battle, suddenly felt a hidden malice. Well, well, what a nice boy. Having seen Doflamingo's other side, Big Mom naturally knew that he had not yet shown his true strength. I'm too weak. Looking at the two sides fighting each other, Jaehin holding the long sword felt a little unwilling, and the flame behind his forehead began to jump. When will a kid be able to wrestle with Big Brother Kaido? The fierce collision lasted from noon to evening, and there was no sign of it ending. Instead, it became more and more intense. One of them is a combination of dragon and ghost. One has transformed into an immortal species. Physical strength is bottomless. Bang! Using the collision, Doflamingo pulled away from them, dragging his skeletal hands. Haki is not good, but the bones are pretty hard. Kaido clenched his fists, stretched his body, and looked at Doflamingo. Is that all, boy? It's rare to see such a solid sandbag. I should have made it lighter earlier. No, Mr. Kaido, it's the second stage. No, Mr. Kaido, it's the second stage. Doflamingo smiled. This is the internal crush. It's not just about quantity. It's not just an accumulation of density and mass. There was also the strong will that Otterheim sensed with her observation haki. Come on, show Laozi what you have. Seeing Kaido becoming more and more excited, Jin felt a little headache and tried to interrupt him. Brother Kaido, the situation in Wano Kuni is not very clear. Jin, Quinn told you about the secret medicine. Kaido opened his hands as if ready to hold the whole world and pointed at Doflamingo. Now, this kid is more important. Ember. I knew it. Quinn is such an idiot. Only with a strong enough will and a strong enough will can one deliver the most powerful punch. Doflamingo muttered to himself as his body transformed into a thread state, directly assimilating his relatively fragile internal organs. The bone filaments seep out of the body surface, forming a new version of artificial muscle. New materials mean more powerful strength. Bang! Stepping on the shaving, Doflamingo disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kaido and threw a punch. Kaido laughed and threw a punch as well. Boom! In the violent explosion, the two of them retreated backwards, and their feet landed on the ground at the same time, stopping. Kaido became more and more excited as he watched his fist bleed for the first time. Oh boy, that's great. FFFFFFFFF, there are more surprises. The artificial muscles that had exploded continued to heal, and 16 bone tentacles emerged from behind Doflamingo. There were invisible waves swirling around the pitch-black fists and tentacles. This is called the internal shattering of the armament haki. A power that can really hurt Kaido. God kills, accompanied by explosions. Both disappeared where they were. Boom! The moment when Kaido's fists were blocked, the malice in Doflamingo's smile became more and more obvious. Mr. Kaido, please taste it carefully. The 8 tentacles behind him tightly wrapped around Kaido's limbs. The other 8 tentacles began to thrust back and forth continuously. Puff, 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 puff. Blood spurted out from Kaido's body. The tentacles stabbed at an increasingly faster speed, and even phantoms appeared. This scene made Jin's eyes widen, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps towards the battlefield to confirm the truth. What's wrong with this kid's power? He can actually suppress Kaido temporarily. You know, even if Boss Kaido is not in dragon form, his strength is enough to destroy mountains and seas. This kid is obviously just a paramecia fruit. How much can it enhance his power? His own power is terrifying. Ouch, that hurts, kid. You did a great job. Green dragon scales appeared on Kaido's body, and Kaido's defense and strength increased dramatically again. The dragon man appeared in the world. But don't get too carried away. The tentacle that pierced into his body was stuck directly, and Kaido forcefully pulled back his restrained fist. Under Doflamingo's excited eyes, visible black and red lightning entangled and emitted a deadly aura. No conquerors, you're not qualified. The domineering iron fist hit Doflamingo hard in the center of the forehead. Bang! With the sound of metal, Doflamingo's head sank into his chest, and his body turned into a stream of light and flew out at such a fast speed that it made a sonic boom sound. Boom! Cakes, steel-hard candy walls, trees, everything in the way was pierced. Is this the real tyrant? It's really powerful. The head was pulled out of the chest. Doflamingo shook his dizzy head and sighed. Suddenly, I remembered the MOBA game I played in my previous life. He's like the 3-piece Void Queen. And Kaido is the goat of the 6 gods. He scraped for a long time, but the damage was not as great as the one shattering blow Kaido gave him. But just from this one moment, he didn't understand anything. Mr. Kaido, I need more. Let me feel more domination. Doflamingo became increasingly frantic and ran towards Kaido. As he stepped on the candies and cakes, they took on a silky texture and gathered towards Doflamingo. Fruit awakening. Katakuri and Perospero were stunned when they saw the performance of this madman. The same form as last time. Moria's face darkened, and Enel beside him smiled funny when he saw this. It turns out that Dover has become so powerful, Pika said with admiration. Kaido. Virgo transformed into a little dragon at some point, and the tail swinging on the ground behind him showed his fluctuating mood. On the battlefield. As he got closer, Doflamingo grew taller and taller. The bone and muscle armor originally on the body's surface radiated outwards and condensed to form the skeleton of the god of war. The Xianxian martial god appears again. Seeing this, Kaido picked up his teaching tools, the supreme iron rod and the 8 precepts. Well, 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 a brand new attitude. This kid has become stronger again. Big Mom, who was watching the fun from a distance, had a gleam in her eyes. The ocean and white waves. Countless white lines stirred Kaido's dragon claws like manic waves. The next moment, he was flattened by the dragon's claws. But Doflamingo didn't expect this little trick to bother Kaido. The god of war's huge right leg has extended far into the distance and is still rotating. Invisible waves rose from the top of the entangled weapons and swirled around fiercely. Super hit the strangler. Kaido stood still without any move to avoid it, as the thunder and black and red lightning in the sky surged towards the 8 fasts. Thundering 8 trigrams. The giant's legs approached Kaido's head. Almost at the same time, the 8 precepts appeared on Doflamingo's forehead again. Boom! Both of them flew out backwards. Ahem! After spitting out 2 puffs of blood, Doflamingo was a little confused. How strong is Jin Huang? He was defeated in seconds by me in the original timeline, but he was able to withstand Kaido's stick. Oh my, boy, your strength has increased again. Rubbing his forehead, Kaido stood up from the ruins, and looking at the fanatical boy in front of him, his love for talent was greatly increased. They have really compatible personalities. I really want him to be my subordinate. Such a strong and powerful body, it's a pity that it didn't eat the Zoan fruit. But show Laozi your conquerors. That's just where we are, Mr. Kaido. Doflamingo controlled the Xianxian war god to charge again. 16 sacred bullets, divine slaying. Behind him, 16 huge white lines with internal destructive weapon colors danced along. Very good, very energetic. Kaido launched his first charge. Unlike previous parallels between Raiden and Conquerors, this time, only pure black-red lightning flowed from Kaido to the 8 precepts. Don't die, kid. This is the new power that Laozi has mastered. Kaido bent his legs slightly and instantly bounced in front of Doflamingo. He held the 8 rings wrapped around Haki with both hands and swung it down with all his strength. Thundering 8 trigrams. Doflamingo suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and his hair stood on end. He urgently raised his fists in front of his head, and 16 huge white lines behind him continued to bombard Kaido. Boom! In Doflamingo's drastically contracted pupils. The body of Beiji's stick was clearly still some distance away from the arm. The arm seemed to be struck by lightning and instantly sank. The 8 precepts continued to move forward with force, hitting Doflamingo in the chest. What is this? Conqueror's teleportation. The Xianxian martial god crashed to the ground of Cake Island. With him as the center, a large number of cracks appeared. The entire island seemed to be experiencing an earthquake, with constant roars coming from the distance. Ahem, Tilda, I think the only good thing about my body is my bones. Although he had been hit by Sengoku from a distance before, it was nothing like this close-up feeling. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Doflamingo controlled the Xianxian war god to stand up again. Mr. Kaido, please accept my last haki. In the distance, Kaido, whose body was pierced by the 16 huge waves' white lines, was recovering rapidly, and he responded with a big laugh. Come on, boy, let me see what you can do. The bone line, which is homologous to the skeleton, perfectly carries the armament haki flowing out of Doflamingo's body. A big hole appeared in Xianxian Washan's chest. The dazzling light condensed in it. Controlling the armament color to further concentrate and condense put Doflamingo under tremendous pressure. It feels like a bomb is about to explode in my chest. The key point is that he made the bomb himself, and it is still continuing to fuse. In the life channel space, the entries behind the armed color are slowly changing. Armament, infinite cannon. The crescent moon rises into the sky. The blue lights sprinkled on the earth. That's interesting, kid. The corner of Kaido's dragon-scaled mouth cracked, making him look even more ferocious. Coupled with the ghost horns and dragon horns on the top of the head that seemed to be about to break through the sky, and the dilapidated environment around it, it looks like a demon from hell. Roaring thunder. The black and red lightning on the 8 precepts became increasingly restrained. This is not because Kaido's Conquerors is insufficient, but because Conqueror's control realm is stronger. Kaido arched his legs, the ground exploded, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The dark clouds happened to cover the moon. Armament Infinite Cannon. Enel Katakuri has 2 observation haki that surpass those of ordinary people. My heart skipped a beat. Buzz. A short laser shot from the chest of the Xianxian warrior god towards Kaido's rushing figure. 8 trigrams. With the burning pain in his chest, Kaido dropped the 8 precepts on Doflamingo's head again. Boom! A short burst of laser light exploded in Kaido's chest. Light, infinite light burst out. It was as if a second sun rose on Cake Island. Unprecedented gales swept across the sky, and the entire sky was filled with loud explosions. What kind of Perospero is this? Perospero's voice was a little dry. Without answering his eldest brother's question, Katakuri looked at his hands covered in armament color. It's a bit like my mother's Hikari cannon. Can armament haki also achieve this kind of destructive power? Seeing the 2 older boys puzzled, Big Mom gave an explanation. Well, silly son, this is the release of armament haki. Wow, it's spectacular, Moria. How did you feel at that time? Enel pushed Moria, who was standing beside him, in a daze. Seeing that he was indifferent, an electric current shot over. Moria, who was obsessed with fighting, shuddered all over and immediately turned his head to show his fangs. Damn it, what are you doing? Enel looked innocent and said, It's okay, just asking you how you felt at that time. Do you want to fight? Center of the battlefield. The string martial god dissipated and turned into the original candy and soil. It hurts so much. My brain is really going to break. Doflamingo extended some trembling tentacles in front of him, propping up his body. As to why you don't stand up yourself, because the head temporarily loses control of the body. Is this why Rossi falls down so often? There really is something wrong with his brain. Fortunately, his recovery ability has changed a lot. Oh my goodness, boy, is this all you have to do? Kaido's tall figure walked out of the smoke like a small mountain, staring at Doflamingo, his eyes full of admiration that was about to overflow. Even with the vitality of the 2 ancient species, Quinn and Jaehin, it would be impossible for them to stand up so quickly after taking on his current roaring 8 trigrams. But this kid, a mere paramecia, had such a strong recovery ability. Cool. Doflamingo stretched his newly grown body, felt his haki filling up again, and stood up again. F-fu-fu-fu-fu-fu, how can you just stop like that? Armament haki can be intuitively understood as the strong power of physique plus will. Thanks to the bonus of talent, Laoji did not need to teach much, and this power was easily brought out. But in order to control it, apart from the power of will, some tricks are also needed. Conqueror's haki is different from the armament color. This is the power of will influencing reality and the embodiment of the owner's courage. Control also requires an extremely strong will. All previous battles relied on various factors and were crushing victories. Apart from Big Mom's light cannon, Sengoku's palm from the air was the only one that came close to the true meaning of death. The will is not concentrated enough, so this conqueror's is difficult to improve. Now that vitality is endless, the body is like a piece of pig iron that needs to be hammered. It needs to be tempered severely. If it doesn't work once, try 100 times. The white earth surged again. One figure after another was spit out. If you look down from the sky, countless figures were standing up with Doflamingo at the center. This kind of trick, it's totally useless to me. Are you looking down on Laozi, kid? Kaido roared, and countless black and red lightning buzzed above the 8 fasts. This is different. This is the greatest respect for Mr. Kaido. Devil mode. Synchronize. Doflamingo exploded into a ball of silken threads. The shadows of people live together. Unlike the previous true body placed in the body of the god of war, driving a Gundam. This time it is through the devil mode, completely integrating the body and mind with the giant informant. It is a complete unity of purpose. The true body of the god of war, over 100 meters tall, stands on the ground. Even the singing ships in the open sea can see this huge body. This is too exaggerated. Can ancient giants be this big? It's like being in a monster from a myth. Ah. Smoothie lay on the railing of the deck, looking at the scarlet sunglasses on the huge head. Her eyes were filled with longing. This was her future husband. FFFFFFFFFFF, Mr. Kaido, can you still withstand this force now? The rumbling sound of thunder echoed throughout the island. Doflamingo raised his pillar-like right foot, wrapped it around Haki, and kicked it down. At this moment, Doflamingo's size has become exaggerated. Even the ancient giants seemed as immature as naughty children in front of him. Among all the humanoid creatures in this world, only special ones like San Juan Wolf can be compared to him. His feet alone were almost as big as Kaido at this moment. The violent force slammed heavily onto Kaido's 8 precepts. Boom! Black and red lightning radiated from the two. Bang! Kaido was kicked far away for the first time. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jaehin rubbed his eyes. Oh, young master is so strong. Enel began to cheer, while Moria's face beside him became increasingly gloomy. Prospero began to doubt his life. This kid is so strong, it seems that he really doesn't need to plot against us, Prospero. Doflamingo's exploded right foot recovered quickly. Come again. He bent his body, stepped hard, and the cake island began to shake again. Amid the flying rubble, Doflamingo caught up with Kaido. He put his fists together and smashed down. Boom! Kaido fell straight to the ground. It's not over yet, Mr. Kaido. Take out your conquerors. The huge fists stabbed out and smashed down continuously. Ola, 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 ola. Cut, cut, cut. Under this heavy blow, Kaido's body covered with blue dragon scales began to bleed, and the wound on his head left by Sengoku also began to crack. But he was still smiling. Oh my God, you are underestimating Laozi. A dragon soars into the sky. Yin! A blue dragon rose from the ground, knocking away Doflamingo's attack. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and violent winds and rainstorms followed, as if roaring in anger. How can anyone use thunder? Looking at the lightning in the sky, Enel shivered and glanced unhappily at Virgo, Big Mom, and the dragon that was riding the thunder in the sky. High in the sky, Kaido stepped on the flame cloud and transformed into human beast form again. What did you say you wanted to feel? Conquerors, Doflamingo shouted. Then you should give Laozi a good feel. Kaido smiled grimly. The lightning around him and the conquerors in his body kept rushing into the 8 fasts. The dazzling lightning looked like Thor's hammer. Boy, don't die. Kaido began to dive downward, like a meteorite falling into the atmosphere from space, its speed increasing, and flames were burning all over its body. How could Laozi stop here? Not only don't hide. Doflamingo's huge body surged, his legs bent, and he leapt up to meet the attack. The ground beneath him was completely shattered by the reaction force. Unparalleled strength is transmitted from the body to the right fist. The armament color condensed on it made the fist look a little blurry. A hint of conquerors begins to blend in. Then he punched high into the air. Amid the horrified gazes of the people around them, they collided with each other, one above and one below. God kills. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. Buzz. A loud noise. Time seemed to stop at this moment. When the crowd, who were standing in astonishment, saw the scene on the battlefield clearly, their faces changed. Black and red lightning escaped from the center of the collision. The young master has also learned this. Conqueror's entanglement. A sense of uneasiness emerged in Virgo's mind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A teeth-grinding sound was heard. The stalemate was broken by Bar Jeji. Doflamingo's huge right punch was annihilated bit by bit. Kaido holds the 8 precepts. Once again, he drew the thunder and lightning from the sky. Then it hit Doflamingo's chest at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, Doflamingo goes from extreme stillness to extreme movement, falling from the sky. Xiangxi and Washan began to collapse, constantly transformed into the original material falling from the sky. Doflamingo's real body fell out. The flesh on his right foot, right hand, and chest disappeared, leaving only bones and plasma. But he was still smiling. FFFFFFFFF, Mr. Kaido, can I be considered powerful? Oh my god, Laozi recognizes you, kid. Bang! The little dragon who rushed to the battlefield at some point used Flame Cloud to take over Doflamingo. Puff! Even so, Doflamingo still spat out a few mouthfuls of plasma. Enel and his men followed suit and stood in front of Virgo. Seeing Kaido approaching, the pressure on Enel and the others increased dramatically. Doflamingo, you did a great job. Big Mom came over and stared at Kaido. Do you want to fight again, Kaido? It's such fun to play. Kaido turned back into human form, touched his empty stomach, and leaned against the collapsed house. Laozi is hungry. Bring him something to eat. Well, 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 let's have a party. Seeing Kaido let go of his desire to fight, Enel and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to stare at Doflamingo. Except for his physical friend Moria, the others all looked concerned. Dover, young master boss god, are you okay? No problem. Deal with a few people. Doflamingo, lying on the flame cloud, finally felt his broken body. The skull is the hardest part of the body, both before and after bones strengthening. The forehead that likes to frown has cracks left on it. Only fascia and bones are still covering the right arm and right foot. The internal organs were shattered in many places, but it's all worth it. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood produced during his body's recovery. Doflamingo held out his relatively intact left hand. Strands of black and red lightning lingered upwards. This is a whole new level of power that only the Conqueror's owner can master. Conqueror's Twine. What a powerful, domineering, and stunning force. Slightly intoxicated, Doflamingo once again mobilizes the power of string fruit. The silk thread once again covered the ribs on the chest. The right arm and leg are wrapped in bionic muscles. Flesh and blood grow underneath. Clenching his fists, Doflamingo jumped down from the soft flame cloud. The platinum suit was woven visibly, and the haori that was torn in the battle grew out again from the shoulders. But I have to go back to Flamingo to change my glasses later. Platinum suit, I really know how to wear it. Doflamingo suddenly had an inopportune thought. How did Wang Nika's supreme drag child come about? He shook his head and led everyone to the dining table by the sea. After eating and drinking. Mr. Kaido, you mean you just got the secret medicine recently? Doflamingo's smile remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with silence. I thought Kaido was really involved with Big Mom, and that was why he intervened, causing the plan to take over Charlotte to fail. It turns out the reason lies with myself, but this is not right. The secret medicine has been circulating on the sea for more than a year, Kaido replied lazily. Yes, I was very satisfied after eating Quinn. Boy, let's exchange. The weapons made by Laozi are definitely the best in New World. I originally planned to cooperate with Mr. Kaido, but I thought he had no interest in this. As a result, by chance, I reached a partnership with Ms. Linlin. Doflamingo said regretfully. Well, 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 Kaido, I can give you a share of my share. Let's form an alliance. Big Mom's eyes sparkled, and she started to interrupt. Now in the New World, Roger is dead, Golden Lion is missing, and Lone Red is not a concern. The only one worth worrying about is Whitebeard, who is playing a family game. Now is the time for us to attack. Alliance. The secret medicine plus Zoan can undoubtedly quickly fill the basic combat power, if Vegapunk can catch it. Kaido was shocked when he thought of the scene after forming a pair of dragon-shaped armies. He looked at Doflamingo, who was sipping red wine leisurely, and asked, Good idea, kid. What do you think? Ms. Linlin has all the rights to the secret medicine of the New World. As long as Ms. Linlin has no objection, that's all. As for your weapon, Mr. Kaido, I have heard of it. It's perfect as a commodity for trade. Taking a sip of red wine, Doflamingo continued speaking. But as far as I know, Wano Kuni's current General Kurazumi Orochi is working with the world government. Could it be that he blocked the information about the secret medicine so that Mr. Kaido did not discover this problem until recently? Kurazumi Orochi, you are just an idiot, and your so-called samurai is even more ignorant than others. Thinking of the slow progress of Wano Kuni's transformation into the pirate's kingdom, Kaido's face darkened, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the field. If Wano Kuni hadn't needed his labor, he would have smashed that idiot Kazuki Oden to death. Doflamingo said with a normal expression and a dangerous smile on his face. Mr. Kaido, how about we work together more closely? I have a technology called human clones. They are very cheap, costing only 100,000 billy per person. They can be grown from embryos in 3 years. Although their combat power is low, they are high-quality laborers who will not complain about hardship or fatigue and do not need to be paid. As a sign of sincerity, I can send 5,000 people to let Mr. Kaido test the goods first. Well, what do you want? Kaido's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Doflamingo with increasing satisfaction. So considerate, I really want to have him as my subordinate. Kurazumi Orochi's deal with the world government included sea stones, which made the world government treat me very lightly. I am very dissatisfied with this. I hope that it is better for something like sea stone to be circulated from me to the world government. Doflamingo showed his strong malice towards Kurazumi Orochi. Wano Kuni is yours, Mr. Kaido. Shouldn't this sea stone also be yours? Mr. Kaido, this kind of profitable business should be in your hands, right? This time he really came at the right time. Staring at Doflamingo, who was talking freely, Kaido clapped his hands and laughed. Oh, you little boy, I like you very much. In the southern part of Flower City, inside the great snake castle, Kurazumi the snake paced back and forth, dragging its cube head. 3 meters and 5 centimeters tall, a head of 1 meter and 5 centimeters. Although he is taller than an admiral, Wano Kuni's status as an admiral does not seem heroic at all. Only a vulgar smell rose. What should I do? What should I do? Ever since I learned from Kanjuro that Hananohe Goro was about to rebel, Kurazumi the snake suddenly felt that the wine didn't taste good anymore, the beauty didn't smell as good anymore, and she didn't last as long as before. Bang! A bald man with a high forehead and the same earlobes as Enel opened the door and walked in. It was none other than the former Kazuki Oniwabanshu. The great snake Oniwabanshu, Fukuorokashu, appeared. Fu Lu Shu half knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Sir Orochi, Kazuki Oden has not made any unusual movements. That's good. Hearing that Kazuki Oden still had no reaction, Kurazumi Orochi heaved a sigh of relief and regained some of his general's demeanor. If Kurazumi Semimaru hadn't been there a year ago, he would have been hacked to death by Oden, and Oden's sword was still in his heart. Asked again, Where's Hananobe Goro? Where is that old man now? Thinking of Hanano Haigoro's former fame and achievements, Kurazumi Orochi suddenly panicked again and asked hurriedly, Lord Bingoro. Sensing the unfriendly look from his boss, Fu Lu Shu immediately changed his words. That idiot Hyagoro and Oden's supporters disappeared in the flower capital. Their whereabouts have not been found yet. However, the traces of the samurai have been discovered, and they have now gathered nearly 4,000 people. Damn it! Where is the deployment of Flower City? Sir, as long as the 4 regions of Suzuho, Haim and others do not participate, it will be impossible for Hana no Hyagoru to rush into Orochi Castle. We, the Oniwabanshu, will protect you, sir. However, this did not appease Kurazumi Orochi. What about Quinn? What did the beast's pirate say? Quinn, Fu Lu Shu stammered. Explain. Quinn said to let us die. In extreme anger, Kurazumi Orochi kicked the wine table next to him. Kaido, you're a moody idiot, a **** hole. Why leave Wano Kuni now, why? Ghost Island, Fun K Funk, if you lose weight, you will be so popular. Oh, Master Quinn. Quinn felt extremely refreshed while dancing in the disco. He was a little nervous when he heard that Hananobigoro was coming. As a result, I haven't been here for a few days. It feels so good that the boss is not here and that idiot Jaehin is not here either. Anyway, for the time being, only the flower capital of Wano Kuni belongs to them, and other regions are still governed by their respective daimyo. The first person to be attacked was just that idiot Kurazumi Orochi. It's impossible for these stupid warriors to attack Onigashima first instead of going far away. Lord Quinn, all members of the Flower City have withdrawn to Onigashima. The waiter rushed in from outside the door. Very good. Bang. Coming out of Skull Mountain, Quinn jumped and hit the boar chariot, and his huge belly bounced like water waves. HMPH. The wild boar pulling the cart made an unhappy sound. It was this fat guy again. Accompanied by the rising smoke and dust, Quinn headed towards the edge of Onigashima. He has to take good care of the house when his big brother is not around. The idiot Jaehin is also not around. When big brother Kaido comes back, he will be the one to be rewarded. However, a small incident must be dealt with first. Quinn turned around and grabbed a little girl with pink pointed horns with his big hand, who looked like a little loli carved out of jade. It is none other than Yamato, one of the 4 filial sons of pirates. Being held by Quinn, Yamato was not afraid at all. Instead, he grabbed Quinn's fat hand and a silly smile appeared on his face. Hee, Uncle Quinn, take me out to play too. This is a battlefield, not a child's game, Yamato. Quinn had a headache because Yamato, who was 5 or 6 years old, was the age when people hated him. The key point is that he is kind by nature and likes to go against them. God knows how the moody boss gave birth to such a daughter, but due to her status as the eldest daughter, he couldn't beat her directly. Then Uncle Quinn, you let the workers. Bang. Without listening to the rest of the conversation, Quinn threw Yamato far away and ran away with the boar chariot. As for Yamato's safety issues, the physique brought by Kaido's bloodline is no joke. Wano Kuni is another name for the country of days. The system is naturally the ancient form of Japan, except that there is no emperor. The general is in charge of the government. Each region has its own independent daimyo. However, even a general has no right to interfere too much. However, because Kurazumi Orochi was unpopular, the daimyo of various villages had already begun to harbor rebellious thoughts. The northern Bell area, Shimatsuki prefectural residence. At this moment, Shimatsuki Beef Maru has not yet become a prisoner. Looking at Hana no Roshi's face on the snail, I was a little confused. Uncle Bing has not been concerned about worldly affairs for a long time. Uncle Bing Wulang, what are you doing? On the snail, Hanano Haigoro spoke with a tired look on his face. Jumaru. I'll make this short. Kaido and Kurazumi Orochi cannot be trusted. If we allow the situation to continue, Wano Kuni will be completely destroyed. Kaido has left and has no signs of returning yet. Now there are only Kurazumi Orochi and the Beast's pirates. Tonight, I will lead a rebellion and kill Kurazumi Orochi. Shimatsuki Yasui, Ugitsuki Tempura, Fugitsuki Miyuki, and the others have promised me that they will attack the flower capital together. Jumaru, do you want to come? Kaido. Hayagoro thought about how Odin had treated him in the past and said, Little Odin will come, and I will help him. Thinking about the increasingly chaotic and corrupt environment behind the bell, Shimatsuki Ushimaru was silent for a moment before answering. Good. On the other side, Hanano Haigoro breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a positive response. Looking at Jinwong, Chunjiro, and the other 11 people behind him, he said in a deep voice, Kindman, how is Kuri preparing? Lord Hayagoro, those who still want to believe have gathered outside the city, and we, the retainers of Kazuki, are ready to die for the recovery of Kazuki at any time. Ha, okay. Bing Wulang was shocked and said sternly, Tonight is the day when Kurazumi Orochi dies. Yes, Lord Hayagoro. The 11 people bowed and a strange smile appeared on Kanjuro's lowered face. Kazuki residence. Momosuke, 5, and Kazuki Hiyori, 3, were chasing each other in the yard. Carefully smoothing Odin's collar, he looked at Odin's somewhat gloomy expression. Kazuki whispered, "Odin, Uncle Bing and his men will be taking action today, right?" Kazuki Odin seemed not to have heard it and looked at his palm with a dull expression. Bang! Jin Huang and his group walked in, kneel on the ground. "Your Highness Odin, we have learned the truth from Lord Baogoro. You all know this. Your Highness Odin, you have suffered. We are ready. Tonight we will die for the Kazuki family. We know that you are distracted by the innocent people in the great Snake City, but the Flower City is in a state of misery, and those who are on the verge of life and death are only the hostages in the great Snake City. Your Highness Odin, please lend us a hand." Kazuki Odin. Silence is the Kazuki residence tonight. Kazuki Odin never thought it would come to this. His long dancing career had almost worn out his spirit, and he no longer had any thoughts about the position of general. Now I just want the situation in Wano Kuni to remain stable. But now, can he watch Uncle Bing and his subordinates die? Call. My father Sukiyaki disappeared after passing the throne to Kurazumi Orochi. It must be Kurazumi Orochi's doing. Orochi is not a concern. I will wait for you at Renbugang to join us and attack the Kaido pirates. Kazuki Odin calmed himself down and looked at Ashi standing beside him, as well as Momonosuke and Hiyori, who were ignorant of the world in the courtyard. With guilt in his eyes, he had indeed failed in his duties as a husband and father. But what I'm most worried about are Ashi, Momonosuke, and Hiyori. Kaido and Orochi are likely to send assassins to attack, so I hope you can leave a few of you to protect them. After his return, Kaido's men once rushed into Odin Castle intending to kill Momosuke, but were repelled by Kawamatsu and Inuarashi, and Kazuki was also wounded by an arrow in the chaos. This has to be prevented. Map of Wano Kuni. Jin Huang and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to fight with His Highness Odin even more. Even if they died, they wanted to die beside His Highness Odin. They would die for the Kazuki clan. But the safety of Madame Toki, Momonosuke, and little Princess Hiyori is equally important, and they really need someone to protect them. Of course, Sudden Rain Kanjuro is an exception, so he volunteered. "Let me stay. Kanjuro you." Jin Wang and others had tears in their eyes. Kanjuro took the initiative to give up going to fight Orochi and Kaido and chose to take on the task of protecting his family. What loyalty he has. Kakakaka, no need to say more, just leave the important task of protecting Madame Toki to me. Kanjuro looked righteous. Sky Island on the other side. See Circle Calendar, early March 1499. Note 1. The Palace of the Gods and the Island Cloud are expanding in size. All the gods' servants gathered together rarely, looking at the imprisoned palace of gods with nervous expressions. Bakara on the side looked at the shrine, rubbed her belly, and looked envious. On the periphery, Diamante, Toropol, Lao Ji, and Jorah were watching the movements around them. They had been guarding for nearly a day. Toropol, does Dover know about what Gladius found? Diamante, who was a little bored, started to talk. After taking a look at the Palace of God, Torbal replied, "The birth of Dover's child and Roger's child was too urgent. I haven't had time to report it yet. Wait." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The huge palace gate was pushed open. Wara, two babies were carried out by the divine servants. Contact Dover. Cake Island. Kaido was stopped when he was about to leave. Doflamingo, you want to go to Wano Kuni? There are several Wano Kuni fruit users who are very helpful to our future experimental projects. I plan to conduct a practical inspection. Mr. Kaido will not disagree, right? Well, just come on. Remember to prepare the 5,000 coolies you mentioned. That's as it should be. Doflamingo smiled. Wano Kuni's buried Pluton is not important because it is impossible to get it by bypassing Kaido. Giving it to Kaido for free is even more impossible. However, the time fruit and an ability called the ripe fruit are very valuable, but Kaido doesn't take them seriously. There is room for maneuver. Linlin, Laozi will leave first, Jaehin. Kaido uses smoke to hold up a box of secret medicine and transforms into a dragon. With one last glance at the black dragon boy behind Doflamingo, the blue dragon flew away with the firebird. See you next time, Ms. Linlin. Doflamingo greeted the first person above. Waving her hands, Big Mom turned to her own project. Well, 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 Doflamingo, don't forget to make me gigantic. Of course. I think given our close relationship, Ms. Linlin can call me Dover. Goodbye, Prospero Katakuri. After a pause, Doflamingo looked at the long-legged little sister who had come to the side at some point and spoke with a smile. Until next time, my fiancée, Miss Smoothie. Fiancée. Smoothie's face suddenly turned red and he stuttered. Bye. Bye. The black dragon soared into the sky and chased after the green dragon. On the flamingo in the cloud, seeing that everyone around him was his own people, Enel, who had been patient for a long time, asked, Young master, is lightning power common in the sea? Glancing at the depressed Enel, Doflamingo decided to put some more pressure on the child. You are indeed the only one who can transform into lightning freely like you, but there are many people who can use it. There is a race where everyone can use the power of electricity. A race? Enel's jaw dropped to the level of his earlobe in surprise. He asked unwillingly, Are you lying to me, young master? I used to like doing this when I didn't have temporal joint disorder. Go to Wano Kuni this time. If you're lucky, you'll see it. Enel's stupidity made Doflamingo smile even more. This is the fun of raising a stupid son. Although Enel is only 2 years younger than him, in both lives, Enel and Rossi raised him as their son. As for the race that generates electricity, it is of course the Fori-4 tribe. So, you have to learn to convert lightning into kinetic energy. Many people are immune to lightning, but pure attack can shatter all immunity. I understand, Gungnir, right? Enel suddenly perked up. Gungnir, your method is still too crude. Isn't there a doctor who studies lightning on Thunder Island? Return to Thunder God Island and study hard. You must know that knowledge is power. Enel's face went numb when he heard that he had to study. He would rather fight with that idiot Moria. Stimulated, Moria, who was tied up with Doflamingo's special restraints, did push-ups like crazy. Suddenly I felt an inexplicable malice coming at me and I shuddered. Go ahead and learn from Moria. I will personally test your physical strength at the end of this time. Hearing this, Enel's face changed. He slowly moved over, put himself into the restraints, and started physical training. That's right. Looking at the neat formation of several people, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction and took out a den mushy from the cabin. Gurgle, gurgle. I was just about to contact you, Toribol. Is there anything good? The expression of Treble on the den mushy was extremely excited. Hey, Dover, let me tell you there are 2 good news. Which one do you want to hear first? You have too many quibbles, Torbal, tell them all. Doflamingo frowned. It was all good for Toripol to stay at the base. There are 2 things that are not good. One is the mucus. The second is complex oral habits. Seeing the change in Den Mushy's expression, Torbal on the other side immediately restrained his emotions. Kaido. Dover, Gladius successfully brought back the drawings you requested. Great, Gladius did a great job. I will reward him handsomely. Doflamingo laughed. Now he had Uranus Pluton in his hands. Of the 3 ancient weapons, only the living Poseidon is not in our hands. But the living Poseidon has not yet been born. The world is so big, where can't we go? And what's the other good news? Your son and Roger's son have both been born. Roger's son, Portgas Rouge, has been named Ace. Ha! Did becoming a father come so suddenly? The scumbag Doflamingo was a little dazed. The last time he touched his cheap son was how many months ago? Young master, please give him a name quickly. I will take good care of him. Kairola's excited voice sounded. Who's bigger, him or Ace? Your son, young master. Mine. Doflamingo's face suddenly reminded him of a certain giant of light with the same name. There was a smile on his face that only he understood. Just call me Zoffi. Just hung up on Toribol. Tezulo called again. Tesoro, what's going on in Sabyodi? Boss, we have successfully participated in the sea train project of Tom the Fishman. Do we need to do more? No need. We are just recorders and need to learn the principle of the sea track. Tom, that fishman, can't dig out more information. And most importantly, we have already got it. Varuro's Island. Looking at Cake Island that has undergone a devastating demolition. Morgance's eyes were filled with amazement, and he was in a state of excitement. It turns out that following Doflamingo is big news, or maybe he himself is big news. But can it be sent? Morgan's was in a dilemma. It was released without Doflamingo's knowledge, so it would be troublesome to get big news from Doflamingo later. If I don't send it, I'll be making things difficult for myself. Then, gurgle, gurgle, Doflamingo opened his eyes with a dark face. He had just fallen into a doze. Why do you call and pick a time slot to come together? The thread pulled through the den mushy that was placed aside. It turned out to be the birdman Morganus. Morgans, you'd better have something important to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind coming to Violus Island to do what happened on Cake Island today. Cold sweat broke out on Morgaus's head. He couldn't stand Conqueror's entanglement. He said tentatively, "How about you continue to rest? Morgans, don't waste Laozi's time. It's like this, blah, blah. That's it, send it. Let the world government see clearly what Laozi is doing. Having mastered the power of Bar-chan, Doflamingo is now extremely powerful. Crack! Forget it, Laozi. Let's see who dares to fight me today." Being interrupted again and again, Doflamingo simply gave up sleeping. The mind sinks into the body. The nutrients consumed during the day flow precisely into the right arm and right leg under the control of life return. Wano Kuni, in the Flower City, in the Great Snake City, looking at the densely packed warriors outside. Kurozumi Orochi felt a little relieved. Although he has done all kinds of evil things in the past year, the money he earns is increasing day by day. More and more samurai groups are willing to rely on him. That's a total of 5,000 warriors. Even though they were no match for the samurai led by Hananohe Goro, but it was enough to last until Kaido came back. However, what if Kaido is really killed by Kazuki Oden? Thinking of Oden's previous knife, Kurozumi began to tremble again. Clang! Sweeping the strings of the peeper with a scraper, looking at Kurozumi Orochi, who turned his head, Kurozumi Danwan spoke lightly. "Don't worry, General Orochi. I'm here, and no one can hurt you. Please trust this barrier technique." Oden's last attack has proven that this barrier is an absolute defense. Even if Oden joins this rebellion, it will still be useless and will not change the Wano Kuni situation. Kurozumi was so confident that he even wanted to give Oden the middle finger again. Yo, 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 General Orochi. Kurozumi Higurashi, who had been out to sea for a long time, also appeared in the house, with a sinister smile on his face like an old witch. With the bullet barrier, you don't have to worry about your safety. You just need to watch the Kazuki clan being destroyed. Wano Kuni will only be yours. The brainwashing from the two backers calmed Kurozumi Orochi down temporarily. However, if Shiki, that be ****D, hadn't ignored the existence of the family, the restoration of our Kurozumi clan wouldn't have been so difficult. Thinking of the unpleasant experiences during this voyage, Kurozumi Higurashi's expression became even more gloomy, like a lion majesty ready to devour its prey. Shiki, Golden Lion Shiki, Kurozumi Orochi was a little confused. He now had a basic understanding of Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Oden is already this strong, and the strength of a man like the Golden Lion is unimaginable. But what does it have to do with them? He is just a fool who went to sea with us back then. He has grown up and done whatever he wants. Now it's just a fleet destroyed, territory taken, and people missing. What a bullshit Golden Lion. It's just a rootless wild dog. At this point, Kurozumi Higurashi looked at the unusually easy-to-control Kurozumi Orochi. Idiots are easier to control. The outer city of the snake. "Lord Fukurokuju, do you think we can win?" asked Bishamon, who was also a member of the Oniwa Banshu. "We must win." Fu Lu Shu understood what kind of reckoning would befall a traitor like himself. Outside the city, Hananohe Goro hid in the night with Odin's retainers and the gathered troops, looking at the city wall with flames in the distance. Boss Bing Wulang, *5. The four big brothers and sisters of the underworld, including Demasu Bloodletter of Usagi, Tsunagoro Broken Hat of Shiramai, Choi Yugao of Suzugo, and Yatehe Snake Eyes of Nozomi, came together. The four of them half knelt on the ground. There are more than 400 Yakuza warriors in Rabbit Bowl. There are 300 Hakubukyoroku warriors in total, 500 Suzuki Yakuza warriors. There are only 200 of Shaimai's Yakuza warriors. Patting yet taping, who seemed to feel a little guilty, Hananobe Goro comforted him. Not everyone is willing to join us in fighting against the Orochi. Besides, Heim is the smallest in area, so there is no need to do so. New One and the others have already joined up with Odin. Now, let's help Odin eliminate the last remaining trouble. The sun in the sky, the last bit of sunlight disappeared from the horizon. Recover Wano Kuni. With a loud shout, Hananobe Goro raised his head and charged. Recover Wano Kuni. Recover Wano Kuni. The warriors behind him began to charge together. Hanano Haigoro's blue hair looks like a blazing flame, and his tall and fat body displays unusual flexibility. Hana no Toryu, raging light worship. Burning with the flame of Haki, Hanano Haigoro rushed towards the city wall like a beam of light. Boom! Hana no Toryu, raging light worship. The long silent night of the flower city strikes again. Boom! The city gate mixed with sea stone broke with a sound. Seeing this scene, the snake warriors were dumbfounded. Prepare for battle. Shooting. For a moment, swords and arrows flew together. A chaotic stream of arrows was shot towards the city. It seems that the short period of silence has not affected Haigoro's strength. Fu Lu Shu, who was standing in the inner city far away, watched this scene without panicking at all and gave instructions to those beside him. Bring the prisoners here. One strike and you're done. The long sword in Haigoro's hand slashed towards the stunned samurai behind the city gate. In an instant, organs, blood spilled. The ground was covered with colorful things. Master Haigoro, please cut off the snake's head. I'll leave this to you. Bloody Omesa chopped down the samurai who rushed up to him and rushed towards the parapet on the city wall with a bloodthirsty smile. Follow me. Today is the day to reclaim Wano Kuni. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Daisho. Bing Wulang ordered his men to charge straight into the inner city. The most important thing now is to save the big snake's life. Thoroughly purge the entire Wano Kuni territory. At the same time, by Wurenwugang, at the moment of parting. Kazuki hugged Kazuki Odin tightly, buried his head in his arms, and made a trembling sound. Momonosuke, Hiyori and I will wait for you to return, Guy. Don't worry, Ashi. I will definitely restore peace to Wano Kuni. Patting his wife's head gently, Kazuki Odin left without looking back and walked towards the ship that was about to depart. Behind him, there was a sudden rain. With the addition of the newly joined Anin, the other 9 members of Jinhuang followed silently. Ofuna departure port. Kazuki Odin looked at the blurry figure on the shore. He knew that his wife, as she was also watching him. Odin, are you sure this time? Shimitsuki Ashimaru, who was followed by Jukimaru, stepped forward and asked. Holding Aim no Habakiri and Enma at his waist, Kazuki Odin turned and looked towards the direction of Onigashima. We will win this battle. The strong confidence infected the people behind him. We will win this battle. Recover Wano Kuni. It is our duty. The inner city of the snake. Bang! The house where the hostages were held was violently broken into. One after another, ferocious warriors rushed in. The pale and skinny hostages huddled together in fear. Damn it! Why would Leozi do this? Leozi wants to kill someone and get credit. Follow me. Hurry up. The hostages were driven towards the inner city wall like pigs to be slaughtered, outside the city. He wiped the blood from the knife on the body beneath him. Hananobigoro looked at the inner city wall not far away and said passionately, Fukurokuju, you are originally an Oniwa Banshu of the Kazuki clan. The current Kurazumi Orochi is nothing more than a traitor who devours his master and overthrows his superiors. Except for the former Shogun Sukiyaki-sama's appearance at the time of the succession, when has he ever been absent? At this point, Bingoro's tone became even angrier. Open the city, Fukurokushu. Now we can only kill Kurazumi Orochi. Open the city. How can it be opened? For the sake of wealth and status, they betrayed the Kazuki clan and joined Kurazumi Orochi. During this period, they did countless evil things and persecuted the remnants of the Kazuki clan. And without Kazuki Oden involved, these guys are always losers. The only winner is General Orochi. Fu Lu Shu sneered in his heart and waved to the side. Bring it up. The hostages were pressed against the city wall. The gap in the parapet is like a natural execution platform. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Doesn't Lord Oden have an agreement with General Orochi? The hostages who were held down looked at Hyagoro, who picked up the sword again, their eyes filled with tears, and they began to call for help. Save me, Lord Hyagoro. Adult Hyagoro. Fu Lu Shu, these are the people of the Flower City, not thieves or pirates. They should not be treated like this. Hyagoro suppressed his anger and began to persuade him. Was this what Oden had to face? The warriors who came from behind were also very excited, and their angry eyes were like knives stabbing Fu Lu Shu. Fu Lu Shu was not unhappy with this treatment, but felt very comfortable. He held a hostage beside him. Retreat today, or else. Fu Lu Shu waved his hand downwards. The younger brother understood the situation and chopped off the head of the hostage in front of him at the right time. Ah, don't kill me. There were wailing sounds all around at once, and the smell of feces and urine from the frightened hostages rose up. Fu Lu Shu. Bing Wulang only felt anger rushing straight to his brain. Blood seemed to be overflowing from his eyes. His teeth made a sound from being bitten, and the blue veins on his hands danced like snakes. What should we do, brother Bing Wulang? What Oden can't do, I do for him. After closing his eyes, Bing Wulang spoke sadly. This sin, this evil, after this battle, I will bear all of it alone. I, Hanano Hyagoro, will commit seppuku to all the people of the flower capital. Hana no Turayu, burning with fury. Blade weapon port. When looking at Kazuki, who is like a husband-waiting stone, Tsuyu Kanjuro gave a sinister smile. Madam she, His Highness Oden can't see anymore. Let us escort you away first. Kazuki smiled softly. Thank you for your help, Kanjuro. No trouble, this is our duty. I got on the frame while looking at Kazuki. In the sudden rain, Kanjuro drove away. But the direction was not the agreed Kazuki Oden's old nest, Kuri. But it is the central battlefield at this moment, the City of Flowers. Boom, boom, boom. The Oden fleet preparing to land is under bombardment by the beast's pirates. Oden, who was about to charge, suddenly felt uneasy. Let us clear the way for you, Lord Oden. Jin Huang and others stood up. Fox fire flow, flame slash, thunder shuriken, dog slashing arrow. A series of slashes and flying bombs exploded. The Oden fleet, which had just been blocked, rushed towards the shore again. Damn it, brother, if you don't come back, I'm going to run away. Quinn was a little panicked, as he originally thought they were just Oden's retainers and warriors. With the strength of Brachiosaurus that surpasses that of humans, plus the strong power of the Numberer, it's more than enough to kill them. But why didn't Oden, the idiot, dance? Kurazumi Orochi rebelled. Crack! The wind gathered and thunder roared. Oh, Kazuki Oden, why don't you dance? The dragon head's face, which emerged from the clouds, was filled with a playful smile. Hearing the sound, Kazuki Oden looked up at the sky. The unrest in Wano Kuni all originated from this evil dragon, and today it will come to an end again. Kaido! Kaido! In an instant, the sky above the entire coastline was filled with black and red haki lightning. On Kaido's side, the weaker fighters were foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness under the impact of this terrifying conqueror's haki. Brother! In contrast to the angry Kazuki Oden, Quinn was very excited. His brother was back, and he was safe now. It seems that the ridiculous dance did not break your will. Kaido transformed into human form and landed in front of the army of beasts on the shore. Oden walked forward and looked directly at Kaido and asked, "You and Orochi are deceiving me by the agreement we made with each other, right?" Interrogative sentences use an affirmative tone. Of course. After all, suppressing the entire Wano Kuni was too difficult at the time. You are just like your father, a complete idiot. Kaido did not deny it, and his naive understanding of Kazuki Oden went a step further. That was just to slowly erode the Wano Kuni's vitality. "Kaido, damn you, everything will end for you today." The words almost came out from between his teeth. Kazuki Oden drew out Aim no Heizaken and Enma. Both swords were wrapped with emission-level armament haki. He jumped up and slashed at Kaido. "Well, but you can't do it just by yourself." Kaido laughed wildly, and the thunder and haki lightning on the 8 seals roared together, sweeping towards Kazuki Oden in the sky. The great soul of the servant, thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! The two collided, and the subsequent aftermath was like a large-yield TNT, blowing away everything within a few hundred meters around it. Even Jae-hin, Quinn, and Oden's retainers who had just landed couldn't stop retreating. When the shock wave subsided, Jin Huang shouted loudly and rushed to the opposite side. "Die for his majesty, Oden. Stop these beasts' pirates bastards." "Clear." Everyone responded loudly and immediately rushed towards Quinn and Jae-hin. They have more than a dozen samurai ninjas who can fight against the enemy alone. Kill the beasts' pirates, and then help Lord Oden slay the dragon. Wano Kuni will be great again. Let us deal with these demons. Shimitsuki Ushimaru and 3 other daimyo and Jukumaru rushed towards the 2 numberers. "Come down and deal with that firebird." Jin Huang rushed forward. The flame breaker, powerful enough to cut through the flames, rushed towards Jae-hin. Hold Jin, aren't you panicking? Quinn finally understood. Why is Boss Kaido so gentle in Wano Kuni and not as unbridled as he is overseas? It turns out that Wano Kuni has so many warriors who can fight against hundreds of them at once. Throwing a fireball at the weak slash, Jae-hin glanced at Quinn and said lightly, "They will be panicking soon. Maybe you will be too." "How is that possible?" Ignoring Quinn's stubbornness, the sword in Jae-hin's hand was stained with flames. The flames in the shape of an eastern dragon shot out like a living thing, swallowing up everyone with the same high temperature as magma. As soon as the battle started, it became intense. "Kaido!" Kazuki Oden was in the center of the battlefield, hanging in midair, his face ferocious and crazy, pressing down with both swords in his hands with all his strength. Below, Kaido held the mace tightly with both hands to hold back the 2 chopping knives, and under the powerful force, his feet sank into the fragile sand. "Oh, it's a very powerful blow, but it's still a long way to go before you can defeat me." Phew, to be able to wrestle with Mr. Kaido, he is worthy of being the invincible Kazuki Oden. The sudden, sarcastic voice was particularly conspicuous on the battlefield. Everyone looked towards the other side of the sky, and the scene above made the battle seem to have been paused. Except for the lack of 2 ghost horns, an identical black dragon emerged from the flame cloud. A pink figure stands tall on the dragon's head. Bang! Kazuki Oden, who was wrestling with Kaido in the center of the battlefield, looked over subconsciously. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. In fear, he was knocked down by Kaido's stick and fell far to the ground. Staring at the intruder, Kaido dared not to act rashly. This is really a big trouble. That's a bit slow, Doflamingo." Carrying the mace, Kaido smiled. Now the advantage was in his hands. The hairs of Cat Viper and Inuarashi, who were members of the Four tribe, stood up one by one. "Masaka, two Kaido, meow. What should I do?" "Your Highness Oden." Oden, who was just full of fighting spirit, seemed to have a bucket of ice water poured over his head, and his fighting spirit was greatly lost. One Kaido has Odin to support him. What should we do with two Kaidos? Kazuki Odin, who was fighting Kaido, looked for help, feeling a little overwhelmed. The beast's pirates were also confused, but their morale was high. Although they didn't know what happened, it seemed like they had the advantage. The same fruit ability as Big Brother. Or can the fruit ability be inherited now? As an in-depth researcher of bloodline factors, Quinn understands the difficulty of achieving all this. He will now transplant the research results he and Judge have gained into his body. This is Vegapunk's masterpiece. Pterosaur silently finished off the enemy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mr. Kaido, do you need any help? Doflamingo scanned the battlefield and realized that apart from Jin, Huang, and Quinn, there were few people he recognized. After all, he didn't make it through the Wano Kuni chapter in his previous life. Below, Shinobi was corroding Kaido's sword and looking up at the sky. This scene happened to fall into Doflamingo's eyes, making his eyes light up. There are two kinds of fruits that can make swords corrode out of thin air. One is the rusty fruit, and the other is the ripe fruit. He instructed those around him. Enel, get her here. Understood, young master. Ninja felt as if he was being stared at by giant sea kings, and he reacted instinctively due to the strong sense of crisis. Smoke release technique. The rising smoke enveloped a ninja, and a ninja moved in the direction of Odin's retainers. However, this simple and backward trick could not hide the observation haki that was combined with the radio waves. Enel instantly appeared behind Anin's moving body, and to outsiders, it looked as if Anin had bumped into him on his own initiative. Enel's fingers were like guns and were pressed against Anin's back. Heart paralysis, 50 million volts. Ah! In the dazzling blue light, Anin's eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. Anin! Before Odin and his friends could do anything. The blue lightning returned to the sky again. Puff! A black thread pierced into Anin's skull from his forehead, completely destroying his frontal lobe. Samurai are not like pirates. These people like to commit suicide to show their loyalty. The best way to prevent a samurai from committing suicide is to turn him into a vegetable. Wrap the vegetative ninja in sea stone and head back to the cabin. The first goal of this trip was achieved, and Doflamingo's smile grew wider and wider. Looking at Kazuki Odin, who looked tense, Doflamingo uttered playful words. Mr. Kaido, do you need any help? Mr. Kaido, do you need any help? Well, except for not interfering in Laozi's fight, everything else is up to you. Seeing Kazuki Odin's livid face, Kaido's smile grew even brighter. Doflamingo let out a grim smile. FFFFFFFFFF now, let's have some fun. The black dragon swooped down. Like a signal for a war, the battle that had just come to a standstill started again. Kaido. With a loud shout, Kazuki Odin raised his two swords and rushed towards the blue dragon again. The current battle situation does not allow him to hesitate too much. Only if he gets rid of Kaido will he have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Oh, come on, Kazuki Odin, prepare to die. The black and red lightning on the 8 Seiya in Kaido's hand began to buzz, and he arched his legs and leaped towards Kazuki Odin. Mojin Shirataki, the third world, inducing Naraku. Kaido came from behind but was the first to arrive, wrapping Conqueror's 8-step spin with great power. From top to bottom, bombarding the two swords. Boom! In the smoke and dust, Kaido and Kazuki Odin collided back and forth. Leave this black dragon that aids the tyrant to me. Our ancestors slew dragons, and we must follow their example now. Shimotsuki Ushimaru held the sword horizontally in front of him, his eyes fierce. The flowing armament haki radiated light on the blade. Ikidarayu. Along with a low sound, Shimotsuki Ushimaru's shadow rushed towards the black dragon. Iron body. Under Virgo's manipulation, the blood gathered towards the right front paw. The black to purple armament color adds another point of hardness. Dragon is broken. Dragon dance. The two clashed, and the black dragon finally won with his unstoppable power, knocking Shimotsuki away. Lord Dukimaru. The loyal Dukimaru hurried over. Virgo turned into a human form and frowned slightly as he looked at his slowly healing right hand. Is this the flowing armament color that Dover mentioned? It can indeed hurt this body with greatly increased defense, but that's not enough. There was an explosion under Virgo's feet, and in the instant the earth cracked, his figure disappeared from the spot and quickly approached Shimitsuki Jumaru, who had just stood up. But when Odin saw this scene, he was shocked. Lord Shimitsuki Ushimaru is indeed one of the strongest samurai in this country, able to injure the second dragon. Leave that thunder boy to us, Meow. Inuarashi and Nico Gorilla took the initiative to rush towards the falling Enel. It was a full moon at the time, and while they were still running, the cat and the dog activated the moon lion form and turned into angry beasts. Lightning crackled on their bodies. In terms of reaction speed and lightning resistance, these two are the best to deal with this lightning guy. In Yugami no Monofuji, Red Cat Dance, the two rushed towards Enel from the left and right. You must be the tribe that the young master mentioned. Enel felt that he was being looked down upon and was suspended in the air with an unhappy look on his face. It's just static electricity. Let's see how much you can take. God's judgment. The scorching lightning column enveloped Enel and the two of them, aside. The huge slash wave and shadow clone faced off against Ugetsu Tempura and Fugetsu Mika. Today, Gecko Moria had to fight one against two. The stone man piker is moving forward, and a huge stone pillar is pushing out from the ground, aiming at Razor, the only one who doesn't use a sword. Follow me, little ones. Seeing such powerful reinforcements, Quinn transformed into human beast form, and his huge mouth and mechanical claws began to charge. Black flames. Laser beams shot towards the crowd. Boom! The subsequent explosion blew away a group of gathered warriors. The flamingo was suspended in the air. Looking at the chaotic battle, Doflamingo, who was standing at the bow, decided to add some spice to heat up the situation. FFFFFFFFF, parasite string. Endless silk threads shot out from his body, like a thick fog that could not be dispersed, covering the sky above the battlefield. Then, one by one, the silk threads fell like meteors and connected to every warrior in Odin. The warriors noticed something was wrong at the first moment and fell into panic when faced with the swords of the beast pirates. I can't control my body anymore. Me too, I can't control my body anymore. What happened? I can't move. What to do? The samurai, who was frozen in the front of the battlefield, was chopped in half by Kaido's subordinates. The pink, tender flesh slid all over the ground. This strange scene made the pirates of Beast's pirates step back involuntarily, the instigator who headed upwards with the warriors, feeling the burning gazes of the crowd. Doflamingo gave a kind smile and moved his fingers slightly, as if playing an invisible piano. Phew, this is a puppet show and a fratricide. I hope you guys enjoy it. As soon as the words fell, the warrior who resisted desperately raised his sword and slashed at the nearest comrade. No, don't leave now. Puff, puff. However, this was not the end. At the moment when the warriors cut through their colleague's skin, Doflamingo relaxed his control. The warriors were able to raise their swords and looked in pain at their teammates who had been injured by them. Doflamingo's smile became more and more unbridled. He raised his hands and then lowered them again, like a conductor controlling the rhythm of an orchestra. The warriors once again cut down their colleagues lightly. The screams continued on the battlefield for a long time. The cycle continues. This is called self-torture. Damn kid. Emperor Nishiki and other retainers of Kazuki and the three daimyo Ugetsu Tempura watched this scene with bloodshot eyes. However, in the fight with Quinn, Jae-hin, and others, I can only watch this scene continue. Dual sword style, dragon hunt. Shimitsuki Ushimaru rushed forward, his two swords covered with purple light, slashing through Virgo's chest. Puff! Hot dragon blood spurted out from Virgo's chest. Ignoring the fallen Virgo, Shimitsuki rushed towards Doflamingo, who was high in the air. If this sorcerer is not eliminated, all the warriors will kill each other and die in torture, trying to disrupt Dova's interest. The black dragon Virgo appeared behind Shimitsuki Ushimaru with a wound on his chest that revealed his ribs. You have to kill me first. Virgo's dragon claws were stained with flames, and he grabbed down fiercely. Finger pistol dragon flame claw. Clang! The dragon claw was blocked by two knives, but the huge force that followed threw Shimitsuki beef ball towards the ground. The two fought again. Ah! Followed by a scream that seemed like relief. The last low-ranking warrior tortured himself to death. After releasing his attack, Doflamingo looked towards the battlefield. Enel, in a playful mood, is playing whack-a-mole with two power rats. The Kappa, Toad, and Fishman are accumulating power with Yurush. Lei Zhang, who couldn't find Pika's true body, was chased all over the ground by the Stone Man. Finding the situation very good, Doflamingo turned his attention to the most intense battlefield. A malicious voice came out of his mouth. Invincible, Kazuki Odin, I'm going to take care of your family. Invincible, Kazuki Odin, I'm going to take care of your family. Ah! Kazuki Odin's eyes were red, great humiliation surged from his heart, and black and red lightning danced. His strength increased by another 3 points, and he raised Conqueror's entangled double swords and chopped them down. However, he was still suppressed by Kaido. Oh my, Kazuki Odin, it seems that after more than 2 years of ugly dancing, you have become more and more useless. Great power Thunder 8 trigrams. The eightfold strike hit Kazuki Odin's double swords from midair. Kazuki Odin's pupils shrank, and his angry mind suddenly cleared up. He had been on both the Whitebeard and Roger ships. Of course, I understand that this is Conqueror's advanced technique. Conqueror's space. Ah! A lucky audience member was randomly selected and pulled high into the sky by the silk thread amid screams to serve as a guide. Before leaving, Doflamingo added fuel to the fire again. Odin-kun, I will send your family to reunite. Ah! With Kazuki Odin's impotent rage, the flamingo flew towards Wano Kuni, the city of flowers. The interest groups backed by the big snake are all in danger. Just as he was taking advantage of this rare period of peace to escape, the Kurazumi snake was beaten back to its lair. Can they still be good? The great snake city on the other side. Gyuhehe, tilde. The gloating laughter made Da Zheng and others glare at each other, but the laughter became louder and more shrill. Kurazumi Orochi had a gloating smile on his face, pointing at the wound on Hanano Higoro's chest that had just been bandaged, looking very proud. This blow doesn't hurt, Hanano Bigoro. Da Zheng angrily shouted, Shut up, you be ****D. You are just a mean person who can only use despicable means. Then come and kill Leozi. The Kurazumi snake stretched out several of its heads and swayed behind the Kurazumi Maru's barrier. A **** hole. Hanano Higoro raised his hand to stop the useless abuse, staring at the old witch Kurazumi Higurashi behind Kurazumi Orochi. Just now, it was this old woman who transformed herself into Odin and stabbed him. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong in time, he would have lost his life. Hanano Bigoro asked, Your position as shogun is to kill Kazuki Sukiyaki-sama, and then this old woman will become Sukiyaki-sama and pass the throne to you, right? Yo, it's not just that. In the beginning, I transformed into Kazuki Odin and introduced General Orochi to that idiot Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kurazumi Higurashi's face was filled with the pleasure of revenge as he continued to curse in a cold voice. After Kazuki Odin was killed by Kaido this time, all members of the Kazuki clan will be exterminated. Damn it! In anger, Adi and 4 other gang leaders picked up swords and attacked again. However, the barrier remained motionless like an unshakable pillar of heaven, and its own tiger's mouth was cracked by the recall. Gyuho-ho-ho. The mocking voice of Kurazumi Orochi was like a devil's sound, making the blood boil in the bodies of the 4 Daishos and their younger brothers behind them. Chicken soup is here. A group of younger brothers came over, carrying the food they had collected in the great snake city. Omesa, Tsunagoro, Ocho, and Mitabe, let's eat first. Asking everyone to sit down, Hanano Higoro glanced at Kurazumi Orochi and Kurazumi Higurashi behind the barrier. The sorcerer's ability also requires physical strength. They can't hide here forever. He just needs to stay here for Odin now. Everything will end with Odin's victory. Kurazumi Orochi's expression changed. Why is this B********* D Hyagora so much smarter than that idiot Kazuki Odin? I actually found the only weakness of the barrier fruit. Kurazumi Semimaru is now in his 90s, half buried in the ground. It is unknown how long he can last. Before Kaido even arrived, he was hacked to death by this group of people. Then everything is for Kaido's benefit. Kurazumi the snake quietly retreated from the crowd and took out the precious telephone snail. The other end of the phone, outside the serpent castle. Kankuro, isn't this Kuri Odin Castle? Kazuki, who had just got off the car, looked puzzled and found something wrong when he saw the corpses on the ground. Of course, this is Orochi Castle. Kanjuro's voice lost its usual gentleness. Wow, 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 mommy. Momosuke and Kazuki Hiyori's screams interrupted Kazuki's thoughts. Sudden rain, Kanjuro, you. Puzzled and sad, Kazuki just tried to get closer, but was forced away by Kurazumi Kanjuro with a knife. He locked Momosuke and Kazuki Hiyori with one hand and held a knife against the two children's necks with the other hand. Momonosuke and the other man were filled with fear, and they huddled in Kurazumi Kanjuro's arms, not daring to move. Kurazumi Kanjuro raised his face with a sinister smile. Sudden rain, Kanjuro. I'm Kurazumi Kanjuro. Kurazumi. Kazuki was at a loss. What should he do now? Odin was not around, his retainers rebelled, and they came to the most dangerous place for Kazuki's family, Orochi Castle. Mrs. Shi, please follow me. Don't you want your too? Gurgle, gurgle. Moshimoshi, General Snake. Kurazumi the great snake's terrified voice was heard. Kanjuro, where are you? Come here quickly. General Dashi, I'm already outside the city. Quick. After hanging up the phone, Kurazumi Kanjuro threatened while looking at Kazuki. Mrs. Toki, please come with me. You don't want anything to happen to Momonosuke and Hiyori, do you? Kazuki looked blank, like a puppet without support. He followed mechanically. All the way Doflamingo was thinking about how stupid the Kazuki family was. Kazuki Sukiyaki, after being overturned by Kurazumi Orochi. Just run away and live in seclusion. He didn't even bother to explain the situation to his son, causing his son to lose the moral integrity. Even if the son explains the situation after returning home, Kazuki Odin's lip pencil can also be used to suppress Wano Kuni. As for Kazuki Odin himself, not only is he stupid, he's also treacherous. No wonder he doesn't have the nerve to ask Whitebeard for help. Besides, how can someone who writes a diary be a serious person? As for Momosuke, he's a piece of shit. The lucky guest of Beast's pirates spoke carefully. Lord Doflamingo, we have arrived at the flower capital. Where is the great snake city? I only know it's in the southern part of the flower city. Well done. Doflamingo threw out a secret potion and deployed his observation haki. I wonder if he still can't find it. The corpses lying in rows in the south, and the gathered warriors imprinted themselves on his senses. There was also a team of 4 people and 2 children. 2 little kids. Found them. Doflamingo's light shone brightly, and the flamingo sped away. The first rays of sunlight cut through the darkness. Shining on Wano Kuni, it seems that Wano Kuni is about to usher in hope. But the warmth of the sunlight could not warm Kurazumi Orochi's gradually cooling heart. General Dashi, I want to. Kurazumi Semimaru's body began to tremble, a sign of physical strength reaching its limit. As a 90-year-old man, his skinny body did not retain the former strength like other strong men. He glanced at the warriors outside the barrier who were well fed and ready to tear them into pieces. Kurazumi Orochi shuddered, held up Kurazumi Semimaru's shaky body, and screamed in horror. Chanmaru Kanjuro will be here soon. Hold on a little longer. I'm sorry, General Orochi. Bang. Kurazumi Chanmaru fell into Kurazumi Orochi's arms, losing consciousness, and the crossed posture that kept his hands active also fell apart. This sound seemed to take away Kurazumi Orochi's heartbeat, because the invincible barrier disappeared. This scene was immediately discovered by the younger brothers who were on guard. The drowsy warriors woke up instantly and shouted hurriedly, "Brother Bingorang, this strange membrane has disappeared." Hanano Higoro and the 4 gang leaders, including Omesa, opened their dozing eyes and surrounded the terrified Kurazumi Orochi and Kurazumi Higurashi. "I am the general of Wano Kuni." Kurazumi Orochi panicked and spoke without thinking, using his powerless status to pressure others. "No, no, don't come over here." Hananobu Goro closed his eyes. All that was in his mind were the hostages that were killed by the big snake or by his own hands last night. The sword in his hand began to emit a stream of light. Hana no Turaiu, public outrage is hard to resist. Hanano Higoro rushed past the terrified Kurazumi Orochi. With Kurazumi Orochi's poor swordsmanship, there was no chance of resistance. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 3 snake heads broke off, and poisonous blood spilled all over the ground. "Ah! Let go of General Orochi." Both sides looked towards the source of the sound at the same time, and their faces changed. Kazuki was held in the mouth of a blue-striped tiger. Momosuke and Kazuki Hiyori were locked in the arms of Sudden Rain Kanjuro. Hananobu Goro was so angry that his hair stood upside down, like a burning flame. He questioned, "Suyu Kanjuro, what are you doing?" "You are Odin's retainer." The remaining heads of the Kurazumi snake that had survived a desperate situation showed expressions of joy, and their snot and tears mixed together, making them look even more miserable. "Woo-woo-woo. Kanjuro, thank goodness you. General Orochi, I'm late." Kanjuro greeted Kurazumi Orochi and looked at Hyogoro and the others with a crooked smile. "I've always been a member of the Kurazumi family. Kakakaka, retreat immediately, otherwise Kazuki Odin will be extinct." As he spoke, Kanjuro's knife twisted, and a trickle of blood flowed out from the throats of the Kazuki siblings. "Wah, wah, 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 wah." The shrill cries echoed throughout the battlefield. "No, don't hurt Momonosuke and the others." Kazuki looked crazy and struggled hard, and the flesh on his waist was pierced by Torizaburo's teeth. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the 4 Omesa men, and they looked at Hanano Higoro for help and asked, "What should we do, Boss Bingoro?" In the air, a transparent thread was slowly falling, approaching the unaware Kurazumi Kanjuro. "Exchange, otherwise you will die here too." Hananobu Goro blurted out a few words. They couldn't just abandon Odin's family like that. Ka, sure. "Let General Orochi come over here first, and I'll trade him for Kazuki Hiyori." Kanjuro had a cunning smile on his face. "No." Hananobu Goro refused decisively. The eyes of Kazuki Hiyori, who was in Kanjuro's arms, which had just lit up, went out again. Hananobu Goro's thoughts raced. Kanjuro would definitely not agree to exchange Momonosuke. It's better to exchange ours. Odin has feelings for her, and she is only in her 30s, in the prime of her life, and can still have children. As for the anger when Odin comes back, that's on me alone. Hananobu Goro gestured to everyone with his hands behind his back and said, "Swap Arshi." Kanjuro froze in the middle of his sentence. The half-open mouth looked like it was covered with glue and did not move. What happened? What happened? Hanano Goro is wondering why Kanjuro stopped. An arrogant voice sounded. "FFFFFFFFFFF, it's so lively. How about letting me take charge of the distribution?" Doflamingo hooked his finger, and Kazuki and the other 3 slowly flew into the sky. "Chance." Hananobu Goro's eyes gleamed, and he rushed towards the 3 people who took off. "I hope you guys will keep quiet while I'm doing my job." Doflamingo had a cruel smile on his face, covered his right hand with armed color, and grabbed it down fiercely, dropping ruffian's string. 5 twisted black threads fell from the sky. Puff! Ah! The emission armament haki covering Hananohe Goro's body was instantly pierced by the armament haki of the shattering level inside. Nailed dead in midair, the story of the Flower City Knight came to an end. Madman, Hyagoro. Just as Da Zheng and his group began to charge, they were once again stopped in their tracks by Parasite String. The joy that had just appeared on the faces of the three people when Kazuki was around was once again covered by fear. Separate the three people to prevent Kazuki from activating a time jump and running away with the baby, Doflamingo said playfully as he touched Kazuki's smooth face. Don't worry, I've heard a lot about Kazuki Oden. Sensing the movement, Doflamingo swept his right arm. Super Strike Whip. The sharp wire whip passed over the head of Kurazumi the snake. Boom! The solid building behind him instantly split in two. Hey! Kurazumi the snake, who was about to run away, touched his bald head and stood back obediently. This is not Kazuki Oden's ally, nor is it his. Seeing Kurazumi, everyone became well behaved. Doflamingo turned his attention back to business. As if holding some rare treasure, he held Momosuke's head carefully, given his current height. It easily covers the entire head. Feeling Doflamingo's increasingly obvious hostility, Kazuki, with only his throat and eyes able to move, began to beg. Please, no. Don't. No, that means I want it. Doflamingo started to exert his strength. Crunch, crunch. Ah. Momonosuke could even hear the sound coming from the skull. Please. Kazuki-shi and Kazuki Hiyori screamed at the same time. Their family members are dying. Bang! Withstand the pressure until your head explodes. Freshly baked blood tofu flew everywhere. MJU4 ND8 NTC 3 Odom 1 MZGX MTQ 5 OGM equals Kazuki's open mouth was filled with softness and fishy smell. Woo woo woo. Kazuki let out a suppressed howl. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes, and he dared not close his open mouth. This is her son's brain. FFFFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo was laughing wildly. In both lives combined, the person who had remembered it for more than 10 years was finally killed. So happy, Doflamingo said softly as he leaned close to Kazuki's ear. You are in so much pain, why don't I help you get rid of it? Puff. The bullet string shot from the fingertips scored twice. Stab into Kazuki's skull and stir gently. The person with the ability to be a vegetable was successfully created. Mother! Kazuki Hiyori's lower body has lost control. A fishy smell filled the air. Kazuki Hiyori could feel large hands caressing his face, wiping away the blood that had just spilled from his brother. The movements were gentle, and the hands were warm, but why did it feel like hell? With Doflamingo's observation haki. Naturally, one can feel Kazuki Hiyori's inner confusion and collapse, the trembling of his body, and the unnatural twitching of his heart. So he changed to a more intimate posture. The palm squeezed Kazuki Hiyori just like it had just squeezed her brother. Lifting it in front of him, Doflamingo spoke softly. Don't be so nervous. You're so young and you're so emotional. You'll die. Die. I'm dying. Kazuki Hiyori's mind suddenly went blank, and everything he had just thought of disappeared. The desire to survive was stronger than ever before. His heart went into a state of stagnation, and a buzzing sound came from his head. But her body still struggled like a puppet, and she couldn't do anything. She could only beg through tears at the blurred blonde man in her sight. Please. Doflamingo gently touched Kazuki Hiyori's little head and said gently, Don't worry, you won't die yet. You are the only one with a sane mind in Kazuki's family. We will have a pleasant time together. FFFFFFFFFF. Among the Kazuki family, only Kazuki Hiyori has been a PR St Ute for 20 years, but she still remembers her original intention and wants to restore Wano Kuni. He is much more successful than his dead grandfather, stupid father, and lecherous brother who travels away. Kazuki Hiyori was filled with gratitude for having survived the disaster, and he tried his best to control the volume of his sobs. Although she doesn't understand what a normal brain means, she will work hard to learn. Take care of Kazuki Oden's family. Doflamingo looked at the Kurazumi who were standing obediently. Hey, he's looking here. Kurazumi the snake immediately knelt down, prostrated himself on the ground, and bowed respectfully to Kaido. Sir, I am the general of Wano Kuni, a friend of Kaido, the protector of the country. Please tell me what you need. Friend, Doflamingo said lightly. Are you threatening me with Kaido? Kurazumi Orochi was sweating and hurriedly said to Kaido, No, number. I mean in the Wano Kuni faction, I have connections, I can get whatever you want. Yes, I am very satisfied with your attitude. There is indeed something I need your help with. Kurazumi Orochi lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, there was hope. But it was just a pirate who took the opportunity to attack Wano Kuni. Sooner or later, Kaido would pay back the shame. Although he was confused, Kurazumi Orochi did not show it at all. His head was still pressed firmly on the ground, showing the excellent qualities that made him a dog for Kazuki Sukiyaki. Please tell me, whatever Wano Kuni has will be given to you. Doflamingo had a playful smile on his face. He admired these people who were not what they seemed. They were the ones who had fun. He threw the question back. As a general, what do you think is the most valuable thing in Wano Kuni? Please let me think about what is worthy of your honor. Kurazumi Orochi started to brainstorm. Emission Haki's training method, this kid can easily see through the idiot Hyagoro, so it is definitely not necessary. Seastone World government needs it, this poor boy has definitely never seen it. Give him 30 cubic meters of Seastone and give him a little shock. Thinking of this, Kurazumi Orochi felt relieved and said with a charming smile on his face, I am one of the traders of the world government. The commodity I trade is the treasure of the sea, Seastone. We have abundant Seastone in Wano Kuni, and the quality is extremely high. Whether it is directly mixed into weapons or added to firearms, it is first class. Doflamingo still just looked at him with a smile on his face. Damn brat. Kurazumi Orochi, whose scalp was tingling from being stared at, still gritted his teeth and continued to speak. Behind my palace, there is a seastone sculpture in my image. It is about 30 cubic meters. You can take a look. With that said, Kurazumi Orochi propped himself up and prepared to proceed with the next introduction. The next moment, with a puff sound, the entire scalp was cut open by the invisible silk thread. This time, not only the limbs, but also the belly was pressed tightly to the ground. FFFFFFFFFFF. Well said, Kurazumi Orochi. Do you know why I came to Wano Kuni? Kurazumi Orochi, whose face was covered in blood, was terrified by Kaido. I don't know. Because Laozi also sells seastone, idiot. Kurazumi Orochi felt a chill in his heart. Before it could beg for mercy, the sharp silk thread pressed down hard. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The torn Kurazumi snake howled miserably, revealing its true form with only 5 heads left. You be ****D. What confidence do you have that allows you to block Laozi's path to wealth? Is it because of your 15-meter tall head? Doflamingo's face was full of violence. The change in the world government's attitude made him really unhappy. Shouldn't we just live our lives licking this shitty government like before? Also, you just gave the wrong answer, so you must accept the punishment. The silk threads of armed colors wrapped around the water snake Kurazumi Orochi like a net. The 4 deformed heads and limbs were removed instantly with Dr. Doflamingo's excellent skills. Ignore the howling Kurazumi snake. Doflamingo hooked his finger. One after another, great heads flew up. The samurai who were trapped in the place followed their good brother Hananohe Goro. Then, the thread shot towards the unconscious Kurazumi Chanmaru and the Kurazumi Higurashi, who was pretending to be dead. Bang! Damn it, kid, I won't let you go. Grabbing the Kurazumi Chanwan beside him, Kurazumi Higurashi ran away. You think you're good at reducing inflammation, old man? There was an explosion under Doflamingo's feet, and the sky's path that provided support was instantly broken. In front of Kurazumi Higurashi's horrified eyes, he grabbed her head and pressed it hard to the ground to perform a breaking performance. Just stay a vegetable for Laozi. Puff! 2. Kaido-sensei should be done now, carrying his 6 trophies under the trembling eyes of the lucky spectators. Doflamingo returned to the flamingo and thought about what to do with the spoils. Although Kurazumi the snake is a coward, he was persecuted and suffered from hunger and cold when he was a child, but he was still able to grow to 3 meters and 5 meters tall. The physique is indeed good, and the priority of the yaki fruit is not that high. It is a high-quality material among the experimental subjects. Kurazumi Chanmaru and Kurazumi Higurashi, these 2 half-dead old creatures, still need to be peeled off as soon as possible. If you suddenly die one day, all your work will be in vain. There is also the ability of Kurazumi Kanjuro's fruit. If it can be fused with Jora, it should be able to blossom with a different kind of vitality. Ghost Island Beach. 2 sword style. Dragon slash. 6 styles dragon horn gun. Huff. 2 Shimitsuki Beef Maru's double swords chopped into Virgo's towering trapezius muscles, deep enough to see the bone. But his chest had been pierced by the hardest dragon horn on Virgo's body. In his last moments of consciousness, he saw Jukimaru lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Jukimaru, you're dead too. Odin, let me do one last thing. Shimitsuki Ushimaru's eyes were brighter than ever before. He drew out his sword and wanted to chop again. But a flaming black dragon claw had already grabbed his face. Dragon Flame Claw. The head, without the protection of armament haki, was instantly ignited. Plop! Shimitsuki Ushimaru's limp body fell to the ground. So tenacious. After stretching his newly grown shoulder blades, Virgo raised his paw and stomped down again. Bang! The flaming skull scattered into ashes. This is what Dover taught him. For some special beings, losing flesh and blood and losing breath does not mean death. But it's different if the head is completely blown to pieces. He put this into practice very well in combat. Picking up the fox that had transformed back to its original form, Virgo looked at the battlefield where other people were. Ha ha ha, Tilda. Enel transformed into a giant thunderbolt, and the golden spear in his hand grew in proportion to the size of a golden electric pole, skewering Cat Viper and Inuarashi, a cat and a dog, and a smile like that of Nizuku appeared on his face. Just static electricity. Laozi is the thunder god appointed by the young master. Laozi is the strongest thunder. Along with the flashing thunder, the first ray of sunlight finally reached the Onigashima shrouded in darkness. It hurt so much. I cut through Laozi's stomach. Moria touched the wound on his waist caused by emission haki, looked at the sunlight behind his opponent, and smiled sinisterly. In the distance, Ugetsu Tempura and Fugetsu Miyuki, whose shadows were taken away by Moria, turned into ashes the moment they were exposed to the warm sunlight. Conqueror's iron heads Jinwong was stabbed through by Jaehin. Center of the battlefield. Kazuki Odin is playing his last glory. However, he was still suppressed by Kaido, although Kaido's body was not as strong as it is now. But after attending the Sengoku training class with Charlotte Linlin, master the Conqueror's advanced techniques, Conqueror's teleportation, this is a height that Kazuki Odin will find difficult to reach for the time being. Bang! The 2 men who were fighting fiercely distanced themselves from each other, gasping for breath at the same time. If ordinary pirates had those knife marks and cracks all over their bodies, they would have already prepared for the choice of reincarnation in the next life. Oh, 2 years of ugly dancing has made your body quite rusty. Kaido smiled a bloodthirsty smile. Kazuki Odin, now that all your retainers are dead, your family can't escape that Doflamingo brat. Besides, you are also seriously injured and will die soon. Kazuki Odin was speechless, tightly holding his last companions, Aim no Habakiri and Enma, as if he wanted to grab the whole world. The death of his retainers and their families is inevitable, and he will also embark on this journey to death. Thinking of this, Kazuki Odin suddenly felt proud, and a happy smile appeared on his face, the same smile he had when he went out to sea at the age of 29. Kaido, in the near future, a unique person will be born. The world will usher in unprecedented changes, and you will be completely destroyed in this wave. Lololo. Kaido laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes at the ridiculous words. Kazuki Oden, believe in the so-called prophecy. No wonder you have become so weak now. Don't let me be disappointed in you again. You haven't brought me as much happiness as that Doflamingo kid. Let me see you off for the last time. Seeing that Kaido didn't believe it, Kazuki Oden didn't explain. Having been to the Fishmen Island, he firmly believed in Shiali's prediction. Ha 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 ha, come on then. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. Taoyuan 10 punches. When Doflamingo just arrived at Onigashima, the 8 seals hit Kazuki Oden right on the head. Boom. Kazuki Oden and his son could not be buried together in life, but their deaths were similar. What a pity I didn't have time to record it. Otherwise, I would have shown it to Kazuki Hiyori together with her brother's video. With double the dosage, the desensitization training would have been more effective. Doflamingo's deliberate muttering was heard. Not only Kazuki Hiyori was trembling while curled up in Kazuki's arms. The other beast pirates who were still conscious also shuddered. They are just cruel and kill too many people, but this guy is a real pervert. Squeak! The flamingo landed lightly on the beach. Seeing Kaido looking a little lost, Doflamingo stepped forward. FFFFFFFFFFF. Congratulations to Mr. Kaido for cleaning up Wano Kuni. Oh yes, Laozi is so happy. After laughing twice, Kaido showed a lost expression again and shouted to Jin, who was approaching nearby. Kazuki Oden is dead. Notify all of Wano Kuni. Doflamingo, Kazuki Oden is dead. Laozi has one less opponent. I'm still here, isn't it, Mr. Kaido? Kaido's sadness turned into joy again. You still want to fight Laozi? Even Quinn and Jaehin didn't like fighting him, and they thought there would be no chance of beating him since they became partners. Of course, I learned a lot from fighting with Mr. Kaido. Seeing the fighting spirit in Kaido's eyes begin to grow again, Doflamingo shook his right arm, which had just become a little thinner. But not now. After all, I don't have Zoan's strong physique. I need to recover. This is a lie, but now is the harvest time, and the gains from the last battle have not been fully absorbed yet, so for now, Teacher Kaido will have to bear with it. Well, let's have a banquet first. We need to eat more to recover. Quinn, bring Laozi's wine. Kaido was not annoyed and turned to walk towards Skull Mountain. Seeing Kaido walking away, Virgo then stepped forward carrying the half-dead fox Jukumaru and said, Dover, this seems to be a mythical beast. Well done, the main body is also quite large. It seems that Wano Kuni's Komaman is not just a beast, it has a lot of surplus value. I casually performed an operation on Jukumaru to prevent his temper. Doflamingo called on everyone who came over to walk towards Skull Mountain. Let's go, now's the time to enjoy yourself. Not far away, a little girl with devil horns was approaching the flamingo, which was docked on the ground using poor hiding techniques. Yamato glanced fiercely at the small backs of Doflamingo and Virgo and began to climb the 50-meter high ship with his bare hands. She wanted to see what this strange brother, who looked so arrogant when talking to her father, had hidden that made her father like him so much. They all forgot about her. Hateful, not long. With the physical qualities of the Yamato only penultimate, it was already close to the deck. Woo-woo tilde mom tilde, a suppressed, low, hoarse and childish cry was heard. Yamato was stunned, and the speed of waving his arms and legs increased by another 3 points. Bang! Kazuki Hiyori suddenly covered his mouth when a sound came out, and the excessive force left a red mark on his face. Looking nervously at the place where the noise came from, a tender hand appeared on the railing beside the deck of the Flamingo. Put your hands on the edge and kick your legs. Yamato flipped onto the boat. Phew, so tired. Let me see what you're hiding. Get a clear look at the scene on the boat, with Yamato's mentality of being around the dead since he was young. My heart skipped a beat. A bloody, square-headed monster was hung in the air by 4 thick lines. At the end of the 4 thick lines were strange, transparent bottles with blood constantly gathering inside. Behind it is a large fox placed in the same manner. This is not the most important thing. The four strange looks gave her goosebumps. A gloomy man, a witch, a kind-looking old grandfather, and a good-looking aunt were slumped on the deck. He was still alive, but there was no emotion at all. It looks like a living dead. What is this? After thinking for 2 seconds, Yamato, who had the same brain as Wang Nika, gave up thinking. The little sister walked up to the good-looking aunt and smiled. "Hello, my name is Yamato. What's your name?" Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but hide behind Kazuki, making sure that Yamato had no ill intentions, and answered carefully. My name is Kazuki Hiyori. Who is Kazuki Oden who just died to you?" "Yes, my father." Yamato's eyes widened. "Hey." "He was killed by my father." Bang! Kazuki Hiyori fell to the ground, begging, "Number, don't kill me. I am Master Doflamingo's trophy. I'm not here to kill you." Yamato frantically held Kazuki Hiyori, and seeing that his peers who had finally discovered him were even more frightened, he suddenly had an idea and started to change the subject. "Who is this beautiful auntie?" Kazuki Hiyori, who was unable to resist the power of the demon tribe, was forcibly helped up. When he heard this, his face became even darker. "My mom." Yamato's big eyes were full of curiosity. "Are they sick?" When Kazuki was pinched, the palm was still warm, but there was no response, and Kazuki Hiyori responded sullenly. "This is the last mercy that Lord Doflamingo has shown to the rebels." "Mercy?" Yamato's eyes moved back and forth between the four people, but he couldn't see any mercy in them. Thinking of Momonosuke's head being blown up, Kazuki Hiyori's tone became firm again. "Yes, Lord Doflamingo was very kind and spared Mom's life." Yamato suddenly felt a little cold. "What does that arrogant guy think of humans? What a nasty fellow!" Yamato shouted, rushing towards the strings that bound Kazuki. Bang! Yamato flew backwards at an even faster speed and hit the deck. "Damn it! I'll take you to find your father." Without giving Kazuki Hiyori any chance to refuse, Yamato pulled her up and ran towards the edge of the deck. Feeling the movement on the flamingo, Doflamingo chewed a piece of sea monster meat, a dangerous smile on his face. As a special entity that has lived 2 lives as a human, practitioner of frontal lobe surgery, he has a completely new understanding of the soul and the body. The soul and the body are interdependent and independent of each other. Are patients who have suffered brain damage and become vegetative dead? No, but the soul has lost the medium for communication with the body. It's like floating in the endless dark sky with no place to stand. After sensing the faint thought fluctuations of some lucky people through the seeing and hearing color, this further proves the point, so these become vegetative state trophies. There is indeed kindness in life, but for the soul it is endless excel. How wonderful! Galululu. Oh, this feels so good. After drinking a jar of wine, Teacher Cornetto asked with slightly red cheeks, "Doflamingo, how long will it take to deliver the clone that was promised to Laozi? It's quick to cross the calm belt from North Blue to New World. We won't keep Mr. Kaido waiting for long." At this point, Doflamingo raised his hand to Abel, who did not take off his mask even when eating. "Tell Mr. Jin to prepare to go with me to Thunder God Island to pick someone up." "Well, then Jin, just follow him." Kaido laughed heartily when he saw that the manpower problem had been solved, but in an instant, his tall body pressed forward, showing a huge pressure. What about Wano Kuni's sea stone? Of course, the beast's pirates are responsible for mining, and Don Quixote is responsible for transportation and sales. As for the profits, Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, and his smile did not change at all. "How about 4 or 6? Why did Laozi have to choose you?" Kaido, who was drunk, began to fall into a state of madness and shrewdness. Even though the world government is doing shit, they still have some basic decency and won't do business with a wanted pirate openly. Doflamingo continued his story, revealing a little about the nature of the world government. "Although I have committed murder and arson and done all kinds of evil, I am indeed a businessman. and can be a good medium for communicating with the world government. I believe Mr. Kaido does not want another idiot like Kurazumi Orochi to appear in Wano Kuni, right? Lo, boy, you're almost convincing me, but what's going on in Log Town? The Marine and the world government seem to be one, but in fact they each have their own needs. And most importantly, I was once a celestial dragon, which can make this deal stable for the time being. Celestial dragons, the flames behind Jaehin's head grew stronger, and his eyes filled with hatred locked onto Doflamingo. Quinn also glanced over with eager eyes. The bloodline of celestial dragons was something that had not been studied before. The pirates' eyes lit up bloodshot. They picked up their swords and surrounded Doflamingo and the others. The atmosphere instantly changed from laughter to tension. Swish! Virgo and the others stood up and surrounded the beast's pirates. However, this ferocious malice made Doflamingo laugh out loud. FFFFFFFFFFF, don't be so nervous. I was expelled by those idiots from Red Line because I was too kind. It was indeed out of kindness, but it was not his own kindness. Doflamingo looked at Kaido, who was still drinking silently. I think Mr. Kaido understands what kind of person I am. That's it, don't lose Leozi's money, Doflamingo. Boss Kaido. Beasts pirates howl. Of course we have other projects that can. Father, don't agree to this stinking guy. Yamato rushed in, dragging Kazuki Hiyori, who looked frightened and reluctant, and pointed at Doflamingo. Beasts pirates have never found their own princess only so pleasing to the eye. Well, why? Kaido was very curious about what reason his rebellious filial daughter could come up with. Yeah, why? I'm curious too. Can you explain it to me, Kazuki Hiyori? Doflamingo began to ask even though he knew the answer. Lord Doflamingo, it's not me, I didn't. Kazuki Hiyori, who had just been lying on the ground, was pulled up again by Yamato and pulled behind him. He stared at Doflamingo with extreme anger. Father, Kazuki Oden is already dead, but this guy turned Hiyori's mother into someone who can't speak, has no emotions and no reactions. What a hateful guy. Kaido raised his brows. He thought his filial daughter could say some famous sayings. That's it. Kazuki Oden died, and of course his wife should die with him. This is not right. Kaido suddenly felt his hands itchy and wanted to hit something. Doflamingo squatted down and looked into Yamato's innocent eyes. FFFFFFFFFFF, what do you think we should do to restore Kazuki Hiyori's mother and let them leave peacefully and live out the rest of their lives in peace? Leaving. Shouldn't you stay with me? Yamato suddenly realized that this was not the time to think about these things and answered confidently. That's right. The beast's pirates looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering how the eldest boss had given birth to such a daughter. It was outrageous. Doflamingo turned his head and looked at Kaido, who was in a low mood. Mr. Kaido, do you mind if I help your daughter understand the real world? It won't hurt anything. Kaido, who was capable of beating up an 8-year-old girl, naturally didn't mind and just waved his hand casually. 2 threads shot out from Doflamingo's hands instantly, wrapping up Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori at the same time. Before Yamato could react, complex, heavy and chaotic thoughts suddenly filled his brain. Die. Mom is dead, brother is dead, father is dead, you deserve to die too. Your father deserves to die, Doflamingo deserves to die too, hate, why am I not dead? I obviously wanted to help her. Yamato opened his eyes and turned to look down at Kazuki Hiyori. His innocent eyes became a little complicated. You want me to die? Kazuki Hiyori, whose thoughts were touched, trembled. FFFFFFFFFFF, little girl, how do you feel now? How do you feel? Doflamingo, who witnessed everything, laughed heartily. This kind of situation where people's hearts are exposed is something you never get tired of watching. Shut up, you jerk. Yamato angrily retorted, closing his eyes and speaking again. I still have to save her. There is absolutely no chance of her getting revenge. What I just taught you is that human hearts are unpredictable. Doflamingo stood up, put his hands on his hips, leaned back, and looked at every inch of Yamato with contempt. Now for another lesson. The strong rule all, the strong dominate all, the strong own all. Because Mr. Kaido and I are absolutely strong, the ruling class of Wano Kuni, the samurai class, is destroyed here. So my spoils are at my disposal. Want to save her? It's easy. Defeat me. Plunder me, dominate me, put your principles above mine. As soon as he finished speaking, fierce conquerors poured out towards Yamato alone. With a swish sound, Yamato's prominent head lowered as if it was hit by a hammer. Pure kindness, capable kindness, Doflamingo asked himself if he could do it. But this does not in the least affect the respect that should be given to such a true saint. But he is the saintly daddy in this life. And Yamato, who was inspired by Kazuki Oden. Doflamingo can only be described as a piece of shit. Watching an execution ground makes my blood boil, and the left-behind children can be brainwashed. It would be better to let him wash it. Galululu. Well said, Doflamingo. Kaido's expression turned from gloomy to bright again, and he did not hide his admiration for Doflamingo. I am becoming more and more fond of you. Doflamingo grinned. Mr. Kaido, we have always been partners on the same path, right? Kaido showed the same smile and looked at Yamato, who was struggling. Use whatever means you have. I want to see how far she can go. Doflamingo did not take any direct action but asked, Mr. Kaido, what do you think Conqueror's haki is? Trying desperately to grab onto something, Doflamingo shoots out countless threads from his hands. The instinct to seek profit and avoid harm made Yamato start to avoid this idea. Save her, but she wants me dead. What to do? Then she will be chopped into a pile of tender meat in front of you. My knife skills are pretty good. Kazuki Hiyori, who was closest to the pain, fainted instantly. A shocking gust of wind spread out from Yamato. Sizzle, sizzle. Yamato, if you can press it within 30 seconds, Kazuki Hiyori will be saved by you this time. If not, buzz, the Conqueror's pressure on Yamato dissipated. Of course it's the embodiment of Laozi's will and the proof of his courage. Kaido's body was covered with black and red lightning, demonstrating his extremely high level. A flowing wire cage tightly wraps Kazuki Hiyori. Indeed, but I prefer to understand it as the materialization of desire, hatred, protection, or destruction. Doflamingo temporarily took back Conquerors and continued speaking under Yamato's vicious glare. At this moment, an astonishing force finally broke through the restraints and roared out in an instant. With the last bit of consciousness, Yamato punched the button in front of him. No one cares. As for Kazuki Hiyori, who was pinned down, damn stinky *** hole, give him a punch. Let me see, what is your strongest desire? Yamato's mind went blank, and he instantly felt as if he was back to when he was 3 years old and climbing over the Wano Kuni Falls, got caught in the water and couldn't call for help, and almost died. It's this weird power again. When this desire and obsession become strong enough, conquerors will take shape. Yamato, who was sweating all over, hadn't figured out what was being said before he saw the wire cage, which was rubbing against the metal and producing sparks, begin to shrink. Jaehin, Quinn, Virgo, and Enel on the side pricked up their ears. They also wanted to master this powerful force. A certain blonde man gave a triumphant smile. As soon as this evil thought appeared, it burned wildly like a small bonfire poured with aviation fuel. A little bit of blood seeped out. The wire cage had cut through Kazuki Hiyori's clothes and was beginning to approach his skin. It's so frustrating that my father doesn't do anything. Boom! The wire cage condensed into a button that appeared 1 cm in front of Yamato. Kazuki Hiyori's painful and pleading eyes met Yamato's. A cushion grew out of the ground and caught the unconscious Yamato. The scene suddenly became quiet. The only sound was Kaido slurping his drink. Kaido looked at his daughter with a slightly strange look. He didn't expect that this rebellious son had such qualifications. The beast's pirates opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Well done, Doflamingo. Kaido's heroic voice rang out, breaking the stiff atmosphere. Ha, Ushoku Haki, Her Highness Ghost Princess has awakened. Amazing. How did you do that? As expected of Boss Kaido's daughter. The beast's pirate's eyes moved back and forth between Doflamingo and Yamato. I want to see the secret behind this. The feeling of being watched and admired by everyone made Doflamingo feel particularly happy. FFFFFFFFFFF. This is just a small application of observation haki. However, this also shows that Yamato has the qualifications. This is not empty talk. If it were a mediocre person like Urjuzi, the whole family will die, the whole clan will die, and he will open one Magatama and two Magatama in anger. He couldn't put any emotional power into such a brain. After hearing Doflamingo's answer, the discussion became even more lively. Observation haki. Isn't observation haki the ability to dodge attacks? Brother said he could foresee the future. What are the qualifications? Do I have them? You have a post. F***KU. Boom. The overwhelming momentum calmed the restless scene. Kaido's voice sounded again. Doflamingo, continue what you were just trying to say. He is now becoming more and more curious about this kid. Mr. Kaido, although we cannot make artificial devil fruit for the time being, we still have a project called bloodline factor transplantation. Hearing this, Quinn, who believed that his research ability far surpassed that of his peers, lit up his eyes behind his sunglasses. He is very familiar with bloodline factor transplantation. The results of his joint research with Judge have already been applied to 2 types of human bodies. So Quinn started to interrupt. What do you mean by bloodline factor transplantation? Of course, it's not just a weak ability. Doflamingo took out a new image and pressed it. Please look at this. In the picture, Lucky Ashu shows his inherited lightning ability while being beaten by Enel. You call this a bloodline factor transplant. This is a fruit ability transplant. Quinn was stunned. His glasses almost fell off in shock, as if he had seen Virgo for the first time. Has he been a pirate for too long and not been in line with his peers? Has his bloodline factor developed to this point? How is this done? Click. Collection +1. This is the first step in selling a product, allowing customers to see the most intuitive changes. Doflamingo already felt the gaze even hungrier than before. They all want it. FFFFFFFFFFF. This technology is not mature yet and has an extremely high failure rate. Doflamingo waved slightly. Piker took a step forward, and the stone shell armor on his body cracked, and the other image shells inside began to play. The genes of the strange-looking experimental subjects collapsed and turned into a mass of rotten meat. The second step is to increase the value of the product. The difficulty and hardship of manufacturing the product must be demonstrated through storytelling so that customers will buy into it. But Kaido's eyes had changed from expectation to impatience. He shouted, "Tell Laozi the point, Doflamingo." Doflamingo was not at all panicked and even wanted to laugh. This unique technique is so powerful. But I now have a lucky fruit that can force the experiment to succeed at the cost of 30 years of the user's life. At the same time, Yamato is the child you, Mr. Kaido, conceived many years after you consumed the power of the fruit. Her physique must have an alternative adaptability to your ability, which can greatly increase the probability of the experiment's success. How about creating a second Virgo? The third step is to help customers build a beautiful blueprint for the future and explore it together. Let his desire turn into, I really G want it. Well, what is Laozi going to give you, Doflamingo? Kaido's eyes lit up. This kid wasn't someone who would give things for free. It's simple. How about I give you some necessary blood and the agency of Mr. Kaido's weapon? It turned out that they wanted Laozi's weapon. Kaido thought about it and agreed. Then I'll leave Laozi to you. The profit from selling it will be the same as before. All of Wano Kuni's goals have been achieved. Of course, as a bonus news, I heard a special name through my observation haki. It's Kazuki Sukiyaki, and he's heading to Kuri right now. Certainly, Yamato ran away quickly. This guy always acted strange after being rescued by him. Look at the flamingo that is almost becoming a smaller dot. Then try to defeat me. Sensing the fluctuations in the two people's thoughts, Doflamingo looked at this resentful scene with his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Phew, 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 phew. Your current physical condition is still too weak and needs to be strengthened. Yeah, boss Kaido. Quinn agreed. He had the same idea. Your training goal today is to wear the restraints for an hour. With your Ghost Clan's physique, it won't have any effect on you. I remembered something happy. When will you turn me into a dragon? I want to see my father. Kaido had a funny smile on his face. Jaehin couldn't help but ask, Boss Kaido, this guy is a celestial dragon. Can we really trust him? Damn it. Asterisk whole father. Take this away. I don't want it. Hey, go away. What are you laughing at, you idiot? At first Yamato wanted to save Kazuki Hiyori, but Kazuki Hiyori wanted to kill her instead. Yamato grabbed the railing and roared at the distant shore. Now Kazuki Hiyori wants to give everything to Yamato, but Yamato despises him. Saying goodbye to that arrogant guy without even saying goodbye to her, how abominable. Looking at Yamato, whose face was filled with cuteness, Doflamingo forcibly patted her head and rubbed her pink horns. Goodbye, mister. Kaido. 3 days later, the flamingo took off into the sky, carrying a few newly captured Komamen. Remember to come fight Laozi when your hand is healed. On board the flamingo. Well, words can lie, but willpower can't. This kid is a celestial dragon, but he wants all celestial dragons to die together. How interesting. Bang! How interesting. Feeling something strange above his head, Yamato was about to punch back. Yamato covered his red fist and hid it behind his back, then spoke in an angry tone. Doflamingo lowered his head. However, silk threads grew out of every inch of his body, and when he stretched out his hand, it felt as if 1,000-pound force was attached to it, making it difficult to lift. Hiyori, who was covered in bandages, came over carefully with a cup of tea and said in an unusually gentle voice, Ms. Yamato, please have some tea. Facing the little brat's angry look, Doflamingo walked into the cabin happily. To be honest, I had expected Kaido's giving up on his daughter's education, but it is so easy to take away a potential future king. Still a little excited. As for Yamato's own opinion, Kazuki Oden, a dead man, can possess someone else's body with just a notebook. Can't Doflamingo, a living person, brainwash others? Just like a little girl who has suffered in her original family. After experiencing the good things in front of men outside, it is easy to be deceived. Throwing himself onto the sofa, Doflamingo turned his attention back to the new world. In the future, the 4 emperors will be allies. Unfortunately, Whitebeard doesn't have what he wants. There's nowhere to break through, and the needles haven't been put in yet, so he can't go up and tease the tiger's whiskers for the time being. It will probably take Shanks more than a decade to become a 4 emperor. He's been on Roger's ship and has an ambiguous relationship with the world government. The last name Fagerlan is really interesting. Golden Lion still needs to be kept in mind by the Charlotte family. Lion fruit is essential for the future. Time passes. The flamingos arrived in Dressrosa. Piker and Yoruj disembark. Doflamingo ordered, Piker, Yoruj, Dressrosa is in your hands now. Understood, Dover God. The next branch of the underground bounty order will be opened here. Weapons, casinos, taverns. Diamante will bring members one by one. If the people of this country want to participate in the work, they will be given normal wages. After a pause, Doflamingo leaned on the railing, watching Scarlet and Violet boarding the boat tremblingly, and continued his speech. If there are any damn pirates causing trouble, hang them all on the coast if you can, otherwise. Gurgle, gurgle. Doflamingo looked at the judge's hat with the beard sticking up in anger, and the 5 elders laughed. They wouldn't just know now that he was causing trouble in the new world, right? 5 elders, what's up? Doflamingo, you took Dressrosa away from me. 5 elders, seize. Scarlet and Violet were excited. The world government would definitely punish Doflamingo, the evil villain. At the side, Yamato, attracted by the new friend, came over, with Kazuki Hiyori following closely behind him. With a wicked smile on his face, Doflamingo uses a montage of language. This statement is wrong, incorrect, and biased. Dressrosa has been the Donquixote family's territory since ancient times. Before my father died, he said he wanted to see the country, so I came to visit. I didn't expect that this generation of Liku was not virtuous enough and was beaten up by the pirates. I happened to resolve this crisis. Before he died, he entrusted the country to me. I will return the two princesses after they grow up. You return it. What the hell do you have that we don't know? Suppressing the anger provoked by this nonsense, 5 elders asked stiffly, "Where is the gold in the sky?" "Excuse me, to whom was the gold from heaven handed over?" Doflamingo asked again, knowing the answer. "Of course it's us celestial dragons." "That's right, shipping by sea is not safe. I'd better pick it up myself." Don Quixote's little. Doflamingo interrupted CD. "Don't get so excited yet. I have good news for you. It won't be too late for you to get excited later. You, Doflamingo, have good news for a ghost." The 5 elders at the other end looked at each other and had a bad feeling in their hearts. "I have completely opened up the channel for you to get Wano Kuni's sea stone. You can get it from me in the future. Are you happy, 5 elders?" 5 elders' face turned completely black as charcoal. FFFFFFFFFFFFF tilde. Listening to the heavy breathing on the other side, Doflamingo laughed wildly towards the sky. "Wano Kuni has been busy for so long just for this moment. I'll just grab your vitals. Let me show you how you can cause trouble for your father." Rocinante, with huge dark circles under his eyes, sat slumped in the bow, looking at the land in a daze. Frevens had consumed too much energy, and he had to deal with his brother. He didn't know what his brother was going to do this time. Thunder God Island on the other side, between rights. Wano Kuni is now completely in Kaido's hands. The Flamingo set sail again for Thunder Island. Crack. On the side, Virgo saw for the first time the attitude of Doflamingo in talking to the world government, and it seemed as if he saw Dover at the center of Haki 8 years ago. According to the information from the fleeing merchants, Orochi has died at the hands of Doflamingo, and Kazuki Oden, who was originally on the Whitebeard and Roger ships, is also dead. Scarlet, who had just boarded the ship with her sister, looked at the Den Mushi that had not responded for a long time, and her eyes lost their luster again. The Flamingo rushed straight to the calm belt. A hint of white Madara appeared at his haggard temples. Germa has completely submitted to him. The clones in many places in North Blue are proof of this. Even the world government can't do anything about this evil villain. What should Dressrosa do? Besides, Kaido is not a pushover. Kaido, it hasn't been long since Charlotte Linlin and Sengoku's battle. He hugged Scarlet, who was heartbroken, and disappeared on the deck, poking Violet. Yamato, who didn't understand the atmosphere, asked, "My name is Yamato. What's your name?" A small sailing vessel approaches the Nordic Odes. Looking at these replicants without a self, Rocinante felt a shadow in his heart. Violet squatted on the ground with her head hidden between her legs. "Give Dressrosa to him." Although I don't know what those 2 idiots Huo Mingu taught him, he will definitely not give up Dressrosa easily after he seizes it. The more he invests here, the more he will lose in the future. Enel and Moria, with bruised faces and noses, dragged the Kominu that was occupying their position towards the island. It doesn't matter how messy New World is, it's just a garbage dump anyway. The point is Doflamingo. We stopped briefly at Dressrosa to adjust the general arrangements. The latest intelligence on Wano Kuni arrives on the table of the 5 elders. 5 elders didn't respond, so Doflamingo went a step further and started to apply eye drops. "How is it? How do you feel now?" 5 elders tilde. "Well, Jaehin is here. Let him wait here." On the coastline, the clone teams were divided into groups of 3, equipped with the family's latest mass-produced weapon, the flame shell gun. North Blue. We can hardly even reach the Golden Lion area, let alone Wano Kuni, which is further back. Capture Wano Kuni. Boss Master, we are leaving first. He is indeed a natural-born king. Although the conversation with the 5 elders ended unpleasantly again, it did not affect Doflamingo's happy mood at all. And now not only is Charlotte Linlin's ally connected to Kaido, but we still know zero about his Sky Island. Doflamingo certainly didn't know that the 5 elders were planning to sweep Dressrosa. Of course, even if I knew, I wouldn't care. After all, he is not the original one, and his lair is on Sky Island instead of the isolated island of Dressrosa. Nordic. Seeing the flamingo slowly descending, Rocinante went to greet it. Rocinante was stunned by the group of children on the deck and another familiar yet unfamiliar face. The fried egg on someone's face still allowed him to identify his true identity. Brother, long time no see. Virgo, long time no see, what are these? Rocinante pointed at the 3 children. Long time no see, Rocinante. Virgo, Kaido. Those are losers and guests. Looking at the haggard Rocinante and the white hair on his temples, Doflamingo frowned subconsciously. Rosie, it seems like you really care about Freffens. Seeing that Doflamingo was hinting at something, Rocinante quickly spoke up. Brother, Freffens is useless. Yamato, who noticed the ship had landed, rushed over, stretched out his hand, and interrupted the rest of the conversation. Hello, I'm Yamato. You're much more pleasing to the eye than that stinky guy. Kazuki Hiyori followed closely behind. Hello, I'm a subordinate of Lord Yamato and the spoils of Lord Doflamingo. Rocinante was shocked. Arrogant guy. You are not referring to my brother. Isn't this my brother's daughter? My brother is only 19 years old. What is the trophy? Self-introduction. This is not Laozi's daughter. This is Kaido of the Beast's daughter. You don't have to explain to me whether Frevens used the power of the family. I don't care. Doflamingo walked around the 2 of them and headed towards the island, followed closely by Virgo. The sound continued to come from a distance. But you're going to die too. Don't touch anything that can't move on the ship. Take the few princesses and guests who can move away to have dinner. By the way, ask how long it will take Diamante to arrive. Hey, you're going to die. A country like Frevens. Superficial rescue is very simple. Anyway, Frevens is destined to be wiped out by the world government and the surrounding countries, so why not just give him a hand? Use the power of the family to wipe out all the nobles and royal families in this country. Then take the people to find an island to live on. A town-state can be accommodated on any deserted island. What to do with those who don't obey? Kill a bunch of them and they will obey. In the face of power, most ordinary people have no choice. There is only recognition or identification. But Rocinante couldn't do any of these. As for deeper salvation, it's hard to say. Palace at night. Yamato was holding a bucket of special spicy Odin and eating it with relish, occasionally passing it to Violet beside him. Its constantly opening mouth makes one wonder if there is another space in its stomach. Kazuki Hiyori, standing by, continued to blanch the fresh ingredients, looking a little unfamiliar. Doflamingo, who was full and satisfied, looked at Rocinante, who was not in high spirits beside him, and asked, Rosie, how long have you been infected? In the last few days. Then you can still live for several decades, and it shouldn't affect your fertility. I'll find you a few children. The revitalization of the family cannot rely on me alone. Cough, 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 cough. Rocinante's eyes were wider than ever, and he couldn't believe what he heard, and he confirmed it. Brother, what did you say, me? Giving birth? Yes, give birth to a baby. No, absolutely not. Phew, tilde. Doflamingo showed a sunny smile. Persecuting his younger brother was an eternal pleasure. The next day, shaking his golden cape and twisting his 2-meter-long legs, the extremely showy Diamante arrived. Yo-ha-ha-ha, Dover, long time no see. Welcome home, Virgo. Wait, Dover, I really can't do this. I'm not invincible. Doflamingo calmed down in an instant. After all, the stronger his son was, the more he would benefit. Doflamingo used his observation haki to sense the life characteristics of the spoils on the flamingo. How's Dover? He's a very healthy child. The two giant ships do not have sails, but structures similar to hot air balloons. The materials are provided by sea kings, and the power is provided by wind shells and fire shells. Don't worry, your floating fruit, plus this device. You know how high you can fly. These sea kings are just bigger fish. They can't touch your butt, so fly boldly. Dover's son is indeed a born strong man, Shadow Virgo commented. Dover, I'll take the Fishmen Island route. I'm familiar with it. Damn, are you copying and pasting from me? Others are doing fetal movements, but you are doing prisoner fitness for Laozi in the womb. Send Diamante away. Doflamingo was rarely caught off guard, with a look of frustration on his face. You be ****D Dragonhead brother. You didn't listen to my father, but listen to this stinky B ****D. I want to stay on this island, and I'm not going anywhere. I want to eat spicy Odin. Seeing Doflamingo's face getting colder and colder, Diamante began to remedy the situation. I recorded little Zoffy too. My son is over 30 years old in these 2 lives, and this is the first time I've seen him. It must be done. Remember, follow the pointer, but don't fly out of the calm belt area. This will be a great route without fear of storms. He frowned and gave an order to the side. Virgo, catch these little devils. We need to set off early. Calm belt, yes, but it's too slow. Diamante asked tentatively, then let me try. In the picture, a blonde baby with red eyes was riding on another black-haired baby, laughing triumphantly, while Ace was crying loudly. Let me take a look. A big drop of cold sweat slid down Diamante's temple and he spoke quickly. Then let's get going. You can clearly see the well-defined muscles on the blonde baby's body. F***K, F***K, F***K. Sky Island not only has spicy flavors, but also hot and sour flavors. Patting Diamante on the back, Doflamingo took the video and showed a rare bit of nervousness. After praising the results of his excellent genes, Doflamingo put his arm around Diamante's neck and turned to the 2 huge ships on the other side. After a while, the most disobedient little thing with horns was brought out. Diamante, take them across the calm belt and hand them over to Enel and Moria. Only Rocinante had a strange expression on his face. He felt that the scene had a strong sense of déjà vu. It seems that the talents of strength and bone strengthening are very good. We need to continue to sow more of these high-quality talents. He is indeed healthy. I will go back and teach him myself. Patting Diamante's shoulder, Doflamingo encouraged with growing disappointment behind his glasses, but not showing it. Diamante came up and gave me a hug and took out an image shell. That's a dragon, Kaido of the beasts, coming to Grand Line. Donquixote family will be crippled. Then I won't have to pay my gambling debts. Really. Then go die now. In the panicked eyes of the pirates in Magic Valley Town, the black dragon flew into the sky. It really feels good to work for others. Doflamingo rubbed the soft flame cloud and ate the alabaster specialty grapes that Scarlet fed him. In the past, you had to fly by yourself. String fruit is not lion fruit. The takeoff experience is definitely not that comfortable. You cannot pass through the White Sea and the White Sea which are filled with seastone particles. Virgo, who can control the flame cloud, doesn't care and rushes forward recklessly. So it was also Doflamingo's first time to see the interior of the White Sea, the rich specialties of this empty sea. This fish, and this octopus. Looking at the various fish scattered around because of Virgo's fear, Yamato's eyes lit up, and the tears of desire were already welling up at the corner of his mouth. This must be the White Sea that my father had talked about. Kazuki Hiyori watched everything silently from the side. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon breaks through the White Sea, the White Sea. The rising sun shines on every inch of the Baby Sea. Let the nearest angel island, Arpiado, be covered with a layer of golden clouds. Wow, so beautiful. Instinct made the four little girls scream at the beautiful scenery. Doflamingo pointed to the islands that had more pristine appearances when the black dragon arrived in Arpiado, except for two guys, Guy Sar and Judge, who are obsessed with experiments. Toripol, Laoji, and Jorah, who stayed behind on Sky Island, were holding two babies, and Bakara was already waiting there. Welcome home, Dover young master boss. Wow, 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 wow. Bakara, follow me first. Doflamingo mentioned a few vegetative people and mythical beasts and planned to leave. Just calling me alone. Bakara showed a happy expression. Young master, why don't you take a look at your child first? He is absolutely the cutest in the world. With his arm pinched red by Zophi, Jorah spoke words that were filtered through multiple layers. Yes, Dover, he is a natural-born king just like you. Child. Yamato, who had a very long reaction time, only then realized the amount of information. He glanced at the little thing in Jorah's arms, and then looked at Doflamingo, who had a proud look on his face. It seems so. Let's deal with the business first. Doflamingo led several vegetative people and Bakara towards the laboratory. The two old guys, Kurazumi Higurashi and Kurazumi Chanmaru, are about to die, so their fruit powers cannot be wasted. Korra, I'll leave those little devils to you, especially the little devil with horns. Teach her the difference between men and women. Yamato is limited by the environment of beasts pirates and the feudal society of Wano Kuni. No gender awareness. And Jorah could teach a little boy like Dellinger to be feminine. This is just the right time to help Yamato, who has such a smart brain, to make a distinction. Bakara, how much surplus have you saved? Doflamingo asked Huayni. After realizing that they were flying in the direction of the laboratory rather than the shrine, Bakara's overloaded brain returned to normal, and she answered calmly. Boss, about 50,000. That's enough. Donquixote Royal Laboratory simply dealt with Guy Sar and Judge, who had the same panda eyes. Kurazumi Higurashi and Kurazumi Chanmaru were stuffed into special rooms built with sea stone. There are also a lot of fruits inside, including apples, dragon fruit, mangoes, bananas, and cantaloupe. Then two secret medicines were shot into their mouths. The weak and old bodies of both of them stood up again. However, this secret medicine is a medicine for tigers and wolves, and people in their prime still have blood, essence, and lifespan to burn. A dying person is burning himself, and normal people can also vent this surging power. The two vegetative patients could only stand there and silently feel the approach of death. Boss, this method of catching devil fruit is already superior enough to reach a 98% chance. The judge glanced at Bakara standing beside him, indicating that he wanted it. Yes, boss. What kind of fruit is this? Ms. Bakara needs to come and look at it personally. Shaking his horn head, Geisa had the same question. Bakara and the others can only apply for help if they are sure of the correct direction of the experiment. When will they have the luxury to catch two fruits? The Kurazumi siblings who were being talked about began to vomit blood. One is called barrier fruit, and the other is called clone fruit. I have not yet tested the upper limit of the barrier fruit. It is a fruit with a very high lower limit and a very high upper limit. Clone fruit can imitate the physical characteristics and even abilities of others. It is a fruit with a very high lower limit and a very high upper limit. Barrier fruit, 2 generations of users. Kurazumi Chang'an easily defends against Kazuki Oden's attacks. You can deny Kazuki Oden's brain, but you cannot deny Kazuki Oden's strength. This barrier can also change shape, unlike the iron body which cannot move. Based on the hardness of the barrier, if it is a strong physical warrior, such as Garp. Like Bartolomeo, he concentrates on his fists and can fight fist to fist without getting hurt. He doesn't need to defend himself, he can just hit people hard. Tell the world directly, who is the pirate's boxing champion? The clone fruit is also a bit of a mystery, as you can copy it when you encounter another one. A black banana and purple apples appeared. Bakara, how much did it cost this time? It seems that the closer an event is to success, the less it needs, and the previous idea was correct. Let me play with him. A barter coast. Clone fruit, barrier fruit. Judge and Guy looked at each other. They felt as if they had heard of these two fruit abilities somewhere before. The sealed cistern door opens. Oh, this is not a joke. He's still too young. The Kurazumi siblings reached the end. Judge looked embarrassed. Boss, I. Doflamingo flicked his fingers and the thread in his hand flew in. Bang! Of course this is your will, boss. Two-touch Kaido auntie again. The extremely socially arrogant Yamato came forward and grabbed Zoffy, who also had an arrogant look on his face, with his dirty little hands. Boss, you'll see. Introduced myself. Roll away two obviously different fruits. Jorah raised his hands, and Yamato grabbed the colorful skirt. Hello, I'm Yamato. This is Kazuki Hiyori, Violet, Scarlet. In a lucky sacrifice made by a group of pirates, and special physiques can also be copied, such as the S******, E Zyro Feng copying Wang, Nika's rubber physique. The two people who achieved a breakthrough in the experiment agreed deeply. Doflamingo's mouth curled up slightly. Book the royal vice. This is a bit outrageous. It shouldn't be called clone fruit when it is developed to ultimate. Puff. Judge, Guy, we are on the right track. You should be called to bring you. Boss, very little, probably less than 10,000. Bakara was also a little confused, thinking that she would be drained dry like last time. Feeling the strength of Yamato's hand, Jorah smiled with a motherly love. It was another healthy little one. Judge, bring Ryuju here for me to see. I'm curious about the research you and Quinn have done. The two fruit powers reluctantly merged into the pile of fruits. Oh, you can't play. After listening to Jorah's explanation, Yamato suddenly realized and spoke while holding his stomach. Then take me to eat spicy and sour malatang. I'm hungry. Yo-ho-ho, come on, little Zoffy and little Ace want to eat too. Gee, Jorah, Lao Ji left with a few little ones. Zero looked at Virgo, who was now a head taller than him and had explosively developed muscles. Toropol was a little dazed. He was only in his 20s, but why did he feel like he was getting old? Virgo, you are completely different from when you left. As he spoke, Torobol gestured to the height at which Virgo walked. But Dover is always my king. Without completely denying it, Virgo was a little dazed when he saw Toropol in a low state. It was Torobol who once led him out of that quagmire and away from that shitty family. At that time, we supported Dover as king together. We were so ambitious. Why are we so depressed now? I couldn't help but ask. Torbol, what happened? Perhaps they are aware of their own weakness, Virgo. Diamante and I are no longer able to keep up with Dover's progress. Toropol gave a somewhat bitter smile, then looked down at his hands which were making the bomb. But I can still play my due role in Dover's hegemony. South Blue, Patarilla Island, after the expedition is over. It has been more than 2 months since the Marine Secret Force arrived at this somewhat remote island after tracking down Roger. The smell of blood permeates the island. What's your name? Anxie. Do you know Roger's family? I don't know, sir. We really have nothing to do with pirates, Roger. The pregnant woman knelt down in fear. Has anyone left this island in the past few months? Woo, I don't know. Bang! The bullet penetrated the ground in front of the woman. Answer the questions. Wow, there are people missing every month on this island due to accidents. A few months ago there were merchant ships coming here, but they didn't take people away. However, they have a good relationship with a family. What's your name? Rouge. What's the name of the merchant ship? Enough. Les, do you know who you are talking to? Ha! Genori stood up and looked at his rebellious son. His anger from long-term failure was about to explode. Lord Yim is about to wake up, and a new era is coming. Will it work? Or are we going to have to endure the kid's sarcasm again? The only young blonde 5 elders took over the conversation. We need to pay attention to Doflamingo. His power is expanding like a balloon. He and Kaido are in control of Seastone's new channels. We can hardly control him. He has become a new threat to the sea. Captain Winston Luss, who was in charge of statistical intelligence, looked panicked and rushed into the temporary command center in a hurry. Increase the search for Golden Lion. The sword-wielding 5 elders drew his knife slightly. This time, I will take action. Lion fruit must be in our hands. Also, shortly before the execution, it is suspected that Doflamingo came to this island and took away a woman. Doflamingo. I don't remember. Rear Admiral Winston Genori, who was in charge of this incident, frowned as he sat in a chair, took a puff of his cigar and spoke slowly. After calming down, "You're going to question him?" Judge 5 elders asked, leaning on his cane. "Do you know Rouge?" "Calm down, Les. I've taught you that we are responsible for the work of the world government, and the first priority is to stay calm. Your current task should be to continue to verify the pregnant woman." I deconstructed several pregnant women in front of them. The people who gave the information had their defenses broken. It's 98% likely to be true. Les was also panicked. Most of the credit was gone, and promotion to Commodore was a luxury again. Genori's face was ashen. He thought it would be easy to bully an orphan and a widow, but now not only was his promotion gone, he was also demoted. Winston Luss interrupted his father's long speech. "Between rights, enough, Dad. We are a little late. Your body." The yellow-haired 5 elders was stunned. Before Roger's execution, merchant ships from the Donquixote family often came here. "This is really important, Dad." After checking the families near the East Coast cliffs, they all mentioned a piece of news. Genori took out the den mushy and reported the news. "Let him keep it. He's just a child and can't do anything." The bald 5 elders in a suit stroked his beard and continued speaking. "From now on, all celestial dragons that leave the Holy Land will be killed. 98%. The intelligence department can basically judge the authenticity of the matter with more than 70%. Tramp, tramp, tramp. The eyes of the long-haired and long-bearded 5 elders were wider than ever. How dare he do that? As a celestial dragon, what on earth does he want to do by taking in the enemy of God? Genori's expression froze. God knows how angry the 5 elders would be if they knew Roger's wife had run away and the child was born. He asked unwillingly, "Have you confirmed it?" Watch as Jorah leaves the land of Arpiado and steps onto the white clouds. Violet screamed. "Auntie, that's the sea of clouds. We're going to fall down. You should call me the most beautiful woman in the world." Kyrola stood firmly on the island cloud. "This is an island cloud. It won't fall down. Please let me come, my little guests." "Hey, is this the same thing as Father's flame cloud?" Yamato followed Jorah to where the younger members of the family were gathered. Looking at the house in the distance with 2 unfamiliar Huxia characters written on it and the fragrance wafting out, Yamato's eyes became brighter and brighter. Some childish voices gradually came into my ears, becoming stronger and stronger. "Who will save us from our misery?" "Young Master." "Who are we alive because of?" "Young Master, who brought peace here." "Young Master, who gives us every meal." "Young Master, who is our young master?" "Doflamingo is an adult." Thump, thump, thump. Colin, an official member with a gold badge on his chest, glanced back and forth at the 200 little guys wearing silver badges. No one dodged. Looking at these burning eyes, Colin nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." The 3rd tryout will begin in a week, and the top 10 will get to choose 6 skills. Everyone's eyes lit up. The more they learned, the more they could get, and the sooner they could become official members. The bottom 100 will be reclassified as bronze members. The looks in the eyes were different. Some were disdainful, some looked panicked. But they have one thing in common. They don't want to go back to the so-called bronze level. They were promoted from batches of bronze personnel. Bronze level, the lowest level of Donquixote family. Meaning fewer resources to support, fewer paths to choose from. The last rule is that you are not allowed to attack members' brains or vital organs. Violators will be expelled from the family. Colin pointed to the various types of food placed behind him. "Prepare." Oh my God, what a ball. Kora walked in swaying his fat body. Young Master, Master Jorah, Master Lao Ji. You are so energetic. The young master will definitely be very satisfied when he sees you. Yamato looked at all this with bewilderment in her eyes. She didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Zophi and Ace, who looked curious, were handed over to two babysitters created using the power of the fruit. Jorah squatted down and looked at Yamato. Yamato, you already know the rules. Do you want to join in and play? What if they don't have enough to eat? Yamato looked at the thin food and his peers standing there. With her appetite, these people would not be enough. Besides, in the past, when she was on Ghost Island, someone would always bring food to her. Wasn't there endless food? Oh, the young master said that all resources in the world are limited, and the strong will occupy a larger share. This is instinct. Jorah held Yamato's confused face in his hands. If you don't grab it, you'll go hungry. Besides, it's not impossible to change it. What can I do? Yamato's eyes lit up. She didn't want to starve, but she also didn't want her peers to starve. All of this was planned by the young master and executed by me. You can talk to the young master about defeating me. Jorah stood up, the tenderness in his eyes disappeared, and he pointed at Yamato and announced, "Begin." Defeat her, and the young master will give you more. 200 people looked at Yamato, their eyes lit up red. You disgusting, stinkier asterisk. Spin the cannon. Buffalo was like a taking off top, and the crowd around him instantly took off under the powerful centrifugal force. And their young master, Lord Doflamingo, was watching this scene. Aren't you warriors taught to share? Aren't you taught to give to each other? Laozi taught her how to snatch. Let her understand. Want to share? You can, but first you have to grab enough. You don't participate, then you get beaten. Thinking of this, Doflamingo smiled excitedly. Roll up the Bakara and return to the Palace of God. The difficult journey of Ultra Force begins. We. Judge raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief as if his mind had been touched. Kaido stumbled. Yes, boss. Stay and have more children. You will be a great backbone of strength. Seeing this, Doflamingo loosened his not-so-clean hands. This release lasted for 1 day and 1 night. Before the judge could give an answer, a tuft of his beard was pulled out by the roots by someone's great force. Pinching the soft flesh of Ryaju's cheek, Doflamingo said playfully, "So you plan to conduct further experiments in Sora's belly?" Sora was an ordinary person who had 5 children. Judge's face turned pale. He covered his red chin and carefully took Ryaju's hand away, until all the divine servants had come. Tilda. Then have you ever thought about what would happen if Sora wasn't a modified human? Judge is already waiting here holding a pink baby. With the transformation technology that Judge specifically fostered, everyone can give Charlotte's family a few fights. Hiss! Thinking of the scene described by the boss, the judge broke out in a cold sweat. I understand, boss. It can only be regarded as genetic screening and transplantation of special abilities. The cultivator is U0, and the higher the success rate. But for more Vinsmoke. After sensing Ryaju's confused consciousness, Doflamingo gave his evaluation. Rip. Ryaju felt her face being rubbed, and her face turned red from happiness, and her big eyes began to sparkle. I heard Sora is pregnant again. As Ryaju laughed, Doflamingo touched her little head. Yes, boss. Sometimes we have to be faster like the lucky guy Jiaziu, and sometimes we have to be slower like these new generations. Boom, or will it just become a pile of rotten meat? Boss. Wow. Ryaju smiled with no teeth. Come to the laboratory. Saving Sora is certainly not for the sake of Vinsmoke and his siblings. Doflamingo, feeling refreshed, walked towards the laboratory. Doflamingo smiled as he thought of another filial son with curly hair. Yes, it's quite healthy, but this is not a true fruitability transplant. Well, you look quite healthy, and your mood swings are quite normal. It seems that you have abandoned your previous evil ways. Call. Yamato let out a breath and clenched his weak fists. Glance behind me. Kazuki Hiyori, Violet, and Scarlet were already lying on the ground, incapacitated. All four of them were affected because of themselves. Looking at the last person in front of him, he said angrily, "Damn it, spinning guy, do you still want to fight?" Buffalo was also in a bad state, staring at Yamato with red and swollen eyes. He couldn't understand how such a small body could contain such ferocious power, but he will never give up. "You are a family member worthy of respect. My name is not Spin Guy. My name is Buffalo. But if I beat you, I'll get more, and I won't have to go hungry anymore. So, Iron Body Windmill." The blood in the buffalo's body flows to the limbs. The body begins to spin under the power of the Tsumaburo fruit. The sound of a whistling wind was stirred up, sweeping towards Yamato. "Hateful! Thunder!" Yamato frowned, grabbed the small mace and rushed forward again. 8 trigrams, Yamato instinctively imitated his father's fighting techniques. The round mace and Buffalo's iron body kick collided. That's really not good." After watching the video, Kaido smiled like a child. I don't know whether he was praising Doflamingo or his own filial daughter Yamato. After having fun, Kaido looked at Jaehin, who had just returned. "Jin, what about the clone that Doflamingo kid mentioned?" "Brother Kaido has already started working at the stone quarry in Rabbit Bowl. He is indeed working hard, as he said, but what?" Jaehin thought of the scene of the transfer of authority of Thunder God Island, paused, and continued. "These replicants are at risk of rebellion. The so-called authority is not under our control." "Oh, so what?" Kaido laughed, not caring at all. "Laozi just wants hard labor. What can he accomplish by fighting these clones?" Jin, who had tested the clone's strength, also nodded and responded. "It is true, Brother Kaido." Bang! Carrying a horned creature, the dusty Quinn walked in, swaying his spherical body. "Brother Kaido, the remaining forces of the daimyo have been completely wiped out." After walking to his seat and taking a big gulp of anko soup, Quinn continued. "But I couldn't find the 2 old things, Shimatsuki Yasui and Kazuki Sukiyaki. Don't worry about things that aren't even considered samurai. The important thing now is that Wano Kuni belongs to Laozi." Kaido laughed twice at the situation of governing the country, then looked at the wet thing on Quinn's left hand and asked, "Where did you pick this up?" "I picked it up on the sea when I came back. It looks like a merman that ate the fruit." "It can't swim but won't die, ha 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 ha." As Quinn spoke, he shook the merman in his hand. Lolo, the fishman ate the fruit. What an idiot. What's your name?" "Jack." "Is this a new breed of failure?" Looking at the test subject number 10,086 with an eagle head growing on his chest in the isolation cabin. Doflamingo always feels an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. "Guy and Judge, why don't you play with artificial fruits, but also make this half-finished Zoan fruit user?" "No, boss, this is a successful work." Guy pressed a button on his side, and another isolation cabin rose up next to him. Bang! The birdman is tumbling inside. Number 10,100, the human-animal form was very successful. Doflamingo nodded slightly and said, "Tell me about your results." "Boss, devil fruit is a constraint on ability, but also a protection for the user." "That's a fresh way of saying it. What next?" Doflamingo looked at Guy with interest. "My previous idea for artificial fruits was to absorb the bloodline factor from animals. Then I would recultivate the remains of fruits that have lost their abilities and give them the bloodline factor. If they can survive, they will be successful artificial fruits." After a pause, Geyser admitted his previous failure. But due to the limitations of technology, the extracted bloodline factor is difficult to compare with the fruit's ability itself. So, test subject 11,006 doesn't need to eat or rest and can still move, so I locked it up here. Doflamingo asked, doubting whether there was still vision and consciousness in the objective sense. The judge looked embarrassed. "Well, without Ms. Bakara's help, it would be difficult for us to solve this rejection problem. Thunder fruit is especially difficult to tame. The current test subjects have all been fried into a pulp due to the severe rejection reaction." FFFFFFFFFF, well done. Let's speed up and give you more shares of the test products. I want to see the results. The transplant of 10,086 was successful, but the willpower failed. 10,100's willpower is stronger, so the fusion is more perfect. The transplantation of the fruit ability bloodline factor can get rid of the weakness of seawater. Put down the iron cage and press the spy device on the cage. So, warm. The tree man began to move, standing on his arms with green leaves and vines, looking up at the sky, and opened his wooden eyes to look around. Feeling the low pressure on his side, Guy's legs suddenly felt a little weak. FFFFFFFFFFF. Well done. Doflamingo's face turned from cloudy to bright, and the hand that was pinching Guy's head loosened. The interior of the cage began to appear. Behind the glass was there a tree planted in a pot, a person. What about Logia and Paramecia? Boss, he only has a week will left. Enel's thunder fruit is too overbearing, so I chose the relatively mild forest fruit, but this is the only one that has maintained a relative consciousness, while the others have been completely corroded and turned into trees. Judge's face turned pale. Guy, what did you study behind my back? Bang! Let me tell you, boss. The judge walked in after settling Rieju. SHHH. Guy gave the judge a smug smile and continued. Snap. Guy snapped his fingers, and a ray of sunlight from the top of the laboratory shone on the tree man. 1, 6. The tree man stuttered out a string of numbers. Doflamingo had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. So you're going through all this trouble just to say that you took the wrong path to the artificial fruit? What do you mean behind your back? Did you show me Rieju's experimental records? Gaisar sneered at the judge's accusation. You can keep it secret, but I can't. Clear. What's your name? Notify Karga and let him be the first member of the Air Force team. Let me do it. Boss, I've made a breakthrough regarding the transplantation of Logia. Guy started to feel proud and felt that he could do it again. Once Logia technology is perfected to a certain level, Bakara can be involved to maximize the probability of success and apply it to oneself. He floated to his laboratory and took out an iron cage whose interior could not be seen. So now we have successfully transplanted Zoan's bloodline factor, boss. As the chief of the laboratory, he actually kept secrets from him. Boss, this is my latest work. This is much more fragrant than half-baked artificial fruit. Willpower is something that just needs to be tempered. At worst, the worst that can happen is that you can make up for it by quantity. But for Zoan transplants, in addition to the rejection reaction itself, the experimenter has to start fighting against the animal's will. Guy gave Doflamingo a flattering smile and introduced him. Doflamingo frowned. He found that some people seem to have lost their awe of him. Where's my dear old mother-in-law's bloodline? And is Kaido's beginning? Charlotte Linlin's bloodline gene has been mostly deciphered, and Kaido's bloodline gene has just begun. Very good. After inspecting all the projects, Doflamingo left the laboratory with a smile on his face. When all the experimental results are applied to herself, that's when the world will be blown up. Naval headquarters. Withdrawing from Batirilla Island so soon. This is not like the style of the Five Elders. Marshal Sora crossed his arms, muttered to himself as he looked at the latest intelligence. Garp, who caught the key point, ate all the senbei of Sengoku next to him in one gulp. He stood up and shouted, I need a leave. That's my senbei. Sengoku held his forehead. Can't Garp eat his own? Garp, what are you going to do now? Isn't Roger dead? I have to take care of my grandson. Doragu defected just to give you a grandchild. There's no point in chatting today. What a damn bad boy. A cross appeared on Garp's forehead and he turned around and walked away. Sengoku's eyes flickered as he watched Garp leave. Sabyodi Archipelago. Tesoro, I'm coming. Looking at Tesoro covered in bandages, Mahabais was a little hesitant. Come on, Mahabais. Tesoro locked his eyes on Mahabais. Bang! Something exploded under Mahabais' feet, and his figure disappeared on the spot like a high-speed train. 100 tons of basying. The moment he was about to approach Tesoro, his weight, which was already beyond that of an ordinary person, instantly reached 100 tons under the power of the tongue-crushing fruit. The potential energy plus the huge gravity, this blow is enough to break the ship apart and explode the street. Too rough. Tesoro was like a rootless willow catkin blown away by the wind. Marbais missed and rushed straight to the wall behind him. Boom! Mahabas had just stood up when the slash behind him had already cut through the smoke and dust. 100-ton Bai's iron body. The weight that suddenly increased made the iron body's hardness even surpass the armed color that ordinary people possessed. Clang! Tesoro, you mastered the six style so quickly. I just want to do my part for the boss. Finger pistol golden bullet. Endless golden bullets were fired from a distance like they were shot by a sniper rifle. 1,000 tons of base-ying. With its huge mass, Marbais crushed the bullets into slag and rushed forward under the rain of bullets. If there's nothing more, Tesoro, you're going to lose. But Marbais, you talk too much so. Snap! Tesoro snapped his fingers. Marbais's charging body instantly went out of control as if he had polio. He fell to the ground with a bang. I won. For the first time since the Log Town incident, Tesoro showed a proud smile on his face. Yes, Tesoro, you won for the first time. Sensing that his body had returned to normal, Mahabais sat up and spit out the dirt in his mouth. Then he asked curiously, how did you do this? The power that the boss gave me, the golden fruit. Tesoro moved his fingers slightly, and a little bit of gold powder flew out of Mahabais's mouth and nose. Let's start round 2, Marbais. Is the concert tonight okay? It's okay, I have something new. The gold on Tesoro's body surged, and a suit of armor took shape, but it was not over yet, as the dark haki surged out. Armament haki-ah. Marbai's glasses were so scared that they fell off. It took him so long to master it. Tesoro had to work on his career and exercise at the same time. How come he had surpassed him without realizing it? Yes, let's do it. Infernal fire. The gold emits extremely high temperatures that evaporate the air. The red-hot golden fist looked more like burning lava. 10,000 tons of Bai's copper wall. Boom! Night. The small arena on Sabjodi Island number 3 was opened on time. The people of Sabjodi, who were attracted early on, flocked in. With a sound, Tesoro, dressed in a white suit and a top hat, rose from the stage. Bang, bang, bang. A blanket of gold dust rose into the sky with the sound of salutes. Oh, this is gold, real gold. A big wave took off all her clothes and lay down on her seat. Get every inch of me soaked. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, Tesoro began to sing. Golden dance, Tilda and cowboys, let us forget everything. He's fulfilling his dream. Stella's body trembled with excitement, and tears of joy flowed from her eyes. In just a few years, the two of them not only got rid of each other's difficulties. The Gu just froze with Shang Men's hand, turned back and smiled. Good evening, Lena. Doflamingo stood up and walked towards the quiet room. He was not interested in the concert, an alley near the border. The only pleasure comes from the sense of accomplishment of helping others realize their dreams. After praising him, Kairola held his face in his hands and began to act crazy again. If we stay here, we will only perish. Seeing Lucas arrive, words flew everywhere. I roar, it's a pity that Tesoro didn't invite me, otherwise the place would have blown up. Luca cautiously shrank back. Now Tesoro got what he originally wanted. After a moment of silence, panic and fear spread. What the doctors say is true. Lead platinum disease really exists. Only Yamato, who thought Aunt Jorah was very nice, showed up. That's right, Aunt Jorah, you will definitely be very popular. Is this the only appreciation ability of Kaido's daughter? Everyone was speechless, shocked by his shameless character. Tesoro's girlfriend is right next to you and is much prettier than you are now. How could he say that? Is the border really closed? How's it going, Luca? Damn it. Squeak. Don't participate anymore. Stella, Tesoro sings beautifully. Ha! Luca said after taking a deep breath. Yes, the border has been blocked by the Royal Army and other countries. Lead platinum is really poisonous, woo-woo. What other options do we have? North Blue. Trafalgar de Guts took off his disguise and carefully retreated to his own clinic. Don't get involved with de Goo anymore. A faint voice sounded from behind. FFFFFFFFFFF. You guys continue. Let's rebel against the royal family. This is our only option. Do you want to join us? Freffens, we are too few in number. Tell others this news and pull them out of their dreams of the fairy tale town. After a moment, he appeared in a sewer. Don't get involved anymore. This is not something we can get involved in. De Goo, we're all going to die. Holding de Goo's arm, Lena said pleadingly. The man who recently started the rebellion has just been hanged at the execution ground. Doctors like them don't have the power to resist. Lena, Raymai won't live past 7. De Goo's usually kind face now looked somewhat hideous under the interweaving of the white Madara and the dim lights. If the situation in this country continues to deteriorate and all medical resources are cut off, Raymai may not live past the age of 5. She won't even get to see the world properly. Then at least wait for Mr. Rocinante to come back so that Luo and Lamy can be entrusted to him. Rocinante won't come back. I've already told him that if he stays any longer he will die. He is still young and he shouldn't die in a hopeless country like ours. Upstairs, Luo carefully returned to the room and looked at his sister Lamy, not knowing how to react. Frafen's border. Rocinante quietly bypassed all the guards wearing white protective suits and gas masks. Upon entering the country, Rocinante saw strange expressions on these people's faces. Feeling this weird atmosphere, it's like the calm before collapse. Why is it that by bringing the problem to light, the country seems to be heading further down the road to destruction? Rocinante was puzzled. He doesn't understand and has some problems. The manufacturer didn't want to solve it. In the quiet room of the Appoggiato shrine, armament haki, observation haki, what is the essence of conquerors? One hand was spinning with purple light, and the other hand was holding black and red thunder. Doflamingo released his observation haki and carefully felt the differences between the three. Haki armor. It is a kind of power that can be cultivated and is extremely versatile. It can strengthen your defense, offense, defense, remove negative states given by others, and be used as a source of energy. Armament haki can be seen as the high-quality, immortal kai that is obtained after the physical training is perfected. Conqueror's haki, the materialization of the spirit, the symbol of courage and spirit, cannot be cultivated, but it will improve as the courage and spirit improve. In other words, spiritual growth is more difficult to observe than physical growth. Not only can it shock the mind, but it can also enhance attacks. It can be seen as a combination of the Kamui pressure, killing intent, and hegemony mentioned in the cultivation. Does this thing have something in common with the killing intent fluctuation? Both can give themselves a critical hit and attack the mental defense of the surrounding without distinction. The ability of observation haki is to sense attacks, predict the opponent's next move, sense the strength of living beings, sense the emotions and thoughts of living beings, and sense the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of observation haki. Those who have reached a high level can predict the future. Those who are born strong can read other people's minds, change other people's thoughts, and listen to the voices of species. Why does this feel like a spiritual consciousness of cultivation? It turns out that I have been cultivating in pirates. Just a little complaint. Doflamingo began to try out the newly mastered Conquerors. Conqueror's haki is used for offense and may not be suitable for defense. But armament haki can be used in 4 ways: entanglement, flow, internal destruction, and external release. Conqueror's haki should be used in the same way. In other words, when Conqueror's first awakening, he already possessed the characteristics of extroversion. Strands of black and red lightning gathered in Doflamingo's hands. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated from the quiet room. The divine servants waiting outside felt as if their throats were being kissed by wild beasts, and the sense of crisis erupted in waves. Doflamingo, adults and more. My lord, nothing will happen to you. Don't panic. Just do what you are supposed to do. If there is an outsider in the quiet room. At this moment, all that can be seen is the black and red lightning gathered into a ball, and Doflamingo's true body can no longer be observed. A silk thread grew out, and strands of lightning tried to attach to it. The next moment, with a bang, the silk thread exploded into powder. I still underestimated Conqueror's destructive power. It's not like armament haki can harden and increase the hardness of materials. There were no extra emotions, which was what Doflamingo expected. With a thought, the hardest bone fibers grew out. Armament haki takes hardness to another level, then Conqueror's covers it again. This time the bone silk carried everything very well. Then, flow, with Doflamingo control. The black and red lightning began to converge into a black and purple stream of light, flowing on the silk thread like water waves. And then there's the internal shattering. In the following period of time, Doflamingo was allowed to experiment. The black and purple light couldn't go any further, but understood Dover, give the order immediately. Torribol's attitude immediately straightened up. The biggest advantage of Doflamingo is that, Dover, I'm here. The mind enters into consideration of the pattern of the sea. Dover. The devil's descendant Douglas Bullet attacked Thunder Island. I just walked out of the electromagnetic range of Thunder Island. A moment later, the black dragon soared into the sky. The BB warning sounded first. The older generation has no chance for now, so they can only consider the new era. You will be eligible to leave only after you defeat all the people in the training camp, including your followers. Ever since leaving Onigashima, Yamato has wanted to see everywhere. Why is this madman everywhere? Didn't this madman just come from the country of endless war? Dover, aren't you coming to see Tesoro's concert? Torripol, who was not aware of the situation, was enjoying the concert. After hanging up, Doflamingo immediately called Torripol. Immersing my body in it, the feeling of powerlessness instantly spreads to every inch of my body. Frowning, Doflamingo pressed the answer button. Dense straps cover every inch of muscle. He stood up and walked to the Beibai Heian pond in the quiet room. Finally, just got it. Well, contact Diamante with the details later, Virgo. Mihawk is only interested in swordsmen. There is no possibility of attracting him. Pass. I have failed to recruit this stupid crocodile several times. Maybe I can use the information about Pluton's design to lure him over and kill him. Get ready to leave for Thunder God Island. New materials have arrived. I want to go too. Take me to where you want to dance. Yamato's bandaged head emerged from the den mushy, and anticipation could be seen in his eyes. Just do it if you want to. Edward Weeble is mentally retarded. Although he is a moron, he can cut off Zephyr's arm and chase after 16 Whitebeard captains. He still has some value. A mama's boy is a good angle to approach. Diamante's horrified expression was on it. Hancock's strength is hard to define, but the method of winning him over is simple, so we can try. Enel and Moria are fighting Bullet. I understand. Stay where you are and keep the den mushy signal. Go on, tell the gambling houses in each stronghold to keep an eye out for an old woman named Miss Bar Jin, who is followed by a mentally retarded man with a knife. Jinbei's peak period is too late, but his elder brother can be considered. Doflamingo began to put his body through a mechanical and boring exercise. Doflamingo moved his mind, and the silk thread carrying the den mushy flew over. Crack! If you can't figure it out now, then don't try it for now. Half a day ago. Bullet vented his anger once again by wreaking havoc in the land of endless war, just drifting in the catapult, after losing Roger. The Bullet mercenary's mind lost its purpose. The only mindset left is war or death. He would go wherever the catapult was carried by the current. Bang! He shook his confused head. Bullet crawled out from under the bottles. After sensing the surroundings, Bullet sunk his palm into the catapult bow. The catapult began to deform. Claws grew out of the belly of the iron whale, and it landed on Thunder God Island. The huge piece of metal instantly attracted the sea of thunder gathered in the sky. Boom! The metal components of the catapult bow were instantly paralyzed. The powerful electric current made Bullet more sober from his drunken state. Looking at the thunder falling from the sky, Bullet stood there laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, I haven't challenged nature yet, let's fight. Lies Shura-like aura rose into the sky. The unusual movement of thunder has allowed Enel to discover the lander. There's an intruder, not dead. Enel's eyes lit up. Few pirates from the New World are willing to land on the deserted Thunder Island. Few people who landed were able to survive the chain of thunder. This newcomer is unusual. He has wanted to beat someone up for a long time. Moria Diamante, I'll go check it out first. After saying this, Enel turned into thunder and disappeared into the sky. Let's go and take a look. Something that can interest Enel is not ordinary. Without waiting for Diamante to answer, Moria picked up his long knife and followed. Although Enel, this little brat, is annoying, but his vision is trustworthy. He was also bored staying on Thunder God Island. Little ones, follow up. Boom, boom, boom. The black and purple fists kept colliding with the thunder that was attracted. The scattered lightning illuminated the surroundings like daylight. A giant face of thunder appeared from the sky, and rumbling thunder fell. May I have your name? Bullet looked at the giant face, the excited smile on his face growing bigger and bigger. He didn't expect that just after waking up there would be someone to fight with him. Leozi is Douglas Bullet. I seem to have heard somewhere before. What do you want to do when you land here? Boom. I don't know what I want to do. The ground beneath Bullet's feet exploded, and his figure instantly appeared high in the air, raising his fist with armed color to strike at Thunderface. But now, I want to fight. If you don't tell me, then go to hell. Bullet's arrogant attitude immediately angered the arrogant Enel. The giant face opened its mouth, and a huge dragon head flew out, trying to swallow Bullet. Thunder Dragon, you're here, good job. Bullet clenched his fists and roared excitedly. Hacky light quickly spread throughout his body, gradually turning into an Iron Man. Observe from the surface with the naked eye. It seems as if the whole body is covered with armament Hacky. In fact, it is completely different. This is him using the power of the fusion fruit to directly fuse his own Hacky with his body. Make muscles, bones, internal organs and other parts stronger, thereby greatly improving body functions and defense. More powerful than simple Hacky entanglement. This is a terrifying posture like that of a devil. This is one of the main reasons why he is called the descendant of the devil by outsiders. Boom! Bullet Black Iron's figure pierced through the Thunder Dragon in an instant. The foot raised high chopped down like a battle axe. In an instant, thunder surged. However, this did not hurt Enel at all. However, Bullet's special state attracted Enel's attention. Enel's true form emerged from the thunder and asked curiously, "Who are you to the young master?" With Bullet's mind full of battles, he was stunned when he heard this. The fighting spirit has been reduced by 3 points. What bullshit are you talking about? Talk after you're still alive. Bullet disappeared instantly. He punched Hacky's fist into Enel's head. The young master also has the same attitude as you have now. Enel came from behind and appeared behind Bullet. The leg wrapped in thunder chopped at the back of his head. There are some too. Bullet was stunned. Boom. The bullet hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke. The blow that didn't penetrate his defense hit the back of his head, making him feel a little numb. Leozi, this is done by the power of the fruit. How could anyone have the same thing? Bullet, who thought he had reacted, became even angrier. Besides, catch the attacking Enel, hit the ground hard. Your power is too weak. Boom, boom, boom. Enel was like a hammer held by Bullet, pounding the ground back and forth. In a moment, the originally decent face became bruised and swollen, and the bones were dislocated. When Moria and Diamante arrived, this is the picture you see. They looked at each other. Looking at Enel being beaten, Moria's face showed an irrepressible smile. Diamante, who recognized who it was, showed horror. Devil's descendant Bullet, I'll go inform Dover you rescue Enel. Okay, guys, get out of the way, I'm going to go up. Regardless of Diamante, who left to report the news. Moria raised his long knife and rushed towards Bullet. Hey, Bullet, how about fighting Laozi? Bullet turned his head and looked at the person coming. Boom! The two objects were able to be observed colliding with each other. Bullet's fighting spirit was surging, and his observation haki locked onto the location of Enel's life fluctuations. Huge beams of lightning bombarded Bullet one after another. Laozi is not some unknown pirates. Laozi is the god of thunder. Seizing Bullet's opportunity, Enel's entire body burst into flames. His legs were bent sharply and he suddenly shot out. However, his body was shining black as if it was polished. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. UP asterisk 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 D off Laozi. Bullet. I couldn't help but let go. Every time they collided, Enel's true body of the god of thunder was blown back. Boom, boom, boom. The huge fist collided with the incoming bullet. The iron fist that was fused with the color of armed forces instantly rushed into the thundercloud. A hole was blasted out in the sea of thunder. The clothes on my body had already turned into powder in the high temperature. God's judgment. When the storm subsided, Bullet's smiling face reappeared. Enel instantly completed the Dynamax. The black light and the lightning light collided back and forth. The terrifying explosion speed even caused sonic booms. Moria's mouth curled up. He is the one who should be defeated as a power player. The dull sound was like a torpedo in the water. Even with Bullet's strong body, he felt the paralysis. Leaving the armed color, Enel's figure instantly became natural. Let Moria, who has not yet mastered the observation haki. Enel's embarrassed and angry voice came from the air. When I got to Enel, there was only less than 1 meter left. More powerful people only made him more excited, and the excitement on his face became more and more intense. Moria stopped moving forward. It turned into a flash of lightning and merged into the sea of thunder in the sky. Ha ha ha, here I come, unknown pirates. Just by looking at it, Moria could see Enel was losing ground. A thunderstorm, the violent lightning rushed towards Bullet like crazy silver snakes. Enel took this opportunity to distance itself. Call. Enel let out a breath, shook his red fist, and his face was gloomy. His previous enemies were not so difficult. Reaction ability is faster than his. Haki is even better than him. Strength and defense are overwhelming. If this guy didn't want to play around, he had already been defeated in the first round and was in life and death crisis. Lei Ying. If he released this move himself, you need to use thunder to create thunderclouds first. Only then can you gather the huge amount of energy needed for this move. But this is the Thunder God Island, where the Thunder Fruit ability user once left behind. In an instant, part of the thundercloud began to shrink and gather. A pitch-black ball of thunder appeared. What a messy kid. Looking at the descending thunder ball, Moria turned around and distanced himself. Even the purest person could detect the strength of this attack. That's not enough. A bullet had just broken free from the entanglement of the lightning creature. This is what I saw. The thunder ball hit his face. Boom! The dazzling light was so bright that even the Thunder God village in the center of the island was blinding. Genomi, who had evolved into a lazy worker, had his eyes light up, looking at his last two old subordinates. Seeing that the two of them were looking at him, the corners of his mouth curled up as if he wanted to slack off. It's time to serve Lord Thunder God. Oh, go for it. The light faded. It was just the aftermath of the explosion in the air. A layer of the solid ground of Thunder God Island was also scraped off. Although Bullet does not have the absolute resistance of the Sun God, but even so, Bullet is still alive. There was not a single spot on its naked body that was not charred. Put down your hands, only the skin is burnt. Looking up at the sky, Bullet gave a hideous smile. That's great. Let's continue. It's not over yet. Enel's thunder god form manifests in the thundercloud. Also appearing was a giant golden spear that was constantly rotating behind him. Bullet's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face became more fanatical. The catapult came flying in the distance. They merged into one and became a giant robot as big as a hill. It is Bullet's second form, heavy equipment, Gungnir. It's like space-based weapons reaching the Earth. The golden spear's speed accelerates from 0 to the limit. To the naked eye, it was more like a beam of light instantly reached Bullet's head. Heavy fist. The gigantic steel fist is covered in armament color. Hit each other hard. Boom! The sound of the collision alone was like thunder. Under the force of the huge collision, the ground beneath the heavy equipment was polished by thunder. It shattered and exploded bit by bit. It's not enough. Bullet's deep voice sounded, and the mountain-like armament Haki in his body surged out like a storm. Lift up Gungnir, who was powerless little by little. Moria, who had just returned from a distance, felt uneasy when seeing this scene. You know, even he couldn't take this blow like this. How strong is this guy's armament, Haki? But on the other hand, the blood in Moria's heart began to surge. How can we miss the opportunity to fight such a strong man, even if the price is death? Heh, do you mind if I intervene? Give it back to you. Boom! Under Enel's astonished gaze, the heavy equipment's right arm shot the golden giant spear into the air. Ha 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 ha, come on if you want to. Bullet glanced at Moria's younger brother approaching from a distance and was not afraid at all. They are just my lovely subordinates. It is a stretch for them to get involved in this situation. After speaking to Bullet, Moria shouted to his subordinates who were carrying the cage behind him. Lend me your power, shadow gathering place. No. Oh. The faint noises of resistance from some of the new prisoners were drowned out by the enthusiastic voices. Shadows flowed into Moria's body like water. In a blink of an eye, Moria had surpassed the height of the heavy equipment. This is the gathering place for 200 shadows. Heh, let's do it. Shadow horn great sword. A huge slash wave attacks Bullet. Moria rushed forward with a loud rumbling sound. Come! There was no defense at all, and he paid no attention to the incoming blows and sword attacks. The heavy equipment's fists were dyed with armed colors and pierced into Moria's onion head. Bang! The knife and claws bombarded Bullet's real body on the heavy equipment continuously. There was still an excited smile on his face. Hurry back to make up for it. The fist of the heavy equipment instantly knocked Moria's head crooked. More power. The strong armament color makes the real damage Bullet receives almost negligible. Idiot, this is Bullet and Moria's armor, the descendants of the devil. It's so scary. Let's run away, Captain Jerome. The greatsword in Moria's hand and the claws of the shadow warrior chopped Bullet's head at the same time. But how can your steel compare to my naturally strong body? He needs more thunder. So, Laozi hates people with stronger armament Haki than Laozi the most. The energy just now was not enough. However, the battle situations were different, fiercely intertwined. Why is Lord Thor gone? Genomi looked confused. He had just seen Lord Thor's heroic figure. Moria and the Shadow Warriors surrounded the heavy equipment. The two hit each other almost at the same time. Fists and swords, fists and claws. That makes sense, you're so smart, boss. Let Moria's head go blank. Your Haki is not enough. Just as Jerome was about to make up his mind, he saw the thunderclouds above his head begin to become more and more violent. Without stopping the action, his body exploded into a ball of lightning. Idiot, Lord Thor is everywhere. We want to die for Lord Thor. Who is fighting this? Looking at the calming thunderclouds, Jerome felt relieved. Oh, attack, continuous attacks, iron fists bombarded Moria continuously. Then what shall we do, Boss Jerome? Bullet still didn't make any defensive moves. This matchup was exactly what he wanted. In a corner of the battlefield, the three slacking off guys approached cautiously. In the sky above, Enel restores energy. Of course we are waiting here to see if Lady Moria needs our help. Bullet's flowing armament Haki directly crushed Moria's shallow armament Haki. Can we escape then? Hateful. Yamato frowned her delicate brows. I thought I could go play around after leaving Onigashima, but I got stopped here again. It's too much that you have to fight for the food you promised to eat. The Black Dragon has seen the Sabyori archipelago flashing with dazzling lights. Doflamingo had no interest in knowing what that little brat was thinking. His entire attention is now occupied by Thunder God Island. Douglas Bullet is not an easy person to deal with. It's not Crocodile like I met before, a player who seems to be a 50-50 chance. The so-called battle between the two was evenly matched. After a brief fight, they separated. This can also be evaluated in this way. But let's not talk about Bullet's strength 20 years later. Original timeline. But Bullet withstood Buster Call with Garp Sengoku. He was successfully imprisoned with the same treatment as Golden Lion. Enel and Moria stayed behind. One attack is compensated by Thunder, but the constitution is weak. His physique and strength are acceptable, but his haki is a fatal flaw. And Bullet, it is a beast honed by Roger and Rayleigh, a top-notch warrior who is truly proficient in taijutsu, strength and haki. It's okay if Moria dies, but Enel should not let anything happen to Laozi. On the dragon head, Doflamingo's expression became increasingly gloomy. The forces under his command are not numerous to begin with, and each one is extremely precious. Thunder God Island on the other side. Bullet's heavy equipment vs Dynamax Moria and Shadow Warrior. It's clearly 1 against 2. The situation seems to be reversed. The heavy equipment used its fists to attack Moria and the Shadow Warrior continuously. Hiss! Diamante, who had just rushed back to the island from the sea, gasped when he saw the fierce battle. Are the newcomers in New World so strong now? They are suppressing Moria. After Bullet got off Roger's ship, he has been debuting as a rookie. Even Roger's deputy Rayleigh didn't make any splash. What's more, he is a newcomer. Diamante had never taken the name Douglas Bullet seriously. He is just a madman wandering around without any companions or territory. Whoosh! Dodging a flying boulder, Diamante ran towards the sea again, away from the special magnetic field of Thunder God Island. Continue to report the battle situation to Dover. Since the newcomers are so strong, how did Toribol and I get to New World? It turns out that this world should be left to a natural king like Dover. Toribol and I were just subjects. Center of the battlefield. The continuous knocking sounds finally changed their rhythm. The heavy equipment's iron fist pressed Moria's long sword down hard. With his other hand, he grabbed the Shadow Mage and slammed him hard into Moria's body. Boom! Bullet looked at the shaky Moria. Is this the limit? Moria. Staring at Bullet, Moria gasped for breath. He was not in a good condition at the moment. His entire body and the blade in his hand were covered with fist marks from heavy equipment. The whole onion was swollen. The worst thing is that his eyes were as red as blood. Moria could feel himself losing control. Haki was also losing control. Since you are going to lose control, you might as well speed up. It's not over yet, Moria shouted, and the shadow that transformed into a Shadow Warrior also dissolved into his body. The body, which was originally toned and full of strength, appeared a little bloated. Come, Moria roared and rushed forward. Ha, you should have shown this attitude earlier. A Bullet drives heavy equipment while charging. The movement caused by the two was like the original giants in the myth moving mountains and filling the sea. But now, get out. Easily avoid Moria's now chaotic claw attacks. The huge fist of the Bullet heavy equipment is wrapped in armed colors. The huge amount of armed color caused the air to distort and fluctuate. Medium heavy punch. The attack that gathered all of Bullet's haki hit Moria's swollen onion head. Boom! Crack! Even with Moria's strengthened body, his skull was still shattered in an instant. His body hit the ground hard, and the shock of the blow could be felt throughout the island. Like a normal person being run over by a truck. Moria's eyes turned bloodshot, and she lost consciousness. The originally swollen face sank inward like a deflated basketball. The bridge of the nose, Cheekbones, jaw and lower teeth were all violently crushed into a pile of debris. One shadow after another lost control and flew out. What kind of power is this? Brother Moria. Are you okay, Captain Moria? The younger brother in the distance rushed to the battlefield with trembling thighs, trying to give his big brother some help. Ignoring Moria, who was still breathing, Bullet looked towards the sky filled with thunder. Are you ready, Discharge Boy? Sizzle. A huge thunder struck down. Bullet didn't react at all because the target wasn't him. Moria's shrunken body was pushed towards the younger brother who was running towards him by the rocks stirred up by lightning. Enel is in a peculiar situation right now. The body and consciousness completely merged into one with a part of the thundercloud. Most of the active thoughts have stopped, only a few instincts remain. Everything serves the offense. Looking at the 8 holes in the sky. Bullet felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, and his heart began to roar. 8 thunders forbidden. A buzz. 8 arcs of dark purple light appeared from the hole. Bullet grinned. That was more than enough. The rocks underfoot covered the heavy equipment under the effect of the fusion fruit. Boom, 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 boom. The stone armor that the heavy equipment had just covered shattered in an instant. But this was enough. Bullet had already rushed out of the range covered by the 8 arcs. It didn't fly into the sky like before. The size of the heavy equipment does not support such light movements. This situation. Of course, we have to counter firepower with firepower. Bullet activates the ability of the fusion fruit. The chest and arms of the heavy equipment were split open with barrels. Endless war. Thunder and lightning roared. The whole island looks like a country at war. However, it is a war between 2 people. Diamante, who was returning to the sea, stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now he didn't have to go back to check the situation. He could enjoy the fireworks and lightning show from afar. I don't know how long Enel and the others can hold on. Amidst the continuous sound of explosions, the Moria pirates on the shore are having a disagreement. Why don't we take Brother Moria and run away now? Asterisk hole. Brother Moria, you've pawned your freedom to the devil for us. You idiot, do you want to put Brother Moria in an unjust situation? The central figure of the conversation, the bandaged Moria blinked. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Laozi has such a handsome face. As soon as Moria woke up, he felt the second trauma to his skull. The last time I felt this way was when I first came to Thunder God Island. Oh shit. Fortunately, it was just the skull. Moria supported her still-moving body and sat up. Moria's cry of pain instantly attracted the surrounding members. Boss Moria, you're awake. Brother Moria, how do you feel? Bring Laozi some food. We are ready. Moria and his team members quickly brought over the dusty grilled bread lying nearby. Moria didn't care and just ate while looking at the center of the battlefield. Center of the battlefield. The rumbling sound continued. The catapult had run out of ammunition. Bullet is already using its own haki as energy. But he was not panicked at all. His physical strength was endless. And this kid seems to have unlimited energy. But his spirit was about to get out of control, just like the onion that was knocked down before. The fact is just as Bullet perceived. When the 3 Enel bootlickers listened to Thunder's excitement and numbness again, some of them even wanted to go back to work. Enel instinctively realized that it was about to lose control of this large thundercloud, so a shift was made. Take Mamuro-kun. The arc of electricity stopped. The thunderclouds rolled, and a giant purple lightning foot poked out of the clouds, blocking the subsequent haki bomb. Different from the fat Thor that Enel had previously mastered. In a flash, 6 war drums flew up behind him, and the slender giant Yumingzun, wearing battle armor, floated in the air. There is no flirtatious talk that Enel used to like. Ming Zun's body exploded and reunited in front of Bullet in an instant. The lightning fist hit Bullet's surprised face. Boom! Bullet's face is visibly deformed. The heavy equipment turned into artillery shells and flew out, but Take Me and Naruto arrived first. Appearing above the heavy equipment, its giant legs chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! Take me a Naruto, who perfectly demonstrated his lightning speed, suppressed Bullet for a while. In the distance, Moria was well fed and drinking milk to nourish his bones. My eyes lit up when I saw this scene. You guys wait here. I'll go help that kid. Then he sneaked towards the battlefield. Boom, 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 and the sounds of thunder and collision continued, not just how long it has been. Suddenly, Ming Zun's attack rhythm stopped. The two distanced themselves from each other. Thunder spread from Ming Zun's body, and the light of the last thunder drum behind Ming Zun also dimmed. Looking at this scene, a smile appeared on Bullet's dark face. You're reaching your limit, boy. Crack. Before Bullet could finish being happy, some subtle cutting sound was heard. The moment Bullet realized something was wrong, the shadow under him was pulled away by another shadow. Heh, I'll take your shadow. Moria reappeared at the edge of the battlefield with a round face. What kind of acrobatics are you going to show? Bullet turned sideways to face the two of them at the same time, with contempt in his eyes. Without responding to Bullet's words, Moria absorbed his shadow into his body. Bullet's shadow is more than worth 100. It's more than worth 1,000. The moment when Moria melted the shadow into one, it seemed as if there were countless blowers beneath its skin and its body was growing like air. In an instant, he turned into a giant frog man, but its power has not only increased tenfold, but 100-fold or even more. In an instant, the two beasts, with little consciousness left, rushed towards the most threatening person on the field. Bullet, ha, good job. Showing his 8 perfect teeth, Bullet felt his blood boiling, and the enthusiasm in his eyes seemed to be reignited. It has been a long, long time since I felt so excited. Then Bullet rushed out of the Conqueror's body and crushed the surrounding rubble, causing it to fly everywhere. The heavy equipment was dyed black with the color of armament. He met both with his fists. Boom! The island began to shake. The sea water rolled in all directions and created waves. The three are intertwined, and the force that is enough to shake the island is constantly tilted towards each other. However, this time, not as tangled as last time. Bulletized Moria's claws were still on his head. Given Bullet's physique and armament haki, this blow made him dizzy and blood flowed from his nostrils. But it's all worth it. The heavy equipment's left fist had already blocked both of Giant Yumingzun's fists. The right fist is gathering power. Enel has an empty goal. Don't die, kid. Medium heavy punch. Take me a Mingzun was not knocked away, but the iron fist sank directly into his chest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Take me a kun exploded into a ball of thunder. The indiscriminate lightning attack made Moria's body numb, and his consciousness became clear for a moment. Then Enel was seen flying backwards. His hands were pressed unnaturally against his chest, and the ribs that were originally upright on his chest seemed to be pressed by a hammer. Blood spurted out like a fountain. You deserve to die. Moria gritted his teeth and spat out a few words, then his giant claws blasted out in a continuous stream. Don't worry, it will be you soon. Bullet, who has the Superman armament color, recovers his mobility faster. Boom, 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 boom. Eh. At the edge of the battlefield, Enel's trio of lickers looked at each other, and no one dared to move. Brother, I think we should get back to work. You're right, we have to love our work. Hey, Enel. Diamante, who was watching the battlefield through a telescope, gasped as he watched Enel fly out. They saw with their own eyes how much Dover loved Enel. If Enel dies, who will bear Dover's wrath? Diamante immediately drove the tanker back to Thunder Island. He couldn't help in a fight, but at least he had to save people. Boom, boom, boom. The two warring parties resembled large, human-shaped excavators. The nearby rocks and ground were smashed into powder by the heavy blow. Holding up Enel, Diamante put on a panicked smile. The dragon's head poked out of the clouds. The battle is over, and Bullet falls out of the combined mode. The heavy equipment is steel covered in military colors. The other fist was raised high. Ignoring Moria's resistance, Bullet struck at her weak spots with punch after punch. What did you do to the people of Laozi? Moria's claws were broken off at the root, exposing the finger bones at the back. Moria's face was completely changed, and he spit out a shadow, and his body began to shrink rapidly. You are touching my spoils. Fists and claws added together. Enel has more air out than air in. Boom, boom, boom. The situation keeps shifting. It's like the beating of war drums on a battlefield. A cloud of flames caught Diamante as he took off. Doflamingo's observation haki, which was about to reach its limit, allowed him to instantly sense the situation on the battlefield. Bang! Bullet grabs Moria's flat head. You go on, I'm just passing by. F***KU. Bullet continued to punch out like a torrential rain. The speed was getting faster and faster, and even phantoms appeared, as if countless fists were swinging. Bullet frowned and looked towards where Enel landed. Moria is strengthened again. After all, it is a meat claw. What remains unchanged is that he still holds Moria in his hand. The attack began to become powerless. Brother Moria, the half-dead Moria, Diamante is dying, approaching the ground rapidly. Hand over Laozi's shadow. With spitted blood, Diamante, without any strength to change hands, turned into a ray of light and flew high into the sky. Bullet instantly appeared in front of Diamante and punched him. What are you doing? The Moria pirates, who had just begun their charge, were run over by Bullet's conquerors and fell unconscious. Boom! Doflamingo's eyes widened. Conqueror's haki rushed out as if it were real. This twisted, cruel, and domineering aura instantly enveloped Bullet. The surrounding ground seemed to be sinking inch by inch, as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. Surprisingly, Moria and Enel, who were lying not far away, were not hurt at all. Virgo, save Moria, Enel. Virgo's flames rolled towards the two people who were in a coma. Ha 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 ha, with such courage, I already understand your ambition. Ignoring Virgo's little action, Bullet laughed wildly. In the fascinating eyes, the enthusiasm that had just subsided was ignited again by Doflamingo's haki. Tell me, who are you? You make me like you so much. Bullet took a step forward. The violent and crazy conquerors like Shura lifted up Doflamingo's conquerors little by little. The violent collision of the two conquerors' auras was like two visible hurricanes entangled and colliding, trying to devour each other. Black and red lightning and azure thunder roared together. The thunderclouds that had been invisible all day long actually cracked, and the sun shone on Thunder God Island. Laozi is Doflamingo. Doflamingo, who had something to hide, asked, Bullet, you are such a nobody, who brought you here? How did Bullet, this madman who challenges others everywhere, end up on Thunder God Island? Challenging Whitebeard was what a fool with no self should do. Could it be that Perospero and Katakuri noticed something? It's a pit dug for him. Laozi, go wherever you want. No one can stop me. Bullet possessed him, revealing his standard 8 teeth. During this brief confrontation, Virgo had already removed 2 seriously injured people. Very good, got it. Bullet is not one to lie, so it seems like everything is just a coincidence. Doflamingo raised his palm upwards, and silk threads shot out and then fell to the ground around him. So, what is the purpose of your dog breed? Ha 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 ha, there is no such thing as a purpose. Roger is dead, and there is nothing worth surpassing for me. Laozi just woke up and had a fight. Not only did it not interfere with what Doflamingo was doing. Bullet looked at the open birdcage with interest and asked, what is this? Fighting always requires a battlefield. A cold, pervert smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. Do you need a rest? I'm just warming up. Boom. The impact of the colliding domineering auras dissipated, the surrounding ground continued to explode, and the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Bullet went into devil mode again, rushing towards Doflamingo with a big laugh. This is the unrivaled conqueror's haki. This is the peerless strongman. Definitely worth it defeat. Doflamingo, come on. Doflamingo also entered this state. His speed was 3 points faster than Bullet, and his internal crushing-level armament color was wrapped around his fist. Then go to hell. Bullet. Ha 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 ha, so this is what Raiden Boy meant. How did you do it? Seeing Doflamingo's reproduction, Bullet was not surprised but happy. As long as Laozi wants to do this kind of thing, he can do it. The two men's fists collided fiercely. Boom! It was like a bomb explosion targeting the continental shelf, and the entire island was shaking with the impact. The shock waves caused the seas in all directions to churn and create a tsunami. Both were pulled apart by the recoil. What is this? Haki is drilling into the bones. Bullet asked excitedly, raising his black and red fist. He could feel the pride he aroused, like the armed color of the mountains. It just didn't fully play the role it should have. The opponent's haki cut through his haki defense in an instant, causing damage to the wrapped muscles. Feel it with your body. Bullet, don't hide. Doflamingo let out a grim smile. If it was Bullet who was released from prison more than 20 years later. He has mastered the armament haki hardening technique to the highest level. The amount of armed color surpasses that of ancient and modern times, enveloping the existence of the mountains, and he still gives it 3 points. But now, just strength and skill. It's not enough class yet. Doflamingo waved his hands. Silk threads with purple glow fell from the sky. Dropping ruffian string, ha ha ha, you're right. If you can't figure it out, forget it. Like a soldier charging a position, Bullet charged. The silk threads fell like drizzle. But this drizzle is not gentle or sweet. Instead, it looks like a sharp sword full of murderous intent. Boom, 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 boom. The earth is like fragile foam, with holes all over it. The vibrations emitted as Bullet dodges and moves. The parts that were wetted by the drizzle turned into powder. If conditions permit, I would go directly with Virgo. The next one is Moria, who underwent 2 head transplant surgeries. The crack on the top of her skull reveals her white brain. The bullet punched a dent below the eye socket. After fixing most of the clone's bones, he was sent to the nutrition cabin. The near-perfect skills honed by Rayleigh and Roger were on full display. Doflamingo also punched forward. This is Laozi's invincible fighting skill. He was playing 2 against 1. He called out anxiously, "Mr. Judge. Having fought against Aunt Kaido and the future 4 emperors, would they be afraid of you, a talent who has been sent to prison?" After observing the 3 people, Judge began to act. Let the copy hold up the head. Avoiding the last thread aimed at his vitals, Bullet bent his feet, and the ground beneath him exploded. Boom! The one who was most seriously injured among the 3 was Diamante, who was only hit by 1 punch. He instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo and slammed his black iron fist into his brain, feeling the sharp pain in the back of my head. Boom! It is Shadow Knight's string. Even though Diamante had the floating fruit and paper arts to absorb the force, he almost killed Bullet with 1 punch. The last one is Enel, whose sternum, internal organs and arms were injured. Judge finally found the tongue among the broken bones and fixed the other bone fragments, thus completing the treatment. "Mr. Virgo, don't panic, I'm here." Doflamingo took the taunting as a compliment and threw 4 punches back and forth with his original form and clone. On the other side, Virgo released the flamingo wrapped in a cloud of flames. Then you should use your F***G-body to taste Laozi's fist. Judge was already waiting on the deck with the clones and the repair cabin. Don't play with this kind of stuff, Doflamingo. Even with Bullet's physique, his eyes narrowed and he raised his fists. You are so despicable, just like your subordinates. Carefully carrying Diamante and the other 2 approached. Boom, 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 boom. Bang. At the same time, behind Bullet, a figure identical to Doflamingo appeared. Bullet is like a wild beast before a rainstorm, wandering in the rain. Saw 3 people being treated. Virgo turned his attention back to the battlefield in the center of the birdcage. The rumbling sound continued. From time to time, the stirred-up gravel was ejected onto the birdcage and cut into slag. The 2 figures colliding back and forth were like 2 rays of light. Bullet is rapidly adapting to this haki that can drill into his body. His almost infinite armed color gave him unlimited opportunities for trial and error. Ha 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 ha, come again, Doflamingo. You don't have to come again. Without Roger, your dominance is fading. Your fists are not strong enough, and Haki is already weak. You are so weak, just do your best to survive. Doflamingo looked down at Bullet. He was still too young. Losing your goal, doubting yourself, each of these means weakening your Haki. Then you come and give it a try and defeat me completely. Bullet was completely filled with fighting spirit and turned his wrist, which was swollen and bleeding. His legs were bent sharply, and he suddenly shot out. The terrifying explosive speed even caused a series of sonic booms. The evolving armament Color Iron Fist instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo. It was only a punch away from Doflamingo's head. In a corner of the battlefield, Jerome and the other two were unable to escape from the birdcage. The dog observed the battlefield stealthily. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Jerome and the other two who were lying down lit up. If Lord Thor's boss died, they could just follow the new boss and escape from this life of hard labor. Boom! With the sound of fists hitting flesh, Bullet flew back. It crashed head-on into a huge rock and smashed it to pieces. Genomi and the other two were stunned. Wasn't it the new boss who initiated the attack first? What happened? What happened? Doflamingo stood still, not moving at all. But the chest was split open like an alien. The white line waves that stick out their heads maintain an attacking posture. Boom! The pile of rubble exploded, revealing Bullet's sturdy body. On his chest, there was a collapsed fist mark. Doflamingo. Ignoring his injuries and Doflamingo's despicable sneak attack, Bullet's eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. You actually have the same ability as Roger. FFFFFFFFFFF. Is this what you mean? A ferocious smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. He clenched his fists, and visible black and red lightning wrapped around him, emitting a deadly aura. It was the powerful wave from the chest that launched the sneak attack just now. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Awesome danger, awesome. Bullet laughed crazily. Doflamingo actually mastered the same ability as Roger. It would only make him crazier, just like challenging Roger again and again. This kind of man is such an unparalleled strong man. It's worth everything he gives. Combined arms. The catapult, which had just disintegrated and transformed back into submarine mode, emerged from the ground again. I am the user of the fusion fruit, a fusion man, and my catapult number is... But this time, the catapult that had just poked its head out got stuck. The surrounding earth activated into silk threads that lock the catapult tightly. And they are further linearizing the catapult to compete with him for control. Bullet's face changed as Shikai started talking, realizing that something was wrong. Is this awakening? There's no time on the battlefield for you to transform so slowly. What the hell is this? Riding the white wave, Doflamingo rushed towards Bullet. Do you think of me as a whetstone for your progress? Thousands of arrows pierce the heart-feather strike line. Thousands of threads of light, entangled in the color of the armed ones, descended from the birdcage in the sky. Surround Bullet like the wings of a flamingo. Bullet's eyes fixed, and he stopped the fusion state. He quickly put his arms in front of his body, and a fierce attack like a storm followed. Boom, 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 boom. A bullet and the catapult number underneath it. Sinking into the ground little by little. 100 billion, 100 million, 10,000. The catapult has completely lost its original appearance. It was beaten into a pile of scrap metal again, even with armed color defense. Bullet looked like a bloody man at this moment, with his arms in front full of holes. You don't think this is the end, do you? Doflamingo's cold and domineering voice sounded. Bullet's pupils shrank. He still had strength left after launching such an attack, this man's physical strength. Holy killing fist. The long-accumulated fist of the tyrant hit Bullet's temple hard. Bullet's favorite earphones shattered into pieces in an instant. Along with the bone fracture, the body flew out with a bang and turned into a stream of light. The stone hills along the way exploded like bubbles. But even so, Bullet has not completely lost its combat effectiveness. Instead, it reminded him of the time he spent training under Roger. It's just as fascinating. Dig your legs into the ground and apply the foot brake. The rubble all around gathered towards Bullet like flowing water. The joint model has always been centered around Bullet, rather than being centered on the catapult. I love my job and I want to be the most capable worker. Medium equipment, Stoneman version. Damn it, Laozi never comes out again. 16 sacred bullets, divine killing. Fighting for control with the stones that have turned into silk threads around it. The punching speed is getting faster and faster, and even phantoms appear. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. A fierce gust of wind had come, and the huge giant foot fell down like a pillar of heaven. This kind of attitude, Laozi is many years ahead of you. You be ****D, standing on the earth. The true body of the god of war stands tall and upright, like the giant spirit in mythology. Bullet, in the medium-sized device, had a tense expression on his face, and said nothing, using all his strength to activate the ability of the fusion fruit. The armor of medium-sized equipment was constantly being knocked off and repaired. The huge foot sank the stone man. The answer is no. Doflamingo's voice resounded across the island like a celestial crown. Jerome was startled by the sudden touch and slapped the dazed Arbo hard, then said viciously, "Today's Doflamingo is like an ordinary engine filled with aviation fuel with enough power to explode. When did pirates need to be so strong?" Bullet was about to launch an attack in the Gundam. "What bullshit are you talking about? We are here to assist Lord Thundergod in his battle. Now we are waiting for Lord Thundergod's boss to finish his battle, and then we will go back to work." The medium-sized equipment was once again held in front of the head with both arms, without waiting for Bullet to make the next response. Boom! Faced with such a massive attack, the endless series of attacks has arrived. Then let me grant you eternal failure, Bullet. What kind of battle is this? The true body of the god of war punched the black stone man one punch after another. "Boss, are we still going to join the new boss?" Shiji poked the dazed Jerome on the side. "Bullet, how do you feel now, you dog? How do you feel? Is it possible to resist the bullet? 16 sacred bullets, divine killing." 16 huge white lines wrapped with black and red lightning emerged from behind the true body of the god of war, stabbed at the remaining stone Gundam of Bullet. At the same time, the huge fist of the god of war's true body is accumulating power. The black and red light shows the conqueror's advanced skill flow. Then hit it hard. Boom, 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 boom. The rising smoke and dust obscured the movements of the god of war's true body, making it difficult to observe. It seemed as if thousands of tunnel-boring machines were started at the same time on Thunder God Island. The battle beaches continued to sink under the bombardment. On the Flamingo, Judge, who had just completed surgery, opened his mouth wide. What a terrifying and powerful force this is. "Boss, now is different from when you first taught me a lesson. It's more than 10 times stronger." Boom! Accompanied by a blow that resounded through everyone's heart. The shock on the island subsided. The birdcage's silk thread is recovered bit by bit. Xiangxi and Washan melted in the smoke and dust. The earth and steel that had turned into silk threads gradually returned to their original state. Virgo rolled up the Flamingo and slowly approached. Tap, tap, tap. Doflamingo walked out slowly. He was dragging behind him Bullet, who was covered in blood and in a coma. "Boss Dover." Seeing that Doflamingo was unharmed, the judge became even more respectful. Seeing the expressions of the two men and the feedback from their observation haki, Doflamingo knew that the three men were no longer in danger, but he still asked, "Are Diamante and the others okay?" "Everyone is out of danger now, boss," Judge said respectfully to Kaido. "Dover, what should we do with him?" Looking at Bullet being dragged, Virgo's dragon head moved closer. "It's a very valuable thing. It can't die so quickly after causing me so much damage." After venting his anger, Doflamingo regained his composure. A character with the potential to be an emperor, a rare SSSR among pirates. How many are there in this world? But you can't let it go so easily. Bullet is a pure madman who pursues the ultimate combat power. Growing up as a mercenary, he is an excellent tool without his own goals and thoughts. After being betrayed, one can only follow one's instinct and look for a battlefield. It was only after I met Roger that I finally had an anchor. At this stage, the original goal has been lost, and we are in anxiety and confusion. He likes people who fall into mental traps the most. Taking advantage of an opportunity is a special skill. He happens to be very skilled. And Bullet is not someone who cannot be inferior to others as long as he is stronger than him. Roger once defeated Bullet several times. Couldn't he do this? At worst, we can do a pirate's version of the 7 captures of Menghuo. Bullet is worth it. Make the best plan. Bullet will never give in. Its strong genes and fruit-bearing abilities are things worth studying. Such a threat is placed around. It can also make Enel Virgo and others always alert and not relax their pursuit of themselves. After the study, throw this guy off from the red line. Play a round of Celestial Dragons Battle Royale. It is also a wonderful thing to give 5 elders trouble. Judge, take him with you. Understood, boss. Judge turned and gestured to the replicant behind him. A string of seastone chains was brought out by the clone and wrapped around Bullet's limbs. Only then was Bullet carried to the deck. Then the judge began to take rescue measures. Very skilled. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction at this smooth operation. He jumped onto the bow of the flamingo and said to Virgo, go to Thunder God Village to rest, and then go to the open sea to report to Toribol. Understood, Dover. The black dragon flew towards the island. Take us with you, Lord Thunder God's boss. We need to get back to work. Seeing that everything was settled, Jerome and the other 2 ran out at the right time. I almost forgot about these 3 guys whose bottom lines were flexible and changeable. Doflamingo showed a playful smile and said to the 3 of them. Tizulo's somewhat tired voice came out. Tap, tap. Work. Aren't you planning to surrender to your new boss? As prisoners, tell me what is your punishment for leaving your job without permission? No, sir, we need to go back to work. We are very efficient and can do the job of 10 people with 1 person. How did he know? Douglas Bullet is a country-destroying crew member of the Pirates King. How can you ask me to stay calm? But Jerome began to argue. We are here to support Lord Thundergod. Gurgle, gurgle. Arbai Shige nodded in agreement. Yeah, support Lord Thundergod. Jerome and the other 2 froze, sweat pouring down their cheeks, their hearts pounding. Nanny Jorah carefully put the ear protection she created on Zophi and said to Torbal with a dissatisfied look on her face. The slime man paced back and forth, dragging his cloak. It has been nearly 2 days and 1 night without any rest. Jerome and the other 2 suddenly lost control of their facial expressions. Their faces were covered with snot and tears, and they fell to their knees with a thud. Angel Island's meeting hall. Having satisfied his own bad taste, Doflamingo finally revealed a comfortable smile. He realized something was wrong when he spotted Virgo in Sabdiodi. Enel is seriously injured now. How come you have such a good relationship with him? Let me think about how to reward you. Reward? Jerome and the other 2 looked delighted. The ringing of the den mushy interrupted the chaos. Jerome and the other 2 were petrified instantly. Toribol, be quiet. Zophi is going to be woken up by you. Doflamingo stroked his chin and thought for a while, then suddenly realized something. Why not send you to accompany him? He will definitely be very happy. Virgo, what's going on? How can they withstand that kind of attack? They will die. Toribol's PTSD is triggered. Calm down, Mr. Toribol. The boss is also an equal. Virgo, bring Moria's little brother with you. Genomi and the other 3 stumbled over Kaido. Change it to 1 am to 24 am. Dover has taken care of everything. Next, for the next month, from 3 am to 12 am every day. Dover has taken care of everything. Hearing this, Toribol breathed a sigh of relief. Like a deflated ball, the huge body collapsed on a chair beside it. Oh, is the young master okay? Does he want to see little Zophi? Jorah moved closer to the den mushy. Virgo thought about Bullet's bloody body and Dover's relieved expression. Dover is fine. Bullet has been captured by Dover. He is now resting on the island, but Diamante is seriously injured. Torribol immediately stood up and asked, "What happened to Diamante?" "He was hit by Bullet, but he is out of danger thanks to Judge's treatment." "Ha!" Torribol opened his mouth wide. "Is Diamante so brave now?" The shore of Cake Island. The Numisai soldiers collected the anchor of the Candy. "Brother Prospero, you're leaving again after just coming back. Brother Katakuri hasn't come back to see us for 10 days. Charlotte Smoothie, who already has 2-meter-long legs, is at the beach with her brothers and sisters." Looking at his elder brother, who was about to leave, his eyes were filled with reluctance. A group of pirates who specialize in looting have drifted to the waters of Berry Island. I am going to protect Berry Island perily. Holding the candy wand, Prospero got on the boat with bloodshot eyes and turned back to speak gently. "You better be good and don't make your mother angry, Piero." As Golden Lion completely disappeared from New World, plus Kaido, Big Mom, and Doflamingo joined together. The Charlotte family's power grows, but not everyone has a territory as easy to defend and difficult to attack as Sky Island. As the radiation area becomes larger and larger, the friction between the Charlotte family and other pirates groups became increasingly intense. Not only Prospero, Katakuri, and Cracker have been fighting outside for a long time. Armand, Yaxiu, and the newly adult Blowwearer rarely return to the island to rest. "Yeah, we will be good and won't make Mom angry." Smoothie nodded obediently. See the candy disappear on the coastline. From an angle that other Charlotte people couldn't see, Smoothie pulled up a smile. At the same time, the once white fairy tale town of Frevens is now stained with blood. The Frevens Kingdom Guards are on patrol. The Den Mushy on my body is broadcasting a voice message. Lead Platinum Disease does not exist. Please believe that the king will lead us to overcome the difficulties. Don't believe the instigation of foreign forces and try to attack the border. It's disgusting. In the dark alley, the big bone disappeared into the sewer. Covering his mouth and nose, Dagu slowly approached the previous gathering place. Contact everyone you can and launch an attack together at dawn the day after tomorrow. I have already contacted the kingdom's guards. Everyone get ready. Then we will all be able to break through this kingdom of death. We all have a bright future. The beautiful blueprint described here almost made Dagu intoxicated. But since it concerns life, thinking of the guards who were patrolling outside just now, he still raised questions. Kingdom soldiers, can they be trusted? I also think it's too risky. The kingdom's guards have always been the children of some nobles. Yes, their families have already left the country. Of course, not trustworthy. A dull voice came from the darkness in the distance. Everyone who was discussing heatedly was startled and looked into the darkness together. Tap, 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 with uniform footsteps. The palace guards wearing white chemical protective suits and gas masks slowly appeared. "Ha ha ha ha, Commander, now my family can get treatment right." The speaker, who seemed to be concerned about the people just now, suddenly showed a flattering look. "Run." Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Dagu felt a pain in his thigh, groaned, and ran into the darkness without looking back. "Chase, don't let any of the rebels go. Find out the identities of the dead and kill them all door to door." "Yes, sir." Bang, bang, bang. The compatriots around Dagu fell one by one. Dagu is 3 points faster. He still has Lena, Luo, and Zyro Raimai, and he can't die here. Puff, like passing through a barrier. The limbs were instantly lifted into the air, and the big bones rose into the sky with irresistible force. Dagu felt a chill in his heart. Was his life over here? A gentle voice sounded from the darkness. When he left, only many people knew about the disease, but isn't that a good thing? Rocinante landed lightly, wrapped in the big bone and moving quickly and silently. "I just returned to this country and came to visit you at your home, but I didn't find you there. Lena said you just left, so I came over. So many colleagues jointly requested the royal family to support the research of the antidote. I thought the royal family and the nobles would agree. Life, life will end sooner. Let's not talk about this. Scratching his head, Rocinante changed the subject abruptly. Mr. Big Bone, tell me what happened after I left. Mr. Big Bones, it's me, Rocinante. Why are you here? Thank you so much this time, Rocinante. Rocinante looked confused. Oh. Dargu let out a long sigh and then told the story. It's a small matter, Mr. Big Bone. How did the situation in this country deteriorate to this extent? Night. But as a major importer, Frafens is facing increasing shortages of medical care and food. But the royal family and nobles still denied the situation and rejected our proposal. Don't worry, I'm Donquixote. Mr. Big Bone, you can speak louder. With my ability, they can't hear me. Damn, where is that person just now? Rocinante easily dealt with the guards who came to inspect him. I don't want to get involved either, but Rame, if we don't get new medical support. Dagu, who heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Rocinante, whose temples were turning grey, and smiled wryly. When you left, many colleagues were alert to this situation. We originally planned to try to detoxify the drug ourselves, but the public also learned about this situation, causing panic. Dargu, who survived the disaster, was full of relief. If he died here, Lena and the other two would not be able to escape. Looking at the guards running away below, Dagu's face lit up with joy, but then he immediately realized that it was not the time to reminisce about the past. The struggle has begun. Tap, 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 speak quietly, and still promote that lead platinum disease doesn't exist. I hit him in the leg, he can't run far, search him. Only when we know the problem can we work together to find a solution. This is all because. Thinking of what the guard commander had just said, Dagu's face changed drastically and he spoke quickly. Mr. Rocinante, relying on family deterrence and businessman status. Rocinante, you shouldn't come back. If you continue to stay in this country, your lifespan will be greatly affected. Rocinante, let's go back first. Many of my colleagues here have been killed. The palace will definitely investigate all the doctors in this country. If I'm not here, Lena and the others will be in danger. Brother, why would the king of Freffens do this? Rocinante's confusion and bewilderment on Den Mushy are clearly visible. Doflamingo did not directly answer Rocinante's question, but tapped his forehead and asked back. Rosi, what is Freffens most famous for? Rocinante blurted out, lead and platinum mines, of course. Then Rossi, have you ever seen a lead platinum mine? Does it have other uses? Rocinante thought about the dark mine he had seen before, which seemed to swallow everything, and answered, I've seen it. It's like the corpse of the earth. It's been abandoned. Doflamingo said with a meaningful smile, Fu, lead and platinum are minerals that contain endless wealth, and so are humans. Human mine. Rocinante widened his eyes, almost unable to believe the word. After the human mine is drained, the best way to deal with it is naturally to forget it. This is a common problem among rulers. It is a sin to give away the precious money to the poor. World government and the royal family of Freffens are better. Leading the people here step by step to death, there will be suppression with extraordinary power, unless there are any accidents. This country will disappear quietly from people's memory. The value of Lala is only mentioned when lead and platinum products are being sold. Crack. Doflamingo rested his chin on his hands, his eyes fixed on the red line in the darkness. The center of it is brightly lit and extremely luxurious. It is the pinnacle of the world's blood-sucking world. The common people of Freffens are human minds. His former class was also the human race. But this is not Earth. Doflamingo's calm face suddenly changed, revealing an arrogant and evil smile. That's why we have to climb to the top of this world step by step. These things will be his sooner or later. Virgo, just send it here. Well, Dover, I will guard Thunder God Island well. Thunder Island is not important. You are important. Don't be like Diamante and the others. The majestic and divine dragon head is slightly lowered. I understand, Dover. In the darkness, the flamingos crossed the red line and flew towards Sky Island. There is a shortage of supplies and manpower on Thunder God Island. It would be best for the Diamante and his two companions to go to Sky Island for their training. As for Big Mom and Kaido, he has no habit of asking for help from his partners. Moreover, it is better to keep Bullet, this unstable factor, by your side. After hanging up the phone, Rocinante had no time to digest the information he had just received. Then I saw Dagu mumbling to himself beside me. Lead and platinum mine, human mine, abandoned. Mr. Big Bones, are you okay? Dagu, who had gone through all this, felt it even more deeply than Rocinante. This strange Mr. Doflamingo was right. The people of Freffens have the blood of miners in their veins. It is also a human mind that is about to be drained. Their only future is to be abandoned and forgotten. He couldn't sit still any longer. He is too weak. I'm fine. He closed his eyes and fell to his knees with a thud. Mr. Big Bones, Rocinante, please forgive me for being so rude before. Ignoring the ruptured wound on his thigh, Dagu stared into Rocinante's eyes pleadingly. I ask you to take Lena, Luo, and Raim away from this country. Luo and Raimai still have a future. There must be a way to save them overseas. They can't afford to lose their mother. Forcefully helping the kneeling Dagu up, Rocinante simply agreed. I will help them, but what about you, Mr. Dagu? I grew up in this country. My father traded lead and platinum for peel so that I could study medicine. I will always remember all of this. Dagu lowered his head and squeezed his hands, then spoke suddenly. I will continue to study lead platinum disease in this country, or die with this country. I will continue to help you find what lead platinum disease needs, but... After initially expressing support, Rocinante sensed movement outside the door and asked, will Ms. Lena agree? Bang! Lena. Dagu turned his head to look. Rocinante, please take Luo and Raimai away. I will take them away in the name of the caravan. You should find a good reason with Luo and Raimai in advance. Rocinante sensed the little ghost head stuck behind the door with a strange expression on his face. Being able to help friends is naturally a good thing, but this feels weird. The Cake Island on the other side, looking at Smoothie, who was not stained with blood at all. Smoothie, who was fearless like a newborn calf, climbed up directly. The only two sailors left knelt there trembling in fear. The slow pirate's Captain Lightning. The slow pace did not ruin Big Mom's mood. Heh, and it doesn't look like he's from the Charlotte family. Could he be a gift that escaped? Oh, Mom Tilda. In an instant, he was pierced through by this powerful sword, and the fragments of his head were scattered all over the deck. Drinking blood oath wine with Aunt. She is going on a trip. If this wasn't Big Mom's territory, the little girl would have already been enjoying the pleasure under him. The good mood of sailing has been ruined. Damn these low-level pirates. He drew out a spiral greatsword that was as tall as himself. Well, Tilda, another race has joined my Wonguo, little ones. Eat as much as you want. Spiral strangulation. They respect Big Mom, but a little girl is not enough to make them lower their posture. Let's go. Wow, Tilda, I want to eat her long legs. They look so delicious. Let's do it. No one will know. There is a carnival on the island right now, and Mom is enjoying herself too, so she has no time to care about New Missy's movements. Are the pirates capable of resisting such inferior weapons? Little girl from the Long Legs tribe, get out of here quickly. This is the Black Pearl that the Blood Mist pirates have chopped down with their swords. I randomly found a visiting pirate's ship at the dock. It is a sloth of the Fur tribe. Smoothie disappeared quietly into the noisy party. The first mate, Lei Chu, who stayed behind, looked at Smoothie's curvy body unscrupulously. Smoothie gave orders with a stern face. Carrying the bag prepared in advance, we walked towards the pier happily. The little girl is going to give us some fun. Seeing this, Lei Chu was even more delighted and joked with the crew members beside him. Smoothie's heart sank. She was going to leave her perfect body to her future husband, and these sea scums dared to offend her like this. Mom, we, the slow pirates, will stand by you from now on and follow your lead. The pitch-black sword, coupled with the power inherited from Big Mom's bloodline, cut through the sky. The pirates who stayed behind immediately came over and yelled at Smoothie's young face, the Palace of Frafens. In order to avoid lead and platinum poisoning, it can also remotely control the country. Moved to the border deliberately 100 years ago. Frevans V wearing a chemical protective suit and bubble-style gas mask. Listening to the report from the guard Commander May Lyingsin. Your Majesty, except for one traitor who escaped, the rest were all killed. The domestic situation is very good and stable as before. Escape. Frevans V frowned. Seeing this, May Lyingsin immediately went back to make up for it. We have already found the true identity of Yan Ming's treason. Most of them are doctors who spread the word of lead platinum disease. The escapee was shot in the thigh, which is also related to the doctor. We are investigating along this clue, but what? Frevans V became more and more impatient. He didn't want to stay in this poisonous country for long. Your good friend, Sir Rocinante, secured 2 doctors, but we were unable to examine them. Damn it, if he dares to stop me, he is no longer my friend. Frevans V was furious. The minister who knew Don Quixote a little came out to persuade him. King, Donquixote family is the uncrowned king of North Blue, controlling. How dare you? My Flevans royal family is a partner of the world government. The Donquixote family is nothing to you. Frevans no longer had the patience to listen to what was said next and yelled at May Lyingsin. Arrest the traitors immediately. I want to see how brave they are. Just a mere Rocinante humph. Yes, my king. May Lyingsin just walked out of the hall. King, the messenger rushed in. Sir Rocinante requests an audience. The people in the palace looked at each other. Frevans V waved his hand and said to the messenger, let him in. Outside the palace. May Lyingsin gave Rocinante a sinister smile and walked away. Rocinante raised his eyebrows, feeling uneasy, walked towards the hall. Frevans V, who had just called for the killing of Rocinante. He didn't care at all about the white Madara on his head. He said while hugging Rocinante with a warm look on his face, my friend, what did you bring me from Sky Island this time? You won't let me down, right? Restraining the nausea in her heart, Rocinante put on a perfect fake smile and took the gift box from the caravan member behind her. It opens with a click. Of course, this time it's a sound shell that is intact, so it can preserve all the beautiful sounds. And as long as the shell is not damaged, it will be preserved forever. You can leave your own greatness in it and pass it on to your descendants to admire. Ha 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 ha. After patting Rocinante's shoulders several times and snatching the gift box from his hands, King Frevans V smiled. Tell me, my friend, how can I help you? Lead platinum disease, I believe you know about it, 5th generation. Like a duck with its feet stepped on, Frevans V retorted. It doesn't exist. It absolutely doesn't exist. Then he carefully reached out his hand towards Rocinante's forehead, then immediately retracted it. Rocinante, this is just a symptom of living in Frevans for a long time. It's not lead platinum disease. It doesn't exist. Rocinante was extremely helpless. Why could these politicians always say such shameless words? But he didn't have time to get entangled with these people. Okay, of course not, 5th life. I hope I can take it away this time. Halfway through his speech, Rocinante's face changed drastically and he turned to look at the door. Our father, mother, my king, all the traitors have been arrested. May Lyingsin and his group walked in, dragging Gu and Lena, whose lives were unknown, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Luo and Raimai were held in the hands of the guards like chickens. Taking a deep breath, Rocinante suppressed the bulging veins and put on a fake smile again. Wusei, thank you for bringing the people here for me. They are the ones I want to take away. That won't do. Frevans V quietly retreated behind the crowd. Rocinante, you are also an illegal intruder. If the situation here is known to the outside world, the world government will be very unhappy. You will die here too. May Liangxin take him down. Cut, cut, cut. Sound-absorbing walls. The dense stream of bullets stopped in front of Rocinante. Demon fruit power changed to sea-stone bullets. Ugh. Rocinante's heart sank. The situation changed faster than he could have imagined. The world government is crazier than he and Dergu had expected. Doflamingo laughed after hanging up the phone. FFFFFFFFFFF, Rosie, you're doing great. Tell me what you want to do, my friend. I can satisfy you. We can exchange hostages and take them away. Attacking the royal family is a challenge to the world government. You have to think carefully, my friend. Doflamingo, who had just returned to Sky Island, smiled sarcastically. With my speed, it's difficult to save Dergu's family at the same time, so... What's more, there are more than 100,000 people in this town. Now that Frevens V is dead, where is his glorious future? He still wants to be promoted. Foolishness is short-lived, whether toward oneself or others. Rocinante appeared silently. Rocinante locked onto the crowd and prepared to run away from Frevens V. Rocinante was unmoved. Get them all out. Save Frevens. Of course. Rocinante showed a rare fierce look, grabbed Frevens V's throat, lifted him up directly and threatened. May Liangxin grabbed the large bone of the corpse lying on the ground and stuffed the tip of the gun deep into its throat. Let my king go, or he will die now. Ha! Attacking the royal family, we are the most honorable people, Rossi. My father was wrong. After all, most humans are not trustworthy. I'm sorry, Nissen, I failed to save Frevens and attacked the royal family. Even waste has its use. Boom, it is of great use. Crack, protect me. Number, don't act rashly. Frevens V, his face flushed red, spoke with difficulty. My friend, we don't have to be so awkward. Let me go, they. My stupid Dudu, let me teach you the correct way to save you. Stay still and wait for my next notification. Before he could finish his words, a cold stick was pressed against the back of his head. After the palace returned to peace. Looking at the den mushy in her hand, Rocinante had a complicated expression. You will all die, too. In the end, everything still has to be solved by my brother. The fist broke through the transparent protective shield and made Frevens V's head freeze. If anything happens to them again, not only will he die. When Rocinante made eye contact, Frevens V was startled and shouted. Rocinante attacks the royal family of Frevens for a distress message. The news has reached Pangu City. The 5 elders who had been tortured by Doflamingo for a long time looked at each other with the same calmness. That's it. Compared to his damn brother, he's a real good kid. The people of Frevens cannot be saved. The end of this country is destruction. The land of Frevens was also a wasteland before the lead and platinum in the air settled. The profits from extracting the lead and platinum are enough. It would be better to destroy the royal family of Frevens as well. Second, attached. Gurgle, gurgle. The pink den mushy rang. It's true that a madman has arrived. The 5 elders looked at each other. Moxie, long time no see. I guess you all must have heard about what my useless brother did. Don't beat around the bush. The sword-wielding 5 elders interrupted directly. Just tell me what you want to do. Lying on his side in the island cloud, Doflamingo smiled playfully as he watched the fight between Zoffi and Ace. FFFFFFFFFFF, don't be so excited. I guess you don't want the truth about Frevens to be known to the world, right? Without waiting for the 5 elders to get angry, he continued speaking. Anyway, everyone in Frevens is going to die, and it just so happens that my stupid Dudu is exactly the same as my father and wants to die with him. Hearing this comment, the 5 elders nodded slightly. It was foolish indeed to let the beast Doflamingo escape. If nothing had happened, Doflamingo's identity had not been taken away, and he had the talent to be the next 5 elders. So what? So I thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Since the lead and platinum mines in Frevens have been mined out and there is no use for them, why not let me fulfill the wish of my lovely brother? How about I buy him? Buy. The 5 elders looked at each other and nodded. With what? Sea stone. The lead platinum disease cannot be introduced into the sea, and what about the royal family of Freffens? If you fatten them up, don't you have to kill them? Where's the meat? I'm not interested in money, I just want to fulfill my brother's dream. Crack! Doflamingo hung up the phone and asked the other dull den mushy beside his ear. Rosie, do you know what true salvation is? I understand, brother. Rocinante, an auditor at Frevens, nodded dully. The soundproof wall beside the mouth of Freffens V below him was removed. The elegant words immediately resounded throughout the hall. My F *** G world government, my F *** G5 elders, they sold me out like this. What should Laozi do? Doflamingo just frowned when he heard it. Well, keep that stupid king of Frevens for now. You can deal with him when the new royal family takes over the palace guards. Now pull out his tongue for me. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I will kill all the doctors you are trying to save. Hearing this, Frevens V turned around with great effort and put his head on Rocinante's boots. No, Sir Rocinante, we are good friends, and I personally conferred your title. Rocinante, who was already 4 meters tall, lifted up the fat pig-like Frevens V with a dark face. Then he showed a smile that was 3 points similar to Doflamingo's. Ah! The shrill screams were extremely loud. But the large barrier set up by Rocinante could not be detected. After hearing this wonderful voice, Doflamingo hung up the phone with satisfaction. If this is the case, Rocinante still cannot handle the situation in Frevens well. It would be better to die. He glanced at the little brats on Moly Island who had just finished the battle. Fly to the laboratory. Hiss, Tilda, my head hurts, my jaw hurts, and there's a bone in my back that hurts. On the hospital bed in the laboratory, Moria woke up in pain. When he saw the unfamiliar ceiling and smelled gas in the air, his mind went blank. Where is this? His forehead, chin and face hurt so much that they felt like they were cracked, which indirectly caused his thoughts to become a mess, and he was unable to think normally. After being in a daze for half an hour, the pain finally eased a lot, and Moria gradually recalled his previous experience. I remember now, our Laozi's handsome face. Damn Bullet, Moria remembered. Bullet, this madman, logged in illegally, and then he and Enel had a fight, but I have forgotten all the details. All I remember is that this lunatic was very jealous of his handsomeness. Hit him in the face madly, punch after punch. But how he survived. This crazy guy Bullet is not the type to spare his life. Gyudong, I'm hungry. The protest from her stomach put an end to Moria's confused thoughts, sat up and looked for food. The noise alarmed the person on duty at the door. Not long after, a group of strong men rushed into the ward and cheered around the bed. Soon, Moria was drinking milk to supplement calcium, with a complicated expression on her face. That's right, Captain Moria. If Lord Doflamingo hadn't spared his life, he would have gone to accompany Roger. Then wait for the next failure. Doflamingo walked into the room, watching the farce unfolding before his eyes. Woo, 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 that's great, Captain Moria. I thought you were going to die. Not only are his limbs wrapped in circles of sea stone, but even the bed beneath him is made of sea stone. But Bullet became even crazier, turned his head, and looked towards the door and yelled. This time, not only did he fail in his duty, but he was saved by Doflamingo again, the same configuration as the Pharaoh's burial objects. Heh, slightly, I can't hit you. Bullet, Enel, Diamante, and Bullet are all good except for their faces. Moria then discovered that there were 3 more beds nearby. Don't worry, just stay here and think about how to become stronger. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and a ball gag was stuffed into Bullet's mouth. How dare you humiliate me like this? Captain Moria, you're finally awake. Those who came were all Moria's crew members. Naturally, they hoped that their captain would recover soon and were extremely excited. And Bullet has a more special treatment. Moria spurted out a mouthful of milk. Looking back at what he had experienced, Moria suddenly showed a funny smile. You all shut up. What happened after I passed out? Also, Leozi is hungry. Doflamingo, kill me, kill me. Bullet's eyes were red, the ceastern chain he was pulling creaked, and blood seeped from the wounds that had just healed all over his body. Puff! All parts of the body were wrapped in thick bandages, and even the limbs were in plaster. Phew, 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 you are full of energy and spirit. How could he justify betraying such a favor? It was so painful that he yelled immediately. What a noise, you onion-head idiot. Moria's brain, which had just calmed down, felt like it was heating up on fire. Heh, Bullet, it seems that you have also been severely insulted by Lord Doflamingo. How does it feel to fail? As expected of Moria-sama, your strong body is so powerful. The scene suddenly became quiet. Ignore Bullet, who is whimpering behind him. Doflamingo turned his attention back to Moria and his group. Moria, Moria, still happy, looked like a student giggling in class. Boss, I'm here. Your first failure met with a kind-hearted me. Your second failure, you met me again. I don't know, will there be a third failure? Watching Moria's purple-black face change from happy to embarrassed and then to gloomy. Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, but the joy in his heart was about to overflow. Daily persecution of Moria, 1-1, completed. Moria wished she had never woken up, as she was filled with embarrassment and shame. There won't be a next time, boss. I hope so. Once you're well, go back to Thunder God Island. As for whether Moria will take the opportunity to run away, this is too much disrespect for Moria, the West Blue hero. Boss. Along with the pungent smell of gas, a sheep head floated in, holding a huge syringe with an excited expression on its face. Let me draw some more spinal fluid from my half-blood cousin. Again, same race. Looking at the goat head in front of him, Moria's eyes became more dangerous. No wonder my spine hurts so much, even though the bullet hit my handsome face. This little B*** D sucked so much blood from me. Guy then realized that Moria had woken up. He slowly inserted the syringe into her body with an embarrassed smile. Hello, I'm Geisser, the chief scientist under the boss. Moria and his group continued to stare at Geisser without saying a word. Cough! Doflamingo interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Get ready to go, Guy. Tell Judge to take most of Hyungwoo's blood. Okay, boss. After touching the ghost horn on his head, Geisser immediately ejected and ran away. He suspected that if the young master had not been present, this stunted fellow would have hacked him to pieces. Moly Island Canteen. Ah, delicious. Buffalo, why are you so? Yamato, who is short of words, doesn't know how to describe the state of the people around him. You are such a fanatical worshipper of Lord Doflamingo, right? Buffalo, who had received preschool education from Don Quixote, added, rubbing the silver badge on his chest. Yamato took the soup brought by Kazuki Hiyori, took a sip, and continued asking. Yes, didn't Aunt Jorah teach us in her cultural class that North Blue's weapons were all made by him? Aren't you victims? Ms. Yamato, weapons have no will. Without the young master, someone else would have created weapons. Thinking of the miserable experience before joining the family, Buffalo opened his mouth and stuffed a lump of rice into it. He said vaguely, people like me die in the sea every day. On the contrary, it was the young master who gave us a home, food, warmth, and strength. Even if your family members are the ones who lost the election, you still have a job and the protection of your family. That's better than 90% of the people in this world, Ms. Yamato. So serving Lord Doflamingo is our hope. Scratching his head, Yamato found that he still couldn't understand it. If there was nothing to eat, couldn't he catch fish? It was so easy to go to the sea. Good realization. Doflamingo's figure walked in from the door. His tall figure darkened the entire room. All the silver members, including Buffalo, immediately put down their food. They moved in unison, clenched their right fists against their chests, lowered their heads, and roared. Doflamingo is an adult. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very spirited. The growth of the family cannot be separated from you. You are the future of the family. Your will. Oh, so cool. I want this too. Yamato immediately jumped in front of Doflamingo and said while pulling his trouser leg, "You are not qualified enough to carry this kind of thing now." The single-celled organism immediately lowered its head. Doflamingo touched the lost kid's head and comforted him. "However, as a reward for defeating everyone here, you can go out to sea with me this time." The latter words made all the members, including Buffalo, lower their heads even more. It's such a shame that a group of them can't beat a guest. The simple-minded Yamato couldn't notice this and looked up at Doflamingo in surprise. "Really? Of course, Buffalo, you can come too." Buffalo raised his head suddenly and answered in surprise. "Yes, Master Doflamingo." "Ha ha ha ha, you're so nice, Brother Ming." In delight, Yamato slapped Doflamingo on the thigh. "Brother Ming." Doflamingo glanced at the single-celled organism and said, "This slap of yours can knock out an ordinary human." Batarilla Island. The Doghead warship docked at the shore. After a moment, Garp questioned, "What?" Garp's jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was hearing. He asked the fisherman again, "Say it again." The fisherman looked away, not daring to look directly at Garp. "Rouge was taken away a long time ago." Take it away." Garp's face was dull. "Who took her away?" The fisherman who had just passed the inspection fell to his knees with a bang and shouted loudly, We don't know." "Please let me go, Marine Sama." "Roger, I failed you." "Freffens, Mom and Dad." Luo and Raymai's cries echoed outside the hall. "Let these people go. They are guests of the world government." Mei Liangxin, who was concentrating on looking at the hall, turned his head and looked. The man who came was dressed in armor. He was Mo Gyuki, the son of Frevens V, Prince Sixth. My king is still in the palace, being held hostage by the criminal Rocinante. If these people are released, the king... Bang! Mei Liangxin's head was hit and tilted. "Idiot, I am now Freffens VI, and Lord Rocinante's last name is Donquixote, so why don't you disperse? Celestial dragons every day." They attacked the celestial dragons. All the guards, including Mei Liangxin, immediately knelt on the ground. He collapsed into a puddle of mud, no longer as majestic as before. Luo and Raymai fell to the ground and were stunned, not caring about the injuries on their bodies. They carefully approached their parents and tried to feel their breath. Mo Gyuki also approached the hall cautiously and spoke flatteringly. "Lord Rocinante, Frevens V has offended you. You may now execute him." Rocinante has appeared in front of the Gu couple. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found that both of them were still breathing. He didn't even look at Mo Gyuki. Take Gu and his family away. A few days later, Pilot Yamato was flying a Buffalo helicopter passing over Frevens. The alleys were filled with corpses that had not been cremated yet. Yamato looked unbearable. Buffalo exclaimed, "Alas, has Frevens become such a country? Wasn't it like this here?" Frevens once made a lot of money from lead and platinum mines and was a well-known, wealthy country in North Blue. Then why is it like this now? Buffalo's arms almost froze as he turned them, and he was speechless. "Ms. Yamato, have you not read the information prepared by the young master?" "Ha ha ha ha, I read it, but there are too many words." "Because lead and platinum are poisonous, they all became sick, and the world government and the royal family no longer need them, so they have no choice but to die." "Ha! World government is so abominable." Yamato was indignant and stomped Buffalo twice. "Let's save them." Buffalo shook and almost lost his balance and crashed. "Master Doflamingo is already doing it, Miss Yamato. If you keep doing this, I will throw you down." "Ha ha ha ha, sorry, I didn't mean it. Brother Ming is such a good person. Let's get down to business first, Ms. Yamato." Buffalo flew towards the direction given, Trafalgar Clinic. Dagu opened his eyes. Luo, who was standing by, held Dagu's hand in surprise. "Dad, you're awake." "Luo." Dagu, who had just woken up, touched Luo's head and his memories before the coma began to recover. He looked around the familiar room and asked, "How did we escape?" It was Uncle Rocinante who saved us. Luo closed his eyes and enjoyed his father's warmth, rescued us from the damned palace. Dagu then noticed Rocinante standing beside him and expressed his gratitude. Well, thank you so much, Rocinante, if it weren't for your noble status. You're welcome. This is all done by my brother. Rocinante was not as happy as expected, but his face was full of worry. Your brother. After knowing each other for several years, Dagu had never heard Rocinante talk about her relatives. Rocinante's gaze fell into the distance, and his tone was erratic. Yes, my brother, Donquixote Doflamingo. If he chooses to buy this place, he will definitely take something away. Dagu was even more confused. Doflamingo, Rocinante, what do you mean by buy? My brother made a deal with the world government. This country has been sold by the world government, and he is now the owner of this country. Country, trade, master. Dagu seemed to be thinking about something. Bang! Lena asked in horror, not having time to pay attention to the broken medicine bowl under her feet. Mr. Rocinante, what kind of man is your brother? Boom! An explosion in the palace interrupted the conversation. Rocinante said softly, looking at the rising flames. He's coming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Pilot Yamato hovered outside the window in a buffalo helicopter. Rocinante, Ming-Ji asked you to go. The palace a moment ago. Frevan's VI Mogyuki stood in the hall. Looking at the crowd of identical people surrounding me, the body is shaking unnaturally. Mogyuki looked up at the throne. The pink Haori seems to cover the sky and the sun. His tall and majestic body made the originally spacious throne look a little small. His damn father was now planted in a pot like a tree. Next to him was a goat-horned demon and a terrorist from Germa 66 who were surrounding him and stabbing him with a knife in turns. He wiped the blood splattered on his face. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Mogyuki smiled flatteringly and spoke tentatively. Saint Doflamingo, I wonder which land our Flevan's royal family can obtain this time. Don't be in a hurry to help the world government gain such benefits. When all the people from your royal family of Freffens arrive, I will reward them together. Ah, do you want to share it with others? Mogyuki subconsciously said what was in his mind and then hurriedly tried to make up for it. Saint Doflamingo, I am now the king of Frevens and can represent the Frevens royal family. After appreciating the progress of Guy Sar and Judge and looking at Mogyuki, Doflamingo had a playful smile on his face. Phew, don't worry, everyone has this blessing. Mogyuki felt a chill in his heart, as if something was not right. I haven't had time to think about it. Sparse footsteps were heard. He had been forced to be tied up into the shape of a turtle. You can't do this to me. Our royal family has made contributions to the world government. I want to meet the 5 elders. I want to meet the 5 elders, aha. Boss, let's continue. Saint Doflamingo, all guards have been assembled. The task of guarding the border has been handed over to the Germa army. Please give your instructions. Of course. Doflamingo moved his fingers slightly. A sound coming from a corner attracted the attention of Mei Liangxin and Mogyuki. The judge, who was directing the clones, froze. SHHHHHHHHHH. This unconscious idiot, bearing 11,006 second-generation bloodline factors, was able to turn into a tree without directly rejecting it and disintegrating. This is already a great success. After hanging on for a few days, Frevens V completely turned into a tree. Look carefully. Judge, Morgans, F*** Kami. Guy didn't care about the failure but was very satisfied. Boss, 15,001 failed, Guy, what do you think? Saint Doflamingo, please don't. Well, it can be put on a small page. Squeak, squeak, snap. Boom, yes, boss. The two of them suddenly realized and screamed. Mei Liangxin ran in and, ignoring his boss, he reported directly to the ground. Mogyuki and Mei Liangxin hadn't reacted yet. Geyser, you are getting better and better at talking. Crack. I don't want this kind of reputation. Swoosh, boss's photography skills are truly divine. Look at the ratio of light and shadow. This ruined palace is filled with the beauty of ruins. The slime bomb placed in the palace in advance was detonated. Morgans asked from the other side, holding the photo. Patting Guy on the shoulder, Doflamingo, with a big smile on his face, faxed the photo. Gurgle, gurgle. Coming over to look at the photo in Doflamingo's hand, Guy began to flatter him. FFFFFFFFFFF. The materials are not here, are there plenty? Guy, Judge, get him out of here. Doflamingo, what is this? What country? North Blue Frevens was destroyed by Germa 66. How about this news? Several consecutive big news have raised Morgan's excitement threshold. East Blue Log Town. Roger died here. How boring. What a shame for his treasure. He had thick red lipstick, wore sunglasses, used a cane, was short, and had a face full of wrinkles. The little old lady in a leopard print coat looked at the execution ground and uttered a sound of disdain. Gosi, a passerby, was not impressed. What do you know, old lady? Roger is the king of pirates, the man who started the age of exploration. Dead, old lady. Miss Bargin turned her head and looked at the person who came. This look made Gosi involuntarily take 2 steps back, but he became tough again the next second. What are you looking at, old woman? If you look again, Leozi will beat you up. Weeble. Mother. It was not until Weibel responded that Gosi, who had poor eyesight, noticed it. It turns out that what was behind the old lady was not a wall, but a person. Kill him. Okay, Mom. After sniffing, Weibel raised the 7 or 8 meter long sword. The knife flashed. Not only was Gosi split in half, but the execution ground behind him was also split in 2. The tourists gathered at the execution ground immediately ran away skillfully. Come on, Weeble. Just at this moment, a voice message was heard throughout the town. Texas Hold'em, professional dealers, and support from the Donquixote family. Covering the 4 seas and New World, the first God of Gamblers contest is about to begin. No threshold for registration, 1 billion Baileys in prize money, plus devil fruit. Come and register. Texas Hold'em. The looping voice message instantly set off a sensation everywhere in the world. Ooh, 1 billion Baileys. Really? 1 billion? Can the Donquixote family come up with that? Idiot, Donquixote family is holding an auction. How can they not come up with a mere 1 billion? Is it true that there is no registration fee? I want to participate too. As Miss Bargin was about to leave, her eyes had turned into equals dollar. He yelled at his eldest son, Weibel, take me to sign up. The royal palace of Frafens. Now it has changed a lot. A strange assembly line runs across it. The guards and nobles were put onto the conveyor belt one by one. At the end of the first conveyor belt are 2 researchers wearing the 66 symbol. Inject green potions into the subject's body. These test subjects were then stuffed into a transparent observation chamber created by the judge using the power of the glass fruit. The test subjects either turned into trees or exploded into meat paste in the pain of rejection reaction. The goat-horned man and a weirdo with glass on his hand were watching all this and laughing. Brother Ming, I'm back. Pilot Yamato said he was returning to the team. After seeing the assembly line clearly, he frowned with some discomfort. After noticing the gorgeous clothes on the test subject, he breathed a sigh of relief. As for Buffalo, Lord Doflamingo had his reasons for what he did. Far away, Rocinante led Trafalgar through the paths that separated the replicants. Gently covering Raymai's eyes, Lena felt a chill in her heart as she looked at the pink figure in the distance. Mr. Rocinante's brother is definitely not a good person. He sensed his wife's uneasiness. He held Lu's big bone in one hand, hugged Lena, and patted her gently. But in Mu Dangu's heart, a feeling of pleasure surged up in his heart. These nobles, royal family, and guards who assisted the tyrant have now met their end. Elder brother. In the sky, several image shells moved back and forth around the experimental product assembly line. Capturing wonderful images, Doflamingo is immersed in his artistic creation. He asked without turning his head, Do you know the name of the family you are trying to save? Trafalgar. Rocinante was a little confused and asked what this was for. Wrong, Dr. Big Bone. Your full name is Trafalgar Wattier D. Big Bone. Rocinante showed fear on his face and didn't have time to cast the silencing wall. Dagu, with a look of astonishment on his face, has already given the answer. Yes, mister. Doflamingo, how did you know that? D is the hidden name of our family. Rocinante was sweating profusely and was about to move, but the body was firmly fixed in place by the silk thread. FFFFFFFFFFF, don't get so excited, Rocinante. Doflamingo turned around and looked at the Trafalgar family, his expression unclear in the firelight. Dr. Big Bone, you don't know what D stands for yet. Glancing back and forth between Rocinante and his brother, Dagu was a little confused about the situation. And the so-called enemies of God are just nightmares of the pseudo-gods of the Holy Land pigs. This is too disrespectful of his temperament. The stronger Luo is, the more excited he will be. SHH, you are so handsome, boss. Your figure is full of invincibility. Dagu grabbed Lena and wanted to run away. Damn it, you're always faster than me. Judge cursed inwardly. Then all the clones knelt down facing Doflamingo, walking into a trap. Dad, Rocinante and the others are the celestial dragons. D stands for the D clan, the enemy of God, and this God is the celestial dragons. However, he immediately became the same puppet as Rocinante. Doflamingo almost laughed to tears. Don't worry, we're not celestial dragons anymore. Judge, bring all the people of Frevens here. They looked at each other, filled with relief. Yamato poked Buffalo beside him. Is Minge crazy? Okay, fun time is over. I didn't pay attention to the movements of the two little things behind me. Guy had already put his hands on his face and started licking it. The bright smile on Doflamingo's face showed that he really liked it. Snap! Yamato's hand was pushed away. In the original timeline, just based on the name D, this stupid Odudu actually thought he was going to kill Luo. That's true. My father just asked me to keep D's name secret and pass it down from generation to generation. And the true god has no rivals. The Trafalgar family went limp and slumped to the ground. It's just D with a malicious smile. Doflamingo revealed the answer. All puppet lines were launched into the air. Buffalo roared. Lord Doflamingo is so handsome, where are your eyes? Little Luo raised his head suddenly. Rocinante then realized that his back was covered with sweat. Rocinante, take Dr. Big Bone's family down to rest. Doflamingo smiled warmly and spoke loudly. The only true god is me, Doflamingo. Silent and loyal. FFFFFFFFFF. Tilda Guy looked at the new top bootlicker with a sullen face and carried out the order. The Germa 66 army has just taken over the entire Frevens army. No one dared to resist. The remaining hundreds of thousands of residents of Frefens, like sheep, they were driven to the square in front of the palace of Frefens. Boss, all residents of Frevens are here. I already know. Sensed the breath of life throughout Frevens. Doflamingo looked at the sea of heads and nodded with satisfaction. Then his figure slowly rose into the sky. The people below looked at Doflamingo, which suddenly took off, and the palace, which was still burning. He swallowed nervously. Doflamingo moved his fingers slightly. Rocinante at the rear was forced to take off. Feeling everyone's gaze, Rocinante wished she could find a place to hide. Rosie, explain the situation to these poor people. Ah, Rocinante was stunned. He calmed down his chaotic emotions and pointed at the white Madara on his temples to answer. Hello, first of all, lead platinum disease exists. This white Madara is the proof. The world government and the royal family concealed the truth for Bailey. In order to conceal what happened here, Frevens was blocked and supplies began to run short. Rocinante's words immediately shattered the escapist and thankful mood of most people. It was a matter of life and death, and the crowd was in turmoil. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lead platinum disease is fake, a lie from the doctor. What is this? What does the world government think of us? We are human beings. I don't want to die, let me out. What about our children? Boom. Black and red lightning flashed. All the people of Frevens turned pale, and the scene suddenly became quiet. If Kaido Bigmom is present, you will find that Doflamingo Conqueror's hacky skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. No one else was affected except everyone in Frevens. Brother, they just. It's not your turn to speak yet. I hope you will listen carefully. Seal Rocinante's mouth, and Doflamingo's words rang out. Although the world government and the royal family have abandoned you, my lovely Odaudu Rocinante. He wanted to save you, so I bought you from the world government. My name is Doflamingo. You can affectionately call me master. Without paying attention to the people who were showing mixed feelings of fear and gratitude, Doflamingo had an idea. Dad, Big Bone. As Luo and Lena screamed, Dr. Big Bone flew into the sky. But you still can't leave the country. This is a small agreement with the world government. However, there will be no shortage of food and resources. Dr. Big Bone will lead the rest of your doctors to continue their research on lead platinum disease. Dr. Dagu showed a righteous expression and nodded silently to show his agreement. If Dr. Big Bone's team still fails to save you before you are on the verge of death, then I will give you one last favor, Guy Judge. Geisa suddenly turned into gas and floated above the heads of the people of Frevens. Look at these people as if you are selecting pork. SHHHHHHHHH. It's me, the top scientist under the boss. But I am the chief. Now everyone take turns to receive food. The clone came up carrying food. The people, whose emotions were guided, stepped forward in an orderly manner. Collect them one by one. Return to the resting place. Doflamingo smiled with satisfaction. Now not only does it provide a place for experimental products for the next few years, and these people were used as experimental subjects. I have to thank you too. Log Town taking Wilbur with her, Miss Bakin walked towards the Don Quixote Club. As you get closer, you can hear a few strange shells announcing the rules. Dear ladies and gentlemen who are registering, please note that we charge no registration fee. Please do not trust others to register on your behalf. After signing up, you can stay at our Don Quixote restaurant, and it's free. After signing up, your island will hold an island competition within 7 days. Each island will select 10 winners, and each winner will be awarded 1 million Baileys. 4Cs, the final regional competition will be held in 4 islands, including Log Town. The Grand Line will be held in Mogu Town. We'll have 10 winners each. The prize money is 10 million Baileys. Then our final Gambling God competition will be held in Sabjori Archipelago. The awards will be presented by Lord Doflamingo himself. The gathered crowd had been ignited by the tiered prize money. 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, how much is that? That's money you'll never make in your lifetime. Oh, I want to be the god of gamblers. Me first, my name is Gao. Like a tide pouring into the Donquixote Club. For a time, the place was packed with people and no one could get through. What a bold move. Miss Bar Jin's eyes flashed and she pushed up her sunglasses. 6 out of 10 islands she visited in East Blue had Donquixote family bases. What is the purpose of holding this event so that the little devil can fight against Kaido? No matter what it is, I'm going to take the money, Mom. The big metal hand flipped through the records sent from all over the world quickly, and Tesoro felt more and more headache. Gently massaging her temple with 4 fingers, Stacy looked at Tesoro's bloodshot eyes. The old lady, Miss Bar Jin, pushed her glasses and walked towards the registration office in a cat-like manner. Throwing out these words, Gladius lowered his hand to look at the explosion between his fingers. Gladius, you should go and rest first. She is already satisfied with this kind of life. Bang! Weibel responded loudly. Young master, let me follow you and protect you. After responding, Tesoro looked at the guy with afro and said. He placed Tesoro's head on his soft spot without paying any attention to the people around him. Why don't you take a break, Tesulo? A gambling competition was held, and more pirates and pirate hunters were involved in knife-wielding activities than ever before. Stacy was not at all dissatisfied with Tesoro's business. Instead, she looked at her busy lover with shining eyes. "It's okay, Tesulo. We have plenty of time now. I'll tell you about my young family tomorrow. There's a little guy who can fly. It's very interesting." In the eyes of a crowd that dares to be angry but not to speak, "Stacy, you should go and rest first. I'm so sorry. I was planning to go to the playground with you." He swung the sword like a child wielding a toy encouraged by his mother. Miss Jin pointed at the crowded crowd. Tesulo cursed inwardly, pulled out a document and handed it over. The game hasn't even started yet, but the smell of blood outside the clubs is already overwhelming. Gladius took it and walked out the door without saying a word. Pink tender meat and colorful internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The scarlet steam is visible to the naked eye. Ah! The fragile human body can be cut as easily as cloth. Stacy stepped forward gently. Sabyodi Archipelago. Puff, puff. "Gladius, this is the latest news about Fram and Tom the Fishman. Would you like to see it?" "Okay, Mom." Weibel, make way for Mom. "Okay." What a ignorant little brat. See train log, see circle calendar July. The 26th experiment. The main body of the sea train was redesigned for the 6th time. The buoy track was once again destroyed by the attracted sea kings. Tom, the fishman, had a broken left leg, and his assistants, Fram, Ace, and Bargu, were slightly injured. Figure 1. The 6th edition of Sea Train figure, Buoy Track XXVI Fig. List of materials for this experiment, steel. Read all the records word by word. Touching the photo of the three of them together, Gladius couldn't say what he was feeling. Inside the door. The young overseer left, and Tesoro breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately hugged Stacy behind him. Stacy also hugged Tesoro's back with her backhand. Both seemed to be trying to rub the other into their bodies, looking at Stacy with a rosy face. Tesulo leaned over the two pieces of softness. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Boil. Cursing silently, Tesoro hurriedly picked up the pink den mushy. Moshimoshi. Tesulo, how is the first god of gamblers tournament going? Boss, there are still some that have not been reviewed, but there are large-scale fights at the registration sites in various places. The people you are looking for are a blind man, an old lady, and a mentally retarded person. Tesulo hadn't finished speaking, but what he wanted to say was fully revealed. How does a blind man gamble? Besides, how could the old, weak, and disabled people survive the initial fight? Doflamingo didn't care about the hidden meaning and gave the order. FFFFFFFFFFF. Don't worry, these are all dangerous people. Thank you for your trouble, Tesulo. You have to review all the information yourself. You'll have a vacation after this. Catching the key word holiday, Tesoro was immediately cheered up. Boss, I'll take care of it. Crack. This gambling competition was originally prepared for Miss Jin and her son. But a blind admiral, who was also a gambler, killed two birds with one stone. As for why Tesoro had to review all the information personally. Because Doflamingo's painting skills are not good, and Rock's pirate has been destroyed for many years, I really couldn't find the bounty warrant for Miss Jin. You can only search by describing the facial features in your memory, and most people in this world. Recognizing appearance is an indescribable difficulty. Tesoro is different. He is a rare and highly intelligent person. In the darkness, Doflamingo stroked his chin and fell into thought. Miss Jin, the old idiot, will show up and send her to see her captain right away. Fujitora is a well-known admiral who can help the world government and massacre civilians. It also has a flexible moral bottom line, so we can try to win it over first. If you can't, you should also be prepared to kill it in advance. The threat of gravity fruit to Sky Island is equal to that of lion fruit. Weakening marine is urgent. Log Town, your name is Miss Jin, right? Witnessing Weibel's knife, the bronze-level Don Quixote members showed an unprecedented good attitude. That's right. Does this gentleman need to register? Unnecessary. Okay, please follow me here to take pictures. Miss Jin frowned. Her experience as a pirate made her instinctively doubt the purpose of taking photos. Seeing this, the receptionist quickly explained that she didn't want to be stabbed. "Don't misunderstand me. Make sure someone doesn't take your prize money after you win. Then come on." "Okay. Crack. You have already been registered. You can stay in the room at the back for free." The receptionist leaned down respectfully and handed over the name tag. No matter how dumb a man is, he will like Nizai. Weibel looked at the white abyss and couldn't help sniffing. "Mom, I'm hungry." "Let's go, my dear son." Watching Miss Bar Jin and her son go away, the receptionist looked at the meager gains today and rubbed his brows with a headache. They are calculating performance, so don't let such irritable players come in the next 2 days. Then send the photos one by one to Sabyodi. Sky Island, HMPH, ha, HMPH, ha. What a stinky sound. Enel, who was still somewhat conscious, suddenly woke up. He moved his limbs that were wrapped in plaster bandages. "Ha ha ha ha, Bullet, you also have this day." Enel's expression froze instantly. "Heh heh, young master, that's it," he asked with a funny look on his face. Enel's happiness and smile did not disappear, but were transferred to Doflamingo's face. "What a waste. I decided to hold a family civil war. Everyone is tied to Seastone. How about using Bullet as your first opponent? Crunch, crunch. Who can beat Bullet's beastly body? Just wait for the young master to come back and deal with you. Kill me. Kill me. Tell Doflamingo to kill me instead of locking Leozi up here. You useless little thunder devil. If I had your fruit, I would have been the strongest in the world long ago. Heh, you will never be able to defeat the young master in your life." Enel's face darkened as he thought about how he could survive safely and return to Sky Island. "If you miss, you can commit suicide. Why don't you die? Are you unwilling to be defeated by the young master?" I saw Bullet tightly wrapped in Seastone chain. Bullet was disdainful and didn't even look at Enel, standing in the air, looking towards the source of the stench. "Next time. Masaka, shouldn't this guy be a test subject?" FFFFFFFFFFF, it's decided. On Den Den Mushy, Enel's maniacal laughter is extremely vivid. Enel's pupils shrank. He also used Seastone for exercise. "You were beaten by the young master, doing push-ups weekly." "Ha ha ha ha, Bullet, you look so stupid right now." "No, that's not necessary, young master." After taking a bite of the remaining apple, Enel held the back of his head and laughed wildly. The body turns into plasma, breaking free from the tortoise shell-like constraints. "Enel, you deserve to die." Enel took the apple from the bedside table and took a bite, then slowly approached and started to mock. I understand more about the difficulty of Bullet at this moment. Bullet bit his teeth almost to pieces, and his eyes almost spewed flames. Bullet screamed fiercely in an instant. FFFFFFFFFF, Enel, you better be careful the next time you fight Bullet." On the other side, a bead of sweat appeared on Enel's forehead. "Cake Island. The singing ship is ready to set sail." The great butler Perospero came up with a gloomy face. "Mom, there's still no news from Smoothie. If they can't find it, then forget it. Let Dover go find it. Smoothie is his fiancée." Big Mom didn't care. She thought that a daughter who had never shown any talent could not be compared with Big Mom. Well, let's go. Amir Ochaku, how dare you challenge me? This time I will completely destroy Beehive Island. Total destruction. Destroy. Freffens. Bang. I have no idea at all. What should I do?" Jin Fu, one of the only 20 or so remaining doctors, lay on the table in despair. Others were immediately infected by this emotion. The same is true for the big bones that serve as the backbone, but there was no sign of it. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Then he spoke. "Don't panic. The situation is better than ever. We have no shortage of food and resources. We just need to work hard. It's fine if the big bone doesn't open, but once it opens..." It immediately attracted everyone's firepower. "Effort. Are our efforts useful?" Jin Fu pointed at the assembly line that was still operating in the distance and shouted, ignoring the Germa soldiers who had drawn their guns. "This evil experiment is still going on. What can we do? There's nothing we can't do these days. No one has ever walked into a desperate situation and gone up. Do you think this is therapy? In the distance, a tree man was teasing a child with his vague consciousness. Looking at this scene, Dagu took a deep breath and touched the white Madara in his hand with a firm attitude. I think so. At least it's better than a bunch of useless trash like us. Mr. Doflamingo is already 10,000 times more powerful than the royal family and the world government. If not, my daughter Raymai would have been in the intensive care unit. You and I have already started killing each other, instead of having time to try to crack the lead platinum disease here. Mr. Doflamingo's experiment at least gives people with severe illness another option to fight for a tiny chance of survival. Now I have a new experimental direction. If you don't want to participate, you can leave. After a moment, the makeshift laboratory resumed its busy life. Lying on a sun lounger, Doflamingo's mouth kept talking. Buffalo, what did Lao Ji teach you? You need to be flexible in developing fruits. Why do you have to spin your whole body to be a target? Is the arm rotation when you fly fake? Yes, that's right. Iron body is a skill to control blood. So what happens when you use it on your fingers? I understand, Lord Doflamingo. Buffalo, who was beaten black and blue by Ajian, suddenly had an epiphany. The strength of the whole body is concentrated on the fingertips, and the power of the rotation fruit makes the wrist begin to rotate. Finger pistol gatling. Bang! Yamato flew backwards, holding Ajian to steady his body, and roared to the side. So annoying, Minge. This is our fight. Thundering 8 trigrams. The round mace hit Buffalo's forehead. All laws are clear, and all laws are understandable. Buffalo suddenly found that a move that used to be a sure defeat was not so terrible. Less skilled paper arts are combined with the ability to turn. The cervical vertebrae flipped, with the back of the head and spine tightly pressed together, allowing him to easily avoid the sweeping blow. At the same time, the spinning fist hit the face of the airborne Yamato. Bang! With nowhere to put his weight, Yamato smashed into the distance. FFFFFFFFFFF. With a happy smile on his face, Doflamingo gave instructions for the replacement. Yamato, is it possible that your brain only has the ability to imitate and attack, and no ability to think? Is this how you use the power of the ghost tribe? Control your blood and feel the flow in your muscles. Don't blindly imitate your father. Everyone has different heights, body shapes, arm lengths, leg lengths, and weapons. Besides, your strength is more than 10,000 times inferior to your father's. Don't just use brute force, learn the techniques. But Yamato just thought it was noisy. His father never said that. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Stop talking. Having said that, Yamato adjusted his position while holding Takaru and attacked again. Thundering 8 trigrams. This time there is at least 5 hexagrams. FFFFFFFFFF, what a comfortable day. Ignoring Buffalo, who was being beaten again, he stared at the red sun. Doflamingo stretched himself. Such a leisurely day was rare. Tap, tap, tap. This steady step. Doflamingo knew it was the judge without any sense. Guys will only come flying with fart sounds. Then he patted the judge's shoulder hard and used his observation haki to encourage him. Thanks to the brave dedication of the people of Freffens, the experimental data is constantly improving, and the probability of tree people and microconscious tree people appearing is getting higher and higher. Judge, how's the progress? Then let's help. Among the resources we brought this time is a large amount of lead and platinum products. Guy knows what to do. Is it possible that the instinct to run away from home is etched in your blood? He turned around dazed and was about to leave, but suddenly looked back. Boss, there are fewer and fewer people participating in the experiment. The slightly conscious tree man has some reaction to the person who left the deepest impression in his memory. The judge determines that there is a possibility of recovery. I even forgot the purpose of coming here. Judge suddenly felt that the pain in his almost broken collarbone was gone, and it seemed that he could still hold out for a few more days before going to sleep. Geyser and I have both agreed that the next stage of the tree man should be able to retain consciousness. Boss, our goal is about to be achieved. Are you asking for a vacation? Impossible. FFFFFFFFFF. Wonderful, very wonderful. I'm very busy now and don't have time to take care of her. Doflamingo frowned and was secretly thinking about it. Doflamingo had just laid down when Big Mom called. Well, Dover, just go look for that girl's smoothie yourself. Well, luckily it's not a vacation. Let's wait until Sanji and the other 4 brothers have their babies before giving Judge a vacation. That way Sora will be ready for a 3rd pregnancy. The higher the rejection reaction, the easier it is to become a pile of rotten meat. With dark circles under his eyes, Judge was unusually excited. After the experiment, the tree man was completely transformed into a tree and could move instinctively, chasing water and sunlight. Oh, they don't want to come. The Judge's spirited voice faded away. Judge, you and Guy are going to severely humiliate Vegapunk, who relies on the power of the fruit and historical heritage on the technical level. I understand, Ms. Linlin. I will keep an eye on it. Your masterpiece will be forever engraved in the future bloodline of mankind. I understand, boss. In the future, the door to the new world will be opened by you. Doflamingo turned around and looked at Judge's dark circles and was stunned. Judge, imagine your glory in the future. Smoothie isn't coming to see me. It seems that in the future there will be a few more Charlottes who like to run away with their husbands as soon as they get married. Boss, we are running out of people with serious illnesses. The others will take some time. Dover, that girl Smoothie is missing. New world, an area of sea where the storm has just subsided. A wrecked ship was sailing on the sea. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I should have left a navigator behind. The long legs that make the people on Earth envious. Looking at the endless coastline, Smoothie shook his wet hair and shrugged. Does anyone know why there are record pointers? The boat will also deviate in other directions. Sabjodi Archipelago. One last thing. Tezulo, who has been working overtime, is hypnosis himself. A photo suddenly woke up the drowsy Tesoro. Blind, with a scar on his face, a cane, a purple kimono, wooden clogs, saving civilians involved in a firefight. Name is a lifetime. Found it. *2. Tezulo looked at Stacy, who was cheering. Stacy smiled and waved the photo at Tesoro. Tesoro, we found the person the boss was looking for. In the reflection, Tesoro saw the blonde old lady above. Her name was Miss Bar-Jin. Stacy, who didn't know the inside story, was a little confused. But she just looks like an old lady dressed fashionably. Is she really the person the boss is looking for? Ha, Stacy. This is a legendary Pirates member who predates the Pirates King Roger. Her son, boss, said he's a tough guy. You can read the information on the back. Stacy dazedly turned the photo over and read it word by word. Miss Bar-Jin, no combat record, but decent gambling skills. His son is slightly mentally retarded and is suspected to be a giant bloodline. He killed hundreds of people with one strike. Looking at the dazed Stacy, Tesoro jumped up with joy and hugged his lover tightly. Finally, I don't have to work overtime anymore. Boss, we found him. Doflamingo, who had just finished working out, raised his brows. It seems that Tezulo, you will bring me some good news this time. Of course, boss. Tesoro's voice carried a hint of excitement after release. In his lifetime, Miss Bar-Jin and his son were found. Tezulo, you'll have a long vacation after this, so you can have fun. Doflamingo asked jokingly, where are these 3 people? Miss Bar-Jin is in Log Town with her son, participating in the island's gambling god competition. This person appeared in South Blue. Very good. Doflamingo shook his neck. Have Enel ask who in the family is the best at learning intelligence, and take him and clone fruit to Log Town. I will arrive before the island competition is over. Understood, boss. Is this the person of your life? Don't pay too much attention to it. He will come to you on his own. Crack, after a moment. No, please don't, Master Doflamingo. Let me fly by myself. Ha 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 ha. Speed up a little bit, Brother Ming, amid Buffalo's resistance and Yamato's cheers. Doflamingo grabbed the two men and flew away at high speed. Ha! Why do you need to bring intelligence officers? Isn't it enough for the young master to have me? I'm already very strong. Enel took the clone fruit with some disgust. The young master, and he killed people indiscriminately in the New World. What kind of intelligence personnel are needed? After sniffing, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Torribol's eyes behind his sunglasses. I said, this is what Dover ordered, and if it's not done well, your body should know what will happen. Enel waved his hands, looking impatient. Okay, I'll take care of you. Don't use the young master to pressure me. Torribol clapped his hands. A golden member, who was 3 meters tall and wearing a tight suit, walked in. The thick lenses on his nose made it impossible to see the expression in his eyes under the light. This is the strongest member of the intelligence division this quarter, master of razor, finger pistol. His name is... Enel interrupted directly. All right, I'm not interested in knowing his name, kid, let's go. Yes, Lord Thundergod, watching the two people walking away. Torribol pushed his glasses, and a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Log Town, after 4 days of intense competition on the island. Miss Bar Jin is not only the strongest, but also among the best in card skills. Sky Island's soundbar is playing Stacy Wu's singing. Is this the potential brought out by Bullet? It seems that I was too gentle, carefully pressing Miss Bar Jin's limbs. This. Well, you're making rapid progress. It won't be long before you defeat Bullet. Ha, that que. Enel was not humble at all. Yes, Torribol asked me to bring it. However, what kind of services are provided in the VIP room of Sabdyodi? Yes, you are all right. It is also the current residence of the Donquixote family. Yes, it makes you feel at home, even when you are sailing on the sea. What is lightning-style chakra mode? Due to these two factors, the treatment they enjoy becomes more luxurious. It is said that the rooms in Sabdyodi are even more luxurious. With Brother Weeble's strength and your card skills, you will surely become the first god of gamblers. Miss Bar Jin's eyes gradually became blurred. He pressed down his spinning mind and encouraged. 4 handsome men with big pecs and perky butts are wearing revealing clothes. Tell me his basic information. The southeast side of Log Town. After you leave, we can load the sound shells and hot shells onto the ship for free. Although it is the rainy season in Log Town outside, the air is filled with warmth due to the heat and internal circulation. This is the position where Doflamingo was slapped hard by Sengoku before. Ms. Bar Jin, this is the only VIP room in Log Town. Miss Bar Jin, who has already gone through menopause, feels like she has lived in vain. A little bit. I want to grab it. Doflamingo looked at Enel with a strange expression. Tilda, ha my love Tilda. Looking at the boy with glasses behind Enel, Doflamingo immediately took a liking to him and asked, and Weeble stared stupidly at the abysses in front of him. Of course. Lying on the golden, soft bed specially made by Tesoro. It looks like you're recovering well, Enel. Passing over the clone fruit, Enel showed off with lightning flashing on his body and a proud look on his face. Is this the strongest person in the intelligence department this time? Look at the ceiling decorated with gems. Boss, I've learned something new. Lightning can stimulate my cells to differentiate and speed up recovery. In this state, my reaction speed and physical strength will also increase. This. Enel tried hard to remember what Torribol had said 4 days earlier, but I found that I couldn't remember anything. Doflamingo frowned. Torribol didn't tell you his basic information. Lord Doflamingo, the golden member stepped forward. The golden member who interrupted turned pale and immediately fell to his knees under the pressure. Enel made up his mind and answered without hesitation. I forgot. Boom. Enel covered his head and stood up from the rubble. I like your arrogance towards your enemies. But when you bring your family out on a mission, it's your instinct to understand his abilities and master his capabilities. If you underestimate it, it will cost you your life. Think about where you were, Enel. Otherwise, maybe next time I'll see your dead body. Enel lowered his head. I understand, young master. There won't be a next time. Feel the real shame emanating from Enel. Doflamingo turned his attention to the brat. Tell me about what you know. Yes, Master Doflamingo. I've mastered iron body, finger pistol, and shave among the 6 styles. I'm the most proficient at shave, but my eyesight affects my performance. The golden member said as he pushed his eyes with his wrist. Doflamingo didn't care. It wasn't like he wanted combatants. Things like vision can be compensated by the sight and hearing color. How much involvement do other courses have? Royal qualities, beggar's life, false voice training, family business are all completed. The voice that sounded this time was actually Toropol's. Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. He liked the boy with glasses more and more. Yes, what's your name? Chloe. Chloe. Glancing up and down at Chloe, Doflamingo raised his eyebrows. This was getting interesting. Originally, I just wanted to find a random clone fruit to eat. Find an opportunity to recover the seriously injured one later. But 100-step crow, don't like playing pirates. Then let's play the spy game. Feel Chloe's mental fluctuations carefully. Make sure there is no rebellion, Doflamingo asked. East Blue is where you were born. Yes. After careful questioning, Doflamingo figured out what happened 3 years ago when our strength was expanding. At that time, Chloe was kidnapped by an unknown group of pirates as a living force on the ship, just happened to run into Diamante, the big cripple. The pirates group was killed on the spot. He took out the black banana and handed it over. Eat it. Without asking any more questions, Chloe swallowed it. After a brief contact, he had already understood some of the essence of Lord Doflamingo. First of all, be obedient and don't be rebellious like Lord Thundergod. Yeah way, accompanied by the familiar sound of vomiting. The person with the ability of clone fruit appears again. Come on, Enel, go up and try it. Chloe, give me the whole life. Yes, Master / Doflamingo. The slightly autistic Enel stepped forward in silence. Following the fruit's instinct, Chloe stretched out his right hand and touched Enel's skin. Next second, a replica of Enel appeared in its place wearing inappropriate clothing. Clam! Enel circled around Chloe, trying to find something different. Watching this scene, Doflamingo opened his arms as if ready to cover the entire log town. FFFFFFFFFFF, let's get started. The winner is Miss Barjin. Ooh, Weibel cheered loudly. Mom, it's the winner. End the last day of the competition feeling refreshed. The horse gallops fast in the spring breeze. Miss Barjin feels like she's back in the days of killing people in Rock's Pirate. Every day is a pleasure. Ms. Barjin, please follow me and enjoy the treatment of the winner. This is a sincere greeting from the man of the sky. The little handsome boy came up as a fixed attendant, lowered his body very low, and stretched out his right hand. Miss Barjin skillfully placed most of her body on it and asked lazily, You guys really have enough new tricks? This is the boss's respect for the winner, especially for a lady like you who has both strength and charm. Put on this eye mask so that it will be a surprise enough. The waiter pulled out a butterfly mask. Lord Weibel, your room is this way. The treatment they received in the previous 7 days had effectively lowered the vigilance of Miss Bakin and Weibel. Miss Barjin, surprise. Good evening, ma'am. FFFFFFFFFF tilde. Barjin woke up with a look of pain on his face. Doflamingo threw his head back and laughed. He loved it when he was stubborn. Listening to the sound of bones cracking, Doflamingo gave a hint with a dangerous smile. She is in danger. No, it's not about what I want to do, but what do you have, ma'am? Bingo, correct. This familiar method made Barjin's face change drastically and he screamed. FFFFFFFFFF, of course. My son, baby. I want to see what surprise you have prepared for me today. Bang! Amid the screams, the second Miss Bar Jin appeared on the spot. Doflamingo stepped forward. After putting on the masks, Miss Bakin and Weibel walked into the rooms separately. The lights in the room lit up instantly, and the blindfold that blocked the vision was removed. Think again. Your most precious thing is very close to you, right beside you. Right hand touches face. My side. Doflamingo was sitting on the throne in the room looking down at him and her. What do you want? Money? Treasure? I'm a member of Rock's Pirate. Kaido should have told you that I know a lot. With slight movements of his fingers, Bar Jin was put into various difficult postures. The waiter who had just helped Miss Bar Jin stood out from the shadows. The heavy door is enough to block out most sounds. Bar Jin threw out the bait, trying to delay time. As long as Weibel arrived, everything would be fine. Male mother. So, I have a male mother for Weibel. Miss Bar Jin, who stepped into the trap, felt a chill in her heart and her limbs no longer responded to her. Come on, Chloe, show it. Of course, but that doesn't matter. You, what do you want to do, little brat fighting Kaido? Understood, Master Doflamingo. Weibel won't listen to you, kid. He's a good baby and only listens to me, his mother. Even if I die, you will never be able to control him. Clone fruit. These footsteps seem to be stepping on Bar Jin's heart, making him feel suffocated.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.